of Texas chooses 26 top schools in the state of Texas. So this is not only an accolade for Laredo ISD, it is an accolade for the state of Texas. The other thing that we are so proud of is that this work and this award really exemplifies that grit, that determination, that perseverance, and of course, all of the essential elements in being able to not only provide opportunities for our students, but to make sure that we have an excellent staff providing those opportunities to our children. So when you think about these awards that have been earned by Laredo ISD, we are talking about 10 nationally recognized blue ribbon schools over the span of 7 years. What is amazing is that it's not just about one part of Laredo ISD, but it's about the entire district. So we are extremely proud of our 2 schools that were named this year, now bringing the amount to 10 nationally recognized blue ribbon schools for Laredo ISD, which no other school district in this part of Texas or even in Texas itself have earned over the last 7 years. Congratulations, Farias Elementary, and congratulations, Hector J. Garcia Early College High School. Thank you for, again, creating the opportunity for Laredo ISD students to shine.
With immense pride and joy, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School. We are thrilled to announce that our schools have been honored with the National Blue Ribbon Award. This recognition is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and collaboration of our students, teachers, staff, and parents. Achieving the National Blue Ribbon status is no small feat. It reflects an exceptional commitment to academic excellence and nurturing a positive learning environment. We want to express our gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success, the teachers who inspire and guide our students, the parents who partner with us in their children's education, and the students who bring enthusiasm and curiosity to the classroom daily. Once again, congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School for earning the National Blue Ribbon Award. Your dedication to education has truly made a lasting impact.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
El vaping y el fumar tienen efectos terribles en la salud de las personas y también te afecta la cara. El vaping está prohibido en todas las propiedades de LISD y si tienes menos de 21 años de edad es contra la ley. Sean inteligentes y no hagan vape.
October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we want to help you spot the warning signs of domestic violence.
Ask yourself honestly, is my partner controlling? Does he or she check my phone, email, or social media without my permission?
Does your partner decide what you wear, eat, or how you spend your money? Does he or she try to keep you from your family and friends? Has that person hurt you physically or threatened violence against you?
If the answers to these questions are yes, then you might be in an abusive relationship. Domestic abuse can happen to anyone, little by little until you're in a very dangerous situation.
Please don't stay silent. Seek help. We are here to support you, and we are dedicated to putting a stop to domestic violence. But it starts with you speaking up.
If you're experiencing signs of domestic violence or know someone that is, dial 911 or dial the domestic violence hotline at 712-9591.
Let's all stop domestic violence.
Come make a difference at Laredo ISD.
With more than 30 campuses and departments that support our students,
there are plenty of opportunities to begin your career at Laredo ISD.
We offer competitive salaries and benefits.
Our core area teachers in STAR-tested areas have an opportunity to secure a performance-based incentive for up to 5 years.
Being one of the largest employers in Webb County,
At Laredo ISD, you become a member of our family.
We are looking to hire you at Laredo ISD.
Here at LISD, we want to remind you of our See Something, Say Something campaign. To all students, parents, and staff, please report any suspicious activity to 956-225-5454. This is an anonymous tip line working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you see something, say something.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
One in 10 high school students experience physical violence from a dating partner.
Love shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 teens knows a friend or a peer that has been physically hurt by a partner.
Let's help stop domestic violence.
1 in 4 dating teens are abused, harassed online, or through text by their partners.
Be the change. Dating abuse can have negative effects on health throughout life.
Prevention works. Support efforts in your school and community to help stop domestic violence.
Let's stop domestic violence.
Vaping and smoking have devastating effects on a person's health, and it shows on your face. Vaping is strictly prohibited on all LISD properties, and if you are under 21 years old, it is against the law. Make a wise decision. Don't vape.
As our students head back to school, we want to take this opportunity to share how parents and staff can play a vital role in keeping our students safe.
First and foremost, we must obey all posted speed limits in our school zones.
We ask you to stay alert and drive slowly.
Remember to stop for school buses. Red light flashing means students are loading or unloading. Please be vigilant.
I want to assure our LISD family that safety is our top priority, and we are always working to ensure that your children are safe while attending our campuses.
Cuando estés listo, me dices para darle el ok.
Good morning everybody, good morning, thank you everyone who was able to make it today. Muy buenos días, gracias a todas las personas que nos pudieron acompañar. Estamos por comenzar nuestra conferencia de salud, our health, wellness conference, and I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Estaba frío, ¿verdad? Estaba frío, la pensábamos para salir de la cama, pero gracias a todos los que pudieron llegar. Thank you, everybody. I know it was a little bit chilly this morning, but we were able to make it. So I want to thank you and welcome you one more time because I know that we call you parents for everything, and I want to let you know that everything that we do is to service our families from the district, right? So todo lo que hacemos es para poder servirles a ustedes, padres de familia, a sus familias del distrito, para servirles y ayudarles. En esta mañana le quiero dar la bienvenida a las personas que hicieron posible este programa. I want to welcome the people that helped us make this come through. And first of all, I know we have here our Student Service Director, Ms. Maggie Martinez. She's here with us, she was able to make it. And Ms. Maggie, I know she always has something to say to our families. Yo sé que Ms. Maggie Martinez siempre le gusta darle la bienvenida a nuestras familias aquí del distrito. Ms. Maggie, muchas gracias por acompañarnos esta mañana.
Good morning. Buenos días a todos con este frío, todos bien calientitos aquí adentro. Thank you all for being here this morning. I think it's an excellent program and it's an excellent opportunity that our parent and family engagement program provides for our parents in our school district. I am very, very fortunate and very lucky to be part of our team, which involves the Parent and Family Engagement Program. Estoy muy orgullosa de representar este hermoso programa ¿cómo se dice? Del participación de los padres en nuestra educación, porque tenemos un excelente programa, pero tenemos un excelente equipo. All the parent liaisons, no se hubiera hecho esto posible si no fuera por el liderazgo de mis campos, de mis Bondoc y de todas las parent liaisons que están aquí. Yo andaba allá afuera, en las mesitas, no sabía que tenía que estar aquí adentro, so allá andaba salud de gente, y en los booths saludando a los que vinieron a visitarnos. Pero cuando mis campos me indicó y me dijo que íbamos a tener esta feria ahora de salud para los padres, me encantó la idea. Porque mis campos siempre están buscando ideas o algo junto con todas las parent liaisons. Acuérdense que un buen equipo no es una sola persona. Somos varios compartiendo nuestras ideas para lo que sea mejor para los padres de familia. Entonces, ustedes saben que siempre se juntan y vienen con las mejores ideas. So, aprovechen de todo lo que se les va a dar aquí, andan muchos padres de familia aquí en los booths y allá donde se van a juntar con los doctores está bien. Pero aprovechen de todo lo que el distrito les da la oportunidad y tomen ventaja de eso, porque no cualquier distrito escolar hace eso para sus padres de familia. Pero es una forma de que nuestro distrito escolar les agradece a todos ustedes, madres, padres, abuelitos, abuelitas, tías, tíos y familiares de nuestros estudiantes. Se les agradece de todo corazón todo su esfuerzo y participación, porque sin ustedes, nuestros estudiantes no tuvieran las calificaciones que tienen, no tuvieran el comportamiento que tienen y no fueran capaces de hacer que nuestro distrito escolar brillara como está brillando. Muy, muy, muy shiny. We're shining, ¿verdad? Muy bright, bright, bright. So, estamos muy orgullosos, muy contentos y les agradecemos por estar aquí esta mañana. Aprovechen todo lo que se les pueda dar para que ustedes estén al pendiente de todo lo que el distrito les pueda ofrecer. We are here very, very proud and we're very happy to have you all here. And we are always very thankful to you all for the effort, the time, and the participation that you give for your children. Our school district will not be the way it is, as successful and as bright shining, because if you would not be here supporting your kids. Because you being here, your kids know that you are always on top of everything that the school district has to offer. They know that they have to make you proud. Therefore, their grades, their behavior, and their attendance, it's great. And that's what makes our district be a very highly recognized district in the state. Thank you, parents, because without you, we wouldn't be the district that we are. And I want to thank Ms. Campos, Ms. Bonda, and all the parent liaisons for making this possible for you all. Because these type of events, not every school district offers it for their people. They don't organize it the way they do. If you would only know, I see them behind the scenes, and they're going, you know, crazy, getting everything together, make sure this is checking that everything is ready for you, because they want to put out a very good program for you. So thank you for being here. I know it's cold, and it's very windy outside. That's why this morning a lot of hairspray, so my hair wouldn't be all over the place. And I see Mr. Pro over there in the back. Mr. Pro is our finance director, and he's making sure that he has also hairspray. So I know that it is you who make our school district be #1. So on behalf of our superintendent, Dr. Silvia Rios, all our board of trustees, we want to thank you, parents, because without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. LISD is highly recognized at the state level. And this program, the Parent and Family Engagement Program, is one of the top ones in the state. And everyone around the state knows that, because they come and want to learn from you all. Everything that you get, all the classes and all that. But let me tell you, there's one more component that is very important to our success. It's not only the school district, the teachers and the administrators and the board of trustees. It's not only the parents, but it takes a third leg to make it complete. And that's our community partners. All our community here in Laredo is very supportive. And every time they have something that is good for the parents, they know that they're gonna reach to LISD because we're gonna make it happen. So I want to thank all the community partners who are out there, all the community partners who are here, and I know Mr. Gutierrez is one of the directors for this special program that we are very happy to have with us. So, padres de familia, acuérdense que somos un equipo de tres, ¿cómo se dice? No se dice patas, pero sí, de tres patas, ¿verdad? De tres piernas fuertes. Una son ustedes como padres de familia. Otra, nosotros como distrito escolar y como maestros educadores. Y la tercera fuerte pierna que tenemos son nuestra comunidad. Todos los doctores, todos los programas que hay aquí en Laredo, todos cuando tienen algo nuevo, de voladita, nos hablan en LISD. Mira mi Martínez, o mire Dr. Ríos, mira a quien le hablen, a mis campos. Tenemos este nuevo programa, esta nueva oportunidad para los padres de familia. ¿Cómo la ven? ¿Se avientan o no? Claro que sí. Nunca hemos dicho que no, porque sabemos que es algo de beneficio para ustedes. So, espero que les guste esta feria, esta oportunidad, este programa que les hicieron para ustedes especial hoy, y que lo disfruten al máximo y saquemos ventaja de todo lo que nos tienen que ofrecer. Que tengan muy bonito día, y pues no les dije, perdón que empecé con todo, pero feliz año nuevo a todas y a todos y que este año sea lo mejor para todos nosotros. Soy Maggie Martínez, una de las asistentes de la superintendente, muy orgullosa de representar el Parent and Family Engagement Program. Muchas gracias, que tengan bonito día.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you, parents. Ya sé que están acomodaditos, estamos listos para empezar. We're ready to start. Everybody has taken their place. And I know que todos se están preguntando, ¿verdad? Miss Campos, no hemos visto a Miss Campos, pero el día de hoy no nos pudo acompañar, pero yo sé que ella está contenta de que esto se pudo llevar a cabo por ustedes. I know Ms. Campbell wasn't able to be with us today, but I know she is very happy that we were able to come through with this program, this special program. Now, I don't want to take any more of your time, no quiero tomar más tiempo y quiero presentar a Mr. Joe Gutierrez de Texas A&M Colonia Programs y Ms. Julie Tijerina from Texas A&M Healthy South Texas. Ellos son las personas que nos trajeron este programa. Les vamos a darle un fuerte aplauso porque vinieron a nuestro distrito.
Buenos días. En Texas A&M tenemos un tradition. Cuando comenzamos en la presentación, we say howdy, and you all say howdy back. So ready? Howdy. Howdy. All right. I'm from Texas A&M University Colonia Program. Mi oficina está aquí en Laredo. Nomás para que sepan, yo soy producto de J.W. Nixon High School. Y mi jefe, que está allá con la cachucha, es Mr. Oscar J. Muñoz. Él es producto de Martin High School. Me da mucho gusto a poder traer y trabajar con Julie Tijerina con este programa. Y yo no voy a tardar mucho porque yo le quiero dar las gracias a Julie y Healthy South Texas porque ella tenía la misión de hacer esta presentación y por eso yo le voy a dar todo el crédito a Julie. Y Julie, I pass it on to you because you did most of this.
Thank you. Well, welcome. We're super excited that we're here today to offer these different topics, these different programs, and so we're going to go ahead and get started with our first speaker. The first speaker is going to talk on stress less, mind matters, and it's Dr. Deborah Kelstead. She's an assistant professor at Extension and an extension specialist at Texas A&M AgriLife Extension in the Family and Community Health Unit. She's also an adjunct assistant professor at the Texas A&M School of Public Health and a faculty fellow at the Texas A&M Center for Health and Nature. She earned her master's and doctoral degrees from Texas A&M School of Public Health. And she has some research that focuses on evaluating community-based approaches aiming at preventing chronic disease and improving health behaviors in a variety of settings and among different populations. Her programming focuses on environmental approaches to promote physical activity and initiatives to connect communities to nature. One of her most important popular programs with AgriLife Extension is Health Talk Express, which is one of the ones that you're going to hear today. And these are 30-minute or less health presentations that empowers the audience to take action to prevent chronic conditions. So let us welcome Dr. Deborah Kelstead.
Can you hear me in this way? There we go. Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you, Julie, and thank you to all of you for inviting me here today to speak at this Health and Wellness Conference. It is very chilly here. I knew when I was coming to Laredo that I was coming south in Texas, and I thought, oh good, I'll get some warmer weather down in Laredo, but that's not what's happening today. So thank you. Thanks for having me here today. I, like Julie said, work in two different programs in my job with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. And one of the programs I work in is trying to help people get more active and get outside. And then the other program is this Health Talk Express, which is a really nice program that many community members can benefit from because these are just short presentations on how we can improve our health and prevent chronic disease. But what I'm going to do today is maybe combine the two things a little bit. You'll hear me talking a little bit about nature and physical activity because I think that does help us with our stress too. So the purpose of our talk today is to talk about how stress can affect our mental health and strategies to help us have less stress in our lives. We will have some participation or some things that you can do at your tables. We'll see how easy it is to share. We might just be sharing to ourselves on the paper, but there are some handouts that were given to you in your check-in today, so I'll refer to those as we go on with the presentation. So your participation is voluntary, and if we do want to share with each other, I would ask everyone just to be respectful of what is shared here in the room today. So I'm actually going to start by reading a story. This is a story of a man named Philip Chan, and I'm going to talk about how stress almost killed him. He had so much stress in his life that it was a very harmful thing to his health. He was a rising star in the corporate world. He was at a very successful period in a big company, and Philip's accomplishments came with a high price. His work was very stressful, and the way he handled that stress severely impacted his health, leading to a health crisis that nearly cost him his life. Since that episode, Philip has gone about reframing his work. He doesn't do different work, but he's trying to approach it differently so that he can remove some of the stress. And the result is that he is actually much better at his job. He's more effective now. Here's how Philip got to that point. He was a 32-year-old man, and like I said, he was working in a very successful company. He was running several projects that had a lot of really hard deadlines that he had to meet. And one project that he really cared a lot about had to be dissolved because the management couldn't support it anymore. So he had to fire some of his coworkers. And he was very stressed out about this. The letdown caused him to become extremely stressed and discouraged to the point that he wasn't sleeping and he wasn't eating well. He had a deep sense of responsibility for the people that he was working with, and it caused him to really internalize a lot of that stress. Philip recalls, "I used to believe that you solved all your problems with your head, and that if you just focused real hard and worked real hard, that you could overcome anything. But what he didn't realize is that constantly ramping up that intensity was compounding into some serious negative health for him that almost killed him. While he was at work, Philip started to have chest pains and trouble breathing, and one of his coworkers found him collapsed by his desk. Quick action by his coworkers it was what helped to save his life. Philip recalls, "I woke up the next day in the hospital, and a couple of things happened. One was that he didn't understand why he had gotten to that point, and he didn't really understand all the things that he was stressed about. And what were his final moments, or could have been his final moments, he realized that it wasn't work that he cared about, it was the people in his lives and his relationship, and that awareness began to help him make a big change in his life. He decided to take care of his health and to try to take care of some of the stress. stress and how they feel about it. You're not alone if you feel stress, often, or if you even feel it sometimes. It's a major issue in the lives of Americans. This is a national health problem. In a national study examining the role that stress plays in American lives, more than a quarter of Americans say that they're so stressed that they can't function. 27%. And then there's a similar statistic. 37% of Americans say that when they're stressed, they can't bring themselves to do anything. So that's a lot of people feeling a lot of stress, where they feel like it's so overwhelming that it affects their whole life. Around a quarter of American adults say they've experienced the health impacts of being stressed. Sometimes we can't take away the stress. You know, sometimes that's just there. If you have children, your children are stressful and you can't just make them go away, right? But how we deal with the stress is impacting our health. 36% of adults say that when they're stressed, it affects their mental health. And 32% of Americans say when they're stressed, it affects their sleep. That's probably the big one for me, that it affects how much I can sleep at night. 33% of Americans say that stress affects their eating. Now, some people say stress makes them eat more. Some people say stress makes them eat less. I'm more in the eat more category. So, also some people say that stress affects their physical health, 32%. And that could be your blood pressure, digestion problems, your heart rate, that can all be impacted by stress. And then 30% of Americans say that they've lost interest in their hobbies and activities because of the stress that they feel. Now, in the past 3 years, we've had an uptick in stress due to a major thing that's happened in the world, the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic affected us in many ways, but it really impacted our personal life as well as our work life. There was a great level of uncertainty surrounding the pandemic and many unknowns. There was a survey in 2020 called the Stress in America survey, and it found that many people were feeling much more stress during the pandemic. 78% of adults reported that the COVID-19 pandemic increased their source of stress in their lives. That's about 8 in 10 adults who had more stress then. Also, 7 in 10 adults indicated they felt more stress during the time of the pandemic than ever before. So that is starting to wane a little bit. I think the stresses of the pandemic are less for many of us, but it was a huge, huge uptick in how much stress that we are feeling. Okay, so I've made it sound like stress is a terrible thing, and it can be very harmful to us. But actually, stress has some very important things for people throughout history. So we have this stress for survival. Humans do. We would not have survived without stress. We have a fight or flight response to things that happen to us. This is a brilliant way that our body can respond to life-threatening situations. So early humans used their stress to alert them of dangers, like predators, like a woolly mammoth or a bear or a tiger or some physical stress in their lives that they had to deal with. Our early ancestors primarily used stress to help them survive. It was based on survival mode. Our fight or flight response is our body releasing certain hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, which gives us a lot of try to avoid this chronic stress that we can sometimes have. So people do need some amount of stress. There's good stress and there's bad stress. While we always want to have things balanced, it's also good to have some physical stimulation, which helps our organs function better and helps us to keep our heart and our muscle system in good condition. So we do need some of the good stress. So there are two types. The good stress is called eustress. This is when a person finds a situation motivating or inspiring or enjoyable. This would be like receiving an award or maybe graduating from high school or college. These are examples of good stress, or falling in love. This is all good things. That's excitement, right? It's not just balance, it's good things, good stress. Distress or bad stress, this kind is often has those negative impacts on us. These bad stresses could be getting pulled over on a highway, or a major life crisis like a death in the family, or a serious financial crisis. Those can be bad stresses in our lives. So when we have chronic stress, when it's something that keeps going on and going on, it can affect us in 4 different ways. It can impact our health. It can impact our emotional health, our physical health, our behavioral health, and our mental health. So I'm going to give some examples of these. So some mental health problems that might come along when you're very stressed and you have stress for a long time are memory problems, poor judgment, just not thinking clearly, inability to concentrate, being kind of indecisive, feeling this brain fog, or doubting yourself. Those are some mental health impacts of feeling a lot of stress. Emotional impacts of stress are being moody and anxious, fatalistic thinking, like thinking things aren't going to get better, panic, frustration, depression. These are all emotional things that can happen. Like I said, we can have physical responses to stress too. That can lower your immune system, where you might get more sick more frequently. Your heart rate could increase. You could have aches and pains, even skin irritations or indigestion or high blood pressure. All these physical symptoms of feeling stress. And then finally, all those things can lead to some behaviors that might not be good in our lives. So we might increase our alcohol and cigarette and caffeine intake. We might sleep too much or sleep too little. And you might feel unmotivated or overeat or not eat. And then you might also just isolate yourself from other people. So these are some behaviors that can result from having too much stress or chronic stress in your life. Okay, so this is the part where I want us just to think a little bit about the things that stress us out. So in your bags, you should have a folder, I think, with some paper in there, and hopefully you have a pen. I want you just to take a minute and think about the things that stress you out right now. Like, which things in your life are stressful to you? See if you can list some of the things. Those of you who said no stress, maybe you don't have anything to list, but start writing down some of the things that are stressing you out. It's just a blank sheet of paper. That one, yeah. What makes you stressed? What gives you stress? My husband. We'll have time to share in a minute. Okay, just one more minute. right now in my life is my job. This is probably okay, I'll try to abbreviate it. So one of my stresses is my job. A lot of work and presentations like this make me stressed. So this increases my heart and makes me lose a little sleep. So my job is one. I have children, they stress me out. Always worried. They were stressful when they were little, and they stress when they're old. I still stress from my children. So those are two. Any others? Anyone want to share? I heard one in the back. What was your stress? She says her husband. Esposo? Sí? Sí. Anyone else? What does it say? Husband and sister? Oh. Ah, okay. Anyone else want to share? A lot of you, I think, put husband, didn't you? Esposo. Okay. Well, we're going to talk more about how to deal with some of these stresses. How can we manage? How do we manage the work and the husband and the children?
Voy a tratar de traducir lo que está diciendo la doctora para todos los que no hablan inglés, pero poquito, no crean que todo palabra por palabra, nomás un resumen, ¿verdad? Ella está hablando de cómo todas las cosas en la vida nos causan estrés, pero cómo lo maneja cada persona diferente. Si tienen mucho estrés, tienen más o menos o poco. Y de las formas de manejarlo es diferente. Y aparte nos está enseñando cómo manejarlo nosotros y cómo te afecta tu sistema de diferentes maneras. Entonces, ahorita lo que les pidió que hicieran una lista en ese papelito de las cosas que ustedes piensan que les causan estrés. Allá la señorita de allá del fondo dijo que su esposo. Acá la señorita de acá dijo que su esposo y Miss Fisher. Miss Fisher and parent liaison, she's a parent liaison from the school. So I'm sure she's after the parents to come and join, all the meetings. That's why they feel stressed. So the doctor mentioned also that your kids always stress you when they're little and when they're old. So just learn how to deal with it. Aprendamos cómo manejar el estrés para que no nos afecte físicamente o mentalmente. Hay muchos afectos, o se te afecta, hay consecuencias mentales o consecuencias físicas. Ella explicó que una de las consecuencias es la alta presión. Y yo dije, mira nomás, yo pensé que porque yo estaba gordita, pero no. Es también por el estrés. Entonces yo recuerdo que ella explicó de su familia y de su experiencia. Yo recuerdo cuando yo me hice subdirectora de una high school, es cuando yo empecé con la presión alta, so ahora estoy aprendiendo lo que me dice ella. So voy a tratar de traducir. You give me the signal and I'll translate whenever you want, okay?
Okay. So stress often begins in our mind, in our head. We don't have bears, like I said, tigers. We have things that happen in our mind, how we deal with situations. And so we have to deal with stress, start with our thinking.
El estrés empieza siempre en nuestra mente, de la manera que pensemos. So es muy importante saber cómo manejar nuestra mente para que no nos estrese de más.
So there are 4 things to start to rethink our thinking that we can do. First, identify the stress, like we did here. 2, think about how that affects our emotions, our behaviors, our thoughts. What is the impact of the thinking? And then if we are having negative thinking, to challenge those negative thoughts and try to turn them into a more positive thought. And we'll talk more about how to do that.
Lo que dice ella es que el pensar, repensar y volver a pensar lo que estás pensando, eso a veces nos tortura. Entonces hay 4 maneras que ella dice que nos podemos estresar más. Una, vuelvan a pensarlo, o sea, esto es cosa que tienen que volver a pensar para poder ustedes controlar su estrés. 1, identifiquen la situación, qué es lo que está pasando. Número 2, que piensen bien lo que están pensando, que no se torturen con las emociones y los comportamientos, porque cuando pensamos algo negativo, se agrega más negativo. Y dices tú, ay, es que me duele tantito aquí, no te dolió acá, ya te mataste tú solo. O sea, que ustedes mismos, challenge your disorder thoughts, que piensen todos ustedes, no se dice, ¿cómo se dice challenge? Que reten a sus propios pensamientos para que no se vayan a algo más difícil y para que ustedes mismos hagan un pensamiento alternativo, que todo lo negativo tal vez podamos convertirlo a positivo.
So an example of how I would do this with my stress would be to first think about what is the stressful situation. If it is my work, that I have too much work to do, the negative thought that I might have about work is that I will never get all my work done. It will never be done. I'll be a failure. I can't get all my work done. To challenge that thought, I have to think about, is that true? Is that true that I can't get my work done? Or is that just something my brain is telling me? And then to develop a new thought is to say, just do your best and take it one day at a time, one task at a time. That would be the positive challenge that I would do instead of thinking negative.
Ella está dando su ejemplo de cuando ella tiene un pensamiento que la estresa, por ejemplo, ay, tengo muchísimo trabajo, no lo voy a acabar, y te sientes como que no estás superándote, que vas no a lograr lo que tienes en mente, no vas a acabar tu trabajo. Entonces ella dice, ¿cómo puedo cambiar ese pensamiento a algo positivo? De pensar, ¿sabes qué? Sí es mucho el trabajo, pero a lo mejor hay maneras de completarlo poco a poquito, y si no acabo, pues mañana le sigo. Pero que no se estresen sobre algo que no puedan controlar.
So thoughts, emotions, or feelings and behaviors, they all interact to cause a certain outcome, whether we feel more stress or less stress. So thoughts can be distorting. We can doubt ourselves. We can feel badly about ourselves, like, I can't get this right. I can never do this. I'm a failure. Those are the negative thoughts that we sometimes have. And our emotions could be worry or fear. We might also feel even upset stomach or low energy, the physical, instead of just emotional. And then our behaviors might be that we eat more or eat less or sleep less. So these are all things that can be impacted by that negative chronic stress.
Hay 3 cosas que tenemos que pensar. Hay los pensamientos, las emociones pueden ser mentales o físicas, y el comportamiento. Una es de la manera que pensamos las cosas. ¿Cómo lo estamos pensando? ¿Cómo nos va a torturar la mente y cómo lo podemos cambiar? La segunda son las emociones. ¿Cómo me estoy mortificando? ¿Me duele el estómago? ¿Qué es lo que estamos sintiendo? Y la tercera es el comportamiento. Muchas veces, cuando tienes mucho estrés, como yo, pueden saber, o comemos mucho, o vas y te quieres comer a la persona y sigues gritándole o portándote mal porque estás muy estresado. Entonces, eso es muy importante que ustedes sepan cómo controlar el pensamiento, las emociones, todo eso contribuye a su comportamiento.
So now it's your turn to practice thinking about how to restructure your thinking, to think differently about the stresses. In your folders was a thought log where you can write down some of those thoughts and your different reactions to them. think of a stressful situation and then ask yourself, what were your thoughts? What were your feelings? Oops, excuse me. What were your body sensations? And then challenge the negative thinking and try to switch it to something more positive. We don't have a lot of time right now to complete this, but this is something you can take with you, and you can start to make a list of some of the stressful situations and consider how you might be able to switch to more positive thoughts.
Okay, tienen un papelito ahí que ella les proveyó en sus papeles para que ustedes practiquen y que escriban, recuerden una situación donde se sintieron con mucho estrés y cómo la manejaron, y ahora que reten a ustedes mismos a ver si la hubieran manejado diferente para que el resultado fuera diferente. O sea, que ayuden ustedes a pensar a su mente a que lo negativo a lo mejor lo podemos convertir en positivo o tratarlo diferente para que el resultado sea más positivo. Ahorita no vamos a tener tiempo para completar todo esto, pero que se lo lleven a su casa para que practiquen en eso.
So we began with that story about Philip Chan, who's probably, in a very different situation than many of us, but stress was something that really affected his health, his physical health and his mental health. And so I just challenge you to think about how stress might be affecting your physical and your mental health and some of the behaviors that you do. And so I challenge you to think about changing some of your thinking around stress so that it doesn't become a huge problem to you in your lives. We all have stress. We can't take away the stress, but we can try to think about how we deal with the stress and trying to change the negative into something that is more positive.
Ese quote que está ahí dice que si hay algo que te importa y que te interesa, hay algo que a ti te importa y que tienes algo que a ti te gusta, que entonces aprendamos cómo no estresarnos sobre eso. Por ejemplo, sus hijos, yo sé que los adoran, y aunque siempre los estresan, pues tienen que aprender cómo lidiar con ese estrés, porque no los pueden, como dijo ella, no los pueden regresar ni luchar por el toilet, ¿verdad? O sea, se tienen que ir, tienen que aprender cómo lidiar con ese estrés de la vida, y especialmente porque en este ciclista que ella está mostrando, a él le afectó físicamente todo el estrés. Entonces hay que saber cómo lidiar con el estrés de diferentes maneras.
So I have included some of these handouts that you can take with you to hopefully help you do something active so you can think more positively. But I'm going to end with the last thing because I said I needed to talk about some of my other work. I think we can do a lot in our heads to help be more positive, but there are other ways to help with stress too. And I think going outside really helps with stress, really helps me. So get outside, go for a walk. Those are really, really important things. And we can't always do everything in our head. Sometimes we need help. If you have a lot of stress, sometimes going to someone else, even a doctor, can help with some of the stress. So sometimes I think we can do it all ourselves, but not always. So get outside, be active, and seek help when you need help with your stress.
La doctora menciona algo muy importante, que siempre ahorita estamos mencionando hagan lo mental, pero lo mental a veces es muy difícil. Entonces dice que también hay otra manera de cómo minimizar nuestro estrés, cómo reducirlo, tomando acción. ¿Qué tipo de acciones? Muchas veces te sales a caminar un rato, a agarrar aire fresco, otros haciendo ejercicio en la bicicleta o lo que quieran hacer. Y esas acciones nos van a cambiar la forma de pensar, de cómo cambiar eso un poquito más positivo. Hay mucha gente que con ejercicio, con mental y todo no pueden solos. Entonces a veces siempre creemos, no es nada, yo puedo sola. No, a veces necesitas ayuda de un médico. Entonces, o de un compañero que veas y le digas, oye, ¿sabes qué? Ayúdame porque estoy haciendo a lo mejor esto mal. Pero muchas veces, señoras y señores, es un poquito difícil aceptar que que estamos equivocados. Entonces, por ahí empieza la forma de pensar. Hay que tomar acción para poder cambiar nuestra forma de pensar a algo más positivo. Y eventualmente eso también te va a ayudar físicamente para que no te afecte.
Thank you so much for inviting me to talk today, and thank you so much for translating. I appreciate that. I would ask if you could, before we finish, I have an evaluation just to say what you thought of the presentation. So that is in your packages too in Spanish. But if you want, you can also take your phones and take the camera to the QR code, and it should take you to the survey in English that you could do on your phone if that's easier for you. So you could do a paper or you could do with an evaluation on the phone.
En sus paquetes tienen una evaluación para la presentación de la doctora. En español está en el paquete, entonces si pueden por favor hacerle la evaluación, es muy importante para ella recibirla. Gracias por su presentación. Thank you very much, doctor, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time here. La evaluación también la pueden hacer con el QR code ahí arriba, con sus teléfonos. Nada más que va a ser en inglés en el teléfono, pero en español está en el paquete.
Learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
1 in 10 high school students experience physical violence from a dating partner.
Love shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 teens knows a friend or a peer that has been physically hurt by a partner.
Let's help stop domestic violence.
1 in 4 dating teens are abused, harassed online, or through text by their partners.
Be the change. Dating abuse can have negative effects on health throughout life.
Prevention works. Support efforts in your school and community to help stop domestic violence.
Let's stop domestic violence.
Vaping and smoking have devastating effects on a person's health, and it shows on your face. Vaping is strictly prohibited on all LISD properties, and if you are under 21 years old, it is against the law. Make a wise decision. Don't vape.
As our students head back to school, we want to take this opportunity to share how parents and staff can play a vital role in keeping our students safe.
First and foremost, we must obey all posted speed limits in our school zones.
We ask you to stay alert and drive slowly.
Remember to stop for school buses. Red light flashing means students are loading or unloading. Please be vigilant.
I want to assure our LISD family that safety is our top priority, and we are always working to ensure that your children are safe while attending our campuses.
I like the way that I look in your eyes, and I like the place.
Laredo ISD is extremely proud of all the work that has been put into place to create this opportunity and achievement for our Laredo ISD schools.
Participaron en eventos y son parte del otro distrito escolar. Yo soy producto de LISD. No me quiero quedar atrás porque Joe dijo que de donde soy yo, fui a Ryan Elementary, miré la t-shirt que dice Bobcats. Fui a Lamar y gradué de Nixon. Ya sé que no voy a dar muchas porras, pero igualmente quiero decir que soy producto de LISD. So my next presenter is going to be Dr. Anding. She's currently a professor and extension specialist with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. She has developed numerous programs, educational programs on topics that include nutrition and food preservation, and she has helped secure programming efforts for better living for Texans and growing and nourishing healthy communities. In the schools at LISD, you'll see some classes where we have agents going in, where they do gardening, hacen clases de jardinería para los niños, esos son parte de nuestros programas, y ella es parte de la que hace los programas, ayuda a crear los programas, ¿verdad? Entonces, she's a native of Bastrop, Texas. Dr. Anding received her bachelor's degree in agricultural education and her master's and doctoral degrees from Texas A&M. She's a registered and licensed dietitian with both clinical and community experiences. In her spare time, Dr. Anding enjoys gardening, running, and Aggie baseball. So if you can help us welcome Dr. Jenna Anding.
Good morning. We're going to shift gears just a little bit and talk about diet and nutrition and how it affects our brain health, or sometimes we call it cognitive. That doesn't ring a bell, maybe our memory. Vamos a hablar, primero que nada, si alguien hizo la evaluación de la presentadora anterior, si la pueden entregar aquí con Miss Paola, si la hicieron a mano, y si no, la pueden hacer en línea. La segunda parte es que le voy a tratar de ayudar a traducir para que podamos entender todos. Voy a tratar de traducir, voy a hacerlo breve, así que ahí para que usted nos acompañe con la traducción. No somos traductores profesionales, pero vamos a hacerle la lucha a ver si podemos traducir. Y también si tienen preguntas, pueden levantar su mano y también voy a tratar de traducir sus preguntas lo mejor que yo pueda.
So we'll talk about some trends in aging. Spoiler alert, we're getting older. Some cognitive, some memory changes, what's normal, what not. And then we're going to talk about our diet and what are some foods that we can eat, and maybe some foods that we might want to cut back on to help promote our brain health as we get older.
Okay, en esta sesión vamos a hablar acerca de cómo estamos cambiando en la edad, porque aunque no queramos estamos más grandecitos. Y vamos a hablar también de los cambios y las cosas que pasan durante esto y que es normal y que no es normal. Y también vamos a hablar cómo la comida y lo que comemos ayuda a nuestra mente y que es una buena dieta para que nuestra mente siga siendo saludable.
So this is a kind of a fancy slide, but what it's telling us is more and more of us are getting older. And as a population, not only in this country, but in this state, we have more and more people who are becoming 65 years of age or older. And in fact, Texas is number 3 in the nation with the number of people who are 65 or older.
Este diagrama habla acerca de las edades y cómo ya estamos llegando a la edad de los 65 y más. Y nosotros en el estado de Texas estamos en el tercer lugar con personas con más de 60 años, si pueden ver, y conforme van pasando los años, van creciendo los números de las personas con 60 años y más.
And so for many years, we saw an overall increase in our life expectancy. But since 2019, we're not living as long as previous generations.
Usualmente mirábamos que por muchos años todos estábamos casi al mismo nivel de llegar a una edad avanzada, pero últimamente, en los últimos años, a partir del 2019, hemos visto que se ha ido bajando el número de las personas que viven más tiempo. Si pueden ver en el diagrama, hemos bajado poco a poco.
And if we look at Hispanic populations, in 2019, the average life expectancy was almost 82 years, and by 2021, it was down to just under 78 years.
Como podemos ver en la que nos corresponde, que sería hispanos, en el 2019 teníamos que una persona podía durar hasta 82 años, en el 2020 78 y ya en el 2021 estamos hasta abajo otro poquito más.
When we look at the leading causes of death in Texas, this is just for Texas, it continues to be heart disease and cancer. However, what we're starting to see trickling up is number 7, which is Alzheimer's disease. How many of you are familiar with Alzheimer's disease, or who have, maybe you know someone who has been impacted by that condition?
Estas estadísticas son del estado de Texas y como pueden ver ustedes, las dos primeras razones de causa de muerte en el estado de Texas es problemas con el corazón y el cáncer, pero también ya estamos viendo que va subiendo poco a poco lo que es el Alzheimer's. ¿Cuántas personas conocen o saben o piensan que alguien que tiene Alzheimer's?
So, since we're going to talk about getting older, what are some signs that you notice as you get older? What are how many of you have seen the commercials? I think it's with Progressive and the guy who talks about, you know, you're becoming your parents. How many of you see yourself? I see myself becoming, oh yeah, you know, Dr. Rick, you know, hey, the latest one is, you know, throwing away the tubs of the butter tubs and, you know, throwing all the stuff that you're never going to use. Other signs that you're getting old, you pull a muscle putting on a sock. You need reading glasses to see the directions on your anti-aging face cream. I have noticed that recently. I'm like, who made the print so small? And then I like this one, getting old. I remember the words to every song from the 80s, but I forgot why I came into this room. And we can all joke about, you know, because we're sitting here and we are all getting old.
Aquí hay algunos síntomas o algunas señales de que ya nos estamos haciendo viejitos, ¿verdad? Ahí la primera foto enseña cómo te lastimas un músculo o un tendón porque te estás poniendo el calcetín. Otra de las fotos estás viendo que empieza a sonar el teléfono a las 9 de la noche, ya es tarde, o te das cuenta que las letras en las cremas o en algo están muy pequeñas, ¿por qué le hicieron tan pequeña? Y aquí, aquella foto de aquel lado dice, me sé todas las palabras de las canciones de los 80s, pero no me acuerdo por qué entré al cuarto.
So the other thing that sometimes we realize is that as we get old, you know, maybe we forget stuff and we start to wonder, well, is this normal or is there something going wrong? And as we get older, the research shows that our body might slow down, our brain may slow down just a little bit, but we can still do all the things that we used to do. I'm not in my 20s anymore. And so I have finally, I hope that some of it comes with wisdom, but you know, I can't do the things that I used to do. And I finally accepted that. On Monday in College Station, it was 21 degrees. And I thought I was going to be smart and go for a run. Because it was 21 degrees, it wasn't 90. So I'm like, okay, I put on my running gear. And I start running around the street because I noticed a lot of ice on the sidewalk. And after a mile, I start sliding in the road. And, you know, Jenna of 20 years ago would have said, I'm going to just plow through. But Jenna, who is not 20 years ago, said, you know what? Maybe today is not the day to be in the emergency room with a broken arm.
Okay, como cuando empezamos ella dijo que le gustaba correr, entonces se da cuenta, pues ya no tenemos los 20 años que teníamos, entonces eso es parte de la vida, nos vamos haciendo un poco más lentos, hacemos las cosas un poco diferente, pero podemos seguir haciendo las cosas que hacíamos antes, solamente que a un paso más lento. En estos días pasados en College Station estaba a 20 grados. Ella pensó que era una muy buena idea para salir a correr porque pues no estaba caliente, estaba fresco, entonces era una muy buena idea salir a correr. Se puso sus tenis, se fue a correr y después de una milla empezó a resbalarse y dijo, ¿sabes qué? No creo que hoy sea un buen día para estar en el cuarto de emergencia. Entonces ella se dio cuenta que a lo mejor cuando tenía 20 años hubiera podido tener todas las fuerzas para correr, pero tomó la decisión de que, ¿sabes qué? Eso fue suficiente, me ando resbalando, mejor nos vamos para la casa.
We didn't have to tell that one.
Eso no lo tenía que traducir, perdón.
Some people might experience, and you may have noticed some, either yourself or some family members experience mild cognitive impairment, and this is some notable problems with either memory or brain function. Maybe you can't remember how to do certain things, or certain things get a little bit harder. Maybe you have to use some memory aids to remind you to do things.
Tenemos el segundo es de que empezamos a usar o tomar medicamento para que nos recuerden las cosas. La memoria, claro que es normal que se nos olviden cosas, pero a veces decimos, ¿sabes qué? Ya fui al doctor, el doctor me dijo que me tengo que tomar esta pastilla para que me ayude. Sigues haciendo las cosas que puedes hacer, pero aún así estás tomando medicamento para que te ayude a seguir haciendo tus funciones diarias.
But if mild cognitive impairment progresses, then it can lead to something called dementia, and that is a neurodegenerative, or it is a brain condition that causes mental decline to the point that it interferes with our daily life.
Ahora estamos hablando ya de demencia. Demencia viene siendo ya cuando pasamos el segundo paso, ya esto se salió de control, ya no podemos hacer las cosas que usualmente hacemos y esto ya se convierte en demencia y viene siendo una condición en nuestro cerebro.
And so basically dementia is a big word and it's an umbrella term, but it's loss of cognitive function, brain function, beyond what is normal aging. So, go ahead.
Demencia viene siendo el cambio en conforme la edad va pasando, pero en algo que no es normal.
Normal aging might be, I forgot where I put the car keys. Not normal, and what might be either mild cognitive impairment or dementia is, I don't know what the car keys are used for. Does that make sense?
La diferencia en ir avanzando, creciendo o ir haciendo, no quiero usar la palabra viejitos, pero conforme pasan los años, una cosa es normal que digas tú, no me acuerdo dónde dejé las llaves del carro, pero lo que no es normal y ya viene siendo demencia es, tengo las llaves, pero no sé para qué se usan estas llaves.
And dementia can interfere with language, visual perception. You might not be able to solve problems. You might not have the ability to focus. For many people with dementia, it impacts their emotions. Some people with dementia or one of the many forms of dementia may see a change in their personality. And all of this does impact their daily lives.
La demencia impacta primeramente puede ser el lenguaje, el habla, la visión, la percepción, cómo resolver problemas y la habilidad para enfocarse. También puede impactar tus emociones y puede cambiar tu personalidad. Y te puede impactar en tus actividades diarias.
And so dementia is the big umbrella term, and there's many different forms of dementia, the most common being Alzheimer's disease.
Todas estas demencia viene siendo la sombrilla o paraguas para todas estas otras derivados de demencia, pero el más común y el que más conocemos viene siendo el Alzheimer's, pero también tenemos las otras, no me sé exactamente los términos médicos para traducirlos, pero pues como el Parkinson y pues los demás son diferentes, pero también caen bajo demencia.
And right now, Alzheimer's is the 7th leading cause of death in this country.
Y ahorita Alzheimer's es la causa número 7 en este país.
So, lot of words on here. Basically, we have over 6 million people in this country living with Alzheimer's. 72% of people with Alzheimer's are 75 years of age or older. And Alzheimer's and all the other forms of dementia are costing us more than $300 billion, that's with a B, dollars every year.
Okay, tenemos básicamente lo que esta página dice es que tenemos el 6.5 millones de americanos que viven con el Alzheimer's. El 72% de las personas que tienen Alzheimer son de 75 años o más. Ya sabemos que es la séptima causa de muerte en los Estados Unidos y ahorita nos está costando 300,000 billones poder costear esta enfermedad que es Alzheimer's.
So here are some risk factors for mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's. Age and family are risk factors. As you get older, especially above 85, your risk for mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's goes up. And family history or the genetics also play a role. So if there was a parent or a grandparent who had Alzheimer's, you might be at an increased risk. Notice I said might. It's not a guarantee. Those are things that you cannot control. So if that's causing you some stress right now, let's go back to Dr. Kelsted's presentation, and it's like, you know what, I can't control that. I'm going to put that over here.
Una de las cosas que es el primer factor para que las personas lleguen a este estado de demencia es la edad. Eso es natural, con personas de 85 y más, eso es natural, así que eso conlleva, eso es una de las consecuencias de ir creciendo de edad y muchas cosas también que te hacen estrés, como que te estresa, como regresamos a la presentación de la doctora, eso hay que ponerlo a un lado.
Because everything in blue are things that we might be able to control. So there's a lot more things that we can do to promote our brain health and preserve it than there is that's stacked up against.
Las cosas en azul son cosas que podemos nosotros cambiar o controlar para ayudar a nuestro cerebro. En la roja, pues, así que hacernos viejitos, eso sí no lo podemos controlar, pero las demás cosas en azul sí las podemos controlar.
So, the list on the left can increase our risk. A traumatic brain injury, maybe brain injury from a stroke or some other serious head injury, many chronic diseases, diabetes, hypertension, can increase our risk for Alzheimer's disease, especially if they're not under control. A history of depression, smoking, sleep disturbances. We are learning so much more about sleep and the importance of sleep. That is a risk factor. Too much alcohol consumption and being socially isolated. Many of these are things that we can control, but if we don't control them, they increase our risk.
Muchas de estas cosas nosotros podemos controlar. La primera de las que están en la lista es un golpe o algún que nos haya pasado en el cerebro, a brain injury, cualquier golpe o cualquier trauma que hayamos tenido en el cerebro, puede ser después de un ataque o después de algún ataque que hayas tenido que por consecuente te quedaron algo mal en el cerebro. por enfermedades crónicas como es la diabetes, la hipertensión, el historial de depresión, si tú ya constantemente estás en depresión, constantemente estás viendo al médico por depresión, el fumar mucho, el dormir, no tener un buen descanso, un buen sueño, y el exceso del alcohol, tomar mucho alcohol y estar aislados socialmente.
And then things that may decrease our risk, obviously the more education, research shows that people with more education have a decreased risk. But there's a lot of things you can do to work your brain that doesn't require you to go to school. Physical activity, being outdoors, and physical activity doesn't mean that you're going to be running in 20-degree weather like I made the mistake of trying to do. But it could be going out for that walk, gardening. Just what I tell people is get off the sofa and move. Cognitive training, brain training. How many of you have an iPad or an iPhone and maybe you play, I don't know if Candy Crush counts, but there's a lot of interesting brain games now that you can challenge yourself, and it's getting yourself to think. And I had one of our gerontology specialists even made the comment of you can help challenge your brain. If you're normally right-handed, try using your left hand more, because that's going to make your brain think. So I've started in my kitchen, okay, well I usually reach for the cabinet with my right hand. I'm going to start doing it with my left hand and making my brain work more. And then I'm a dietitian, and it's in the biggest letters possible, eating a healthy diet.
Okay, algunas de las cosas que nos pueden ayudar a que no lleguemos tan pronto a la demencia o que nos pueden ayudar a que estemos un poco más sanos sería la educación. Las personas que han tenido una educación más larga o que han ido a la escuela o que han estudiado más, es por lo mismo que es el cerebro, han puesto a su cerebro a trabajar un poco más. La actividad física, el hacer ejercicio, el caminar, el hacer algún tipo de ejercicio que nos ayude, y entrenar nuestra cognitiva, cognitiva así se dice en español, no sé exactamente cuál sea la definición, pero igual poner a nuestro cerebro a trabajar, a nuestro
Exercise your brain.
Nuestro cerebro a trabajar, como si usted es de mano derecha, usted puede empezar a hacer cosas con su mano izquierda, simplemente cosas como abrir las puertas, abrir un gabinete, tratar de hacer cosas que no normalmente hace con su izquierda para que su cerebro tenga que trabajar un poquito más, así como que achis, dos mariachis, ¿por qué lo quiere hacer con la izquierda si siempre lo hace con la derecha? Entonces solamente ejercicios. Si juegan juegos en el celular, puede contar, hay unos juegos que sí ayudan mucho a la mente porque tienes que hacer diferentes patrones y eso también ayuda. Y la más grande que está ahí es tener una dieta saludable, y aquí tenemos una persona que nos va a ayudar con esa parte de la dieta saludable.
So, how would you describe a typical, let's even make it a little closer to home, a typical South Texas Laredo diet?
¿Qué sería para ustedes una dieta típica aquí en el sur de Texas, aquí de Laredo?
Tacos?
Tacos. Tacos in the morning. Yo miro así como el pan dulce y las enchiladas.
Enchiladas. Anything? Is it good?
¿Está rico?
Okay, but is it good? Is it healthy? Okay. Oh, it's good, all right. We know there are a lot of different components to our diet, and I will be the first to admit, in this country and probably in this state, we don't always eat the healthiest. And even though I'm a dietitian, I really try to eat healthy, but I'm not perfect, okay? So this is no judgment zone. This is like Planet Fitness, no judgment here, okay? There are different components to a diet that might help us improve our brain health, especially when we eat these foods in place of some of the healthy ones. Now, I'm not saying don't eat your tacos, don't eat your enchiladas. I would never do that because you're going to look at me like, hit the road, Jenna. But what are some things that we can do to maybe beef up our diet and make it a little healthier? I'm going to go through these so we can just go.
Va a ser rápido, pero ya sabemos que las dietas se componen con diferentes componentes, muchas restricciones. Entonces va a ir poquito rápido, así vamos a ir traduciendo un poquito más rápido.
So one component is antioxidants. And an antioxidant is found in vegetables and fruits, whole grains, nuts, and seeds. And what antioxidants do, and some antioxidants are vitamins, like vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin E. They help reduce inflammation in the body.
Tenemos la primera cosa que nos ayuda son los antioxidantes, que los podemos encontrar en las frutas, en las frutas cítricas, en las berries, como las frutas, en los vegetales, en los que vienen siendo también nueces, cacahuates, granos. Ahí es donde podemos encontrar los antioxidantes.
And one of the things that the research has been telling us is that people who have diets that are rich in these antioxidants that we're getting from fruits and vegetables, nuts and seeds, they tend to have a better cognition, and individuals with Alzheimer's disease have been shown to have lower blood levels of these antioxidants compared to those who didn't. Now, this is just a relationship. It doesn't necessarily mean cause and effect. But research is pretty strong out there saying that we need to be getting more antioxidants in our diet to help reduce inflammation that's in the body.
Las personas que tienen una dieta balanceada, esas dietas están altas en antioxidantes, los estudios han mostrado que las personas que consumen más los antioxidantes tienen menos posibilidad de llegar a lo que es el Alzheimer's, lo que viene siendo las semillas, los granos, las nueces, los cacahuates, las frutas cítricas y los vegetales.
They're going to hear me say fruits and vegetables a lot for the rest.
Vamos a repetir frutas y vegetales por muchas de estas páginas.
So one type, the other component to a healthy diet is a diet that is rich in something called a phytochemical. So think about phyto being fight, and a chemical is a plant compound. We see it a lot in berries, citrus, fruits and vegetables, green tea. And one type of phytochemical is something called a polyphenol.
La palabra que yo estoy usando de phytochemical es un componente que está en las frutas, y en las frutas que lo podemos encontrar vienen siendo como en las fresas, en las cerezas y frambuesas. La podemos encontrar ahí, que se llama polifenol. Así también se traduce en español.
How many have heard about, red wine is supposed to be healthy for you?
¿Cuántos han escuchado eso? Que el vino rojo es muy saludable.
So, one of the reasons why they say that red wine is healthy for you is because it's got these phytonutrients called polyphenols.
La razón que dicen que el vino rojo es saludable para nosotros es porque tiene los polífenos.
But you don't have, yes? Yeah, it can't be like red-colored Moscato. That doesn't count. It is but here's the deal. If you're not a wine drinker, don't start. I'm just saying,
Si ustedes no toman vino, no empiecen, no podemos usar uvas.
I'm not advocating that people start to drink wine, because you can get some of these polyphenols in your berries, your citrus, nuts. Anybody like cocoa? Dark chocolate? Yeah. Okay. So you don't have to drink. Do you like grapes? You can get the polyphenols in grapes. Please don't say that. I don't leave here thinking everybody's got to go drink wine, because you don't.
Red, tiene que ser el vino rojo.
It has to be a true red wine, not a white wine that somebody added, food coloring to, and they made it red so you feel better.
Uva roja. They have to be sweet. Does the wine, they're asking about the wine, does it have to be sweet? Does it have to be strong? Does it matter?
I think most of the red wines that they say have the best benefits are the dry ones.
Son los secos.
But I'm not advocating.
Pero no estamos a favor de que hagan eso. La razón que ahí decía vino rojo era porque ella quería decirles que no tienen que tomar vino rojo porque lo pueden usar, las mismas propiedades lo tienen las uvas, el cocoa y el chocolate negro. ¿Por qué?
Because the research is really not that strong that drinking wine is going to keep your brain healthy.
La verdad es que esto es, ella dijo, los que han escuchado esto, pero los estudios no muestran que en realidad te esté dando los beneficios que te daría la uva.
And more.
How true is it if she had like a stroke and then the doctor said, go ahead and take a little shot of red wine?
I'm not a doctor. No, always follow your doctor. I'm PhD, not MD. So
ella
follow
no.
your doctor.
Ahí sí tendría que seguirla, pues es su doctor.
But here's the thing. There's some interesting research out there about berries, okay? And long story short, because I want to be respectful of the next speaker's time, but there's some interesting research looking at blueberries and strawberries. Anybody like blueberries and strawberries? Okay. Those have been shown, when consumed on a regular basis, to improve some cognitive function tests. Now that doesn't mean that if you eat strawberries every day, you're not going to get Alzheimer's, but you know what? It might reduce your risk.
Okay, algunos estudios han demostrado que las fresas, las frambuesas y las moras ayudan, han ayudado. Esto no quiere decir que no vas a tener Alzheimer's, pero esto sí quiere decir que te va a ayudar a reducir el riesgo un poco.
And so you're going to also hear me talk about berries. Blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries. And blueberries has been studied quite a bit. But so start thinking about, well, gee, maybe I need to start eating some more berries in place of less healthy foods. But also excessive alcohol consumption can actually increase your risk for Alzheimer's. So this is one of those things where a little bit may be okay, but too much may be harmful.
El exceso del alcohol sí te va a ayudar a que tu riesgo de tener Alzheimer's crezca. Entonces, dice que un poco está bien, pero el exceso de continuamente estar tomando alcohol sí va a incrementar que tú puedas tener el riesgo de tener Alzheimer's.
Okay. The other thing is we want to make sure that we're consuming healthy fats. So diets that are rich in omega-3 fatty acids like you get from fish and nuts, and less saturated fat.
Queremos tener otro tipo de grasas que sean más saludables, grasas que se pueden obtener tanto del pescado como de nueces o cacahuates, en vez de estar consumiendo grasas saturadas.
How many of you like fish?
Pescado, ¿a quién le gusta
salmon,
pescado? Salmón, tuna.
The cold, okay, good. I'm not a fish eater, and so I'm always very tempted to take an omega-3 supplement, but there's not a lot of research to show that taking the supplement is as beneficial as actually eating the food.
Okay, entonces ella y yo no nos gusta el pescado, pero ella ha estado tentada en tomar lo que viene siendo el omega 3, pero no hay estudios que digan que tomar el suplemento del omega 3 sea tan beneficiario como lo es el comer el pescado o el producto que de verdad lleva el omega 3.
And so, again, with this slide, there's a lot of B vitamins, and especially B6 and folate, B12. Those are nutrients in foods such as chickpeas, potatoes, bananas, fortified foods, beef, and we know that folic acid is very common in leafy vegetables, beans, fortified cereals, and these B vitamins can help reduce also our risk for cognitive decline, in part because of their impact on promoting heart health.
Ok, aquí en esta hoja también podemos ver que hay mucha vitamina B, que viene siendo la vitamina B6 y la B12. Tenemos los alimentos que tienen o que llevan la B6, vienen siendo como las papas, los plátanos, los cereales fortificados. La B12 viene incluyendo como la carne, el pescado, clams y también cereales. Las espinacas también ayudan con otro de los componentes que tienen estas vitaminas, pero ningún suplemento, ningún estudio ha dicho que los suplementos sean algo que les vaya a ayudar más que comerse lo que viene siendo el plátano o lo que viene siendo las espinacas más que el producto en sí mismo.
And then, and there's not enough time to get into this today, but how many of you have heard about gut health? And you've heard the term prebiotic and probiotic. Well, we have bacteria in our gut, in our digestive tract. There's good bacteria and not so good bacteria. So we want more good bacteria than the not good bacteria. And all this to say is there's more research out there showing that the bacteria in our gut may also play a role. And whether we have good or not so good bacteria in our gut is also dependent on, guess what? Our diet.
Okay, entonces tenemos tanto tiempo, estamos cortos en tiempo, pero esta hoja habla más que nada en nuestro estómago, lo que tenemos, que ya tenemos la bacteria buena y la bacteria mala. Entonces han escuchado de los probióticos. Entonces queremos tener más bacteria buena que bacteria mala, porque algunos estudios han demostrado que tener más, que también define mucho qué tipo de bacteria, qué niveles tenemos en nuestro estómago, ya de buena o de mala. Entonces los estudios también enseñan que yo creo que limpiar también, cleansing, porque tenemos las bacterias, entonces buenas y malas, queremos que tener más de las buenas que de las malas.
And foods that are high in saturated fat, highly refined or ultra refined carbohydrates, processed meats, and a lot of added sugar is going to promote a gut health that has less of those healthy bacteria and more of the unhealthy bacteria.
Algo que no nos va a ayudar van a ser las comidas procesadas, las grasas saturadas, esas comidas que son refinadas y que están súper procesadas, que tienen altos niveles de azúcar, no nos van a ayudar y sí nos van a producir más bacteria mala que sí nos va a afectar. Entonces, ¿qué como?
So what are we supposed to eat? You're like, man, you're taking away all my favorite foods, right? All I'm hearing from you is fruits and vegetables and nuts and seeds and whole grains, and where's all the other good stuff? You can still have the good stuff, but what we need to do is start looking at how can we incorporate some healthy foods in our diet.
Ya la pregunta, ¿verdad? Entonces, ¿qué como? Frutas, verduras, granos y semillas. Bueno, no está diciendo que no podemos comer las otras comidas a las que estamos acostumbrados, que conocemos, pero sí tratar de incorporar lo que viene siendo las frutas, los vegetales, los granos, los maíces, lo que viene siendo las semillas, cómo podemos ayudar a tener una dieta balanceada.
So we're going to talk about 3 different types of, and I hate to use the word diet, but it's 3 different ways of eating that have been shown to be beneficial, not only for our overall health, but also for our brain.
Vamos a enseñar 3 tipos de maneras que podemos comer, no queremos usar la palabra dieta, pero 3 tipos de maneras que podemos alimentarnos que han estado comprobado que no solamente nos ayuda a nuestro cuerpo físico en lo que es, pero también nos ayuda mucho con nuestra mente y nuestro cerebro.
First one is the DASH diet. And DASH stands for Dietary Approaches to Stop Hypertension. How many of you know somebody, and that could be yourself, who has high blood pressure or hypertension? Almost one in 3 Texans are dealing with high blood pressure. So, as you can see on this slide, it's very plant-based. We're looking, and this is based on 2,000 calories, so if you need less than 2,000 calories, you don't need to eat as much as what's listed here. But we're looking at 8 to 10 servings of fruits and vegetables per day.
Tenemos que comer aproximadamente de 8 a 10 servings. ¿Cómo se dice servings? Porciones al día de vegetales y frutas. De 8 a 10 porciones de vegetales o frutas al día.
Día. Not in a week.
No en una semana, al día.
We're looking at 2 to 3 servings of low-fat dairy, so that could be milk or yogurt.
Podemos tener de 2 a 3 porciones de low fat, que viene siendo como el queso, cheese, no. It's milk and what? I'm sorry?
Milk, yogurt. Sí, queso low fat.
Low fat, leche low fat y el yogur low fat.
6 to 8 servings of grains, and we want to promote whole grains.
De 6 a 8 porciones de granos.
Less than 2,300 milligrams of sodium, and that is no more than a teaspoon.
Menos de 2,300 gramos de sodio, de sal, que viene siendo menos de una cucharadita de sal, o sea, lo menos que se pueda.
And that doesn't mean you can add a teaspoon of salt to your food. That includes the sodium or the salt that's in all the foods that we buy. And the biggest source of sodium in our diet is from processed foods.
Esta sal incluye, no quiere decir que le puedes echar una cucharada. Si le echabas 2 cucharadas a la comida, no, ahora nomás le echo una. No, esta cucharada, esta medida, perdón, incluye la sal o el sodio que ya está en la comida procesada. Por decir, si ya te comiste, no sé, una hamburguesa, pues esa sal de esa hamburguesa ya cuenta de la sal que tenías que comer.
3 to 6 servings or portions of nuts or seeds a week, and we're only looking at 1 ounce, so about whatever would fit in your hand.
De 3 a 6 porciones por semana de granos, y viene siendo lo que quepa en la palma de nuestra mano.
And unsalted, of course.
Y que claro, no sean salados, no vamos a ir a comprar cacahuates salados, nueces saladas, y tampoco acarameladas, porque entonces ya no sirvió de nada que nos comiéramos la nuez o el cacahuate.
And no more than 5 servings of sweets per week.
Y no más de 5 porciones de cosas dulces a la semana. Híjole, todos los días 5.
And I'm not talking about a piece of cake or what is the sweet bread, pan dulce?
We're not even talking about, no estamos ni hablando de pan dulce o de pastel.
If you put a teaspoon of jelly on a biscuit, that's a serving. So,
y se come un biscuit y dice, pues no tiene sal, pero le echó 2-3 paquetes de mermelada. Ahí ya van como 3 porciones de dulce que nos comimos.
And some of those sweetbread servings, they're probably like 5 servings in one.
Y esas piezas de pan grandotas que ustedes dijeron que me puedo comer de 3 de no más de 5 porciones. A veces esas piezas no cuentan por una porción, cuentan como por 5 porciones. Todo lo que nos teníamos que comer la semana en una sentada.
I don't know what you said, but okay.
I'm thinking of everything we eat, and we're like, the big piece of bread is like 5 servings, and whatever we had to eat for a week, we already ate it at the first.
Check it off the list.
Yes.
You're done. No más.
Si nos lo comimos el lunes, ya, hasta el otro lunes.
So, don't worry about this slide here, but let me just tell you that following this type of eating plan. Now, and let me preface this by saying, I'm not telling you to add this to your current diet. What I'm telling you is pick some components of this and start working these foods in place of some of the less healthy foods, right? I don't want you to eat this on top of what you're already eating.
Okay, una cosa que queremos dejar bien en claro es que ella dice, no quiero que vayan a agregar estos componentes a su dieta regular. O sea, no vamos a comernos el plato de enchiladas y luego oiga, denme 10 porciones de fruta o denme los 6 porciones de granos arriba de lo que ya estamos consumiendo, sino incorporarlos, quitar una cosa por otra cosa.
But the research has shown very clearly that individuals with at least the mild hypertension, when they follow this style of eating, it has been shown to give really good improvements in blood pressure. And the American Heart Association actually recommends the DASH diet for people who maybe they're getting close to needing medication, but if you're trying to stay off of medication for high blood pressure and your doctor says it's okay to try this way of eating, because research is very strong in that it has been shown to help reduce both the top and the bottom level for blood pressure.
Los estudios han demostrado que los que han usado este tipo de dieta, que se llama DASH, les ha ayudado a disminuir lo que tienen con la hipertensión o presión alta o baja, los ha ayudado a que estén un poco más anivelados cuando han seguido esta dieta un poquito más, les ha ayudado, han visto la diferencia. Los estudios han demostrado que sí ha habido diferencia.
And remember, having a stroke, having hypertension, or having a brain injury that is caused by a stroke increases your risk for dementia later in life. So if you have high blood pressure and you can get that under control, that might reduce your risk for a stroke or other problems later, and that can reduce your risk for Alzheimer's.
Recuerden que dijimos al principio que las enfermedades crónicas ayudan a que crezca la demencia o el Alzheimer's. Cuando nosotros controlamos lo que es la hipertensión o la presión, eso es una enfermedad crónica. Entonces, cuando ustedes la controlan o la tienen anivelada, esto ayuda a que no incremente el riesgo de llegar a la demencia.
Next is the Mediterranean diet. How many of you have heard of the Mediterranean diet or the Mediterranean style?
¿Han escuchado la dieta mediterránea o el estilo de comer mediterráneo?
So this way of eating has been around, for decades, for more than 40 years. And in ways it's similar to the DASH diet in that it's plant heavy. We base meals around fruits, vegetables, whole grain, olive oil, nuts, seeds. We're not using much salt. We're using spices. We're using herbs to season our food. And we want to have a goal with the Mediterranean style of eating, 7 to 10 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. Y'all hear a theme going here?
Esta dieta mediterránea se basa mucho en lo que es frutas, verduras, muchos granos, el aceite de olivo, lo que viene siendo nueces, almendras, también legumbres y semillas, muchas hierbas y muchas especies. Entonces tratamos de sustituir lo que viene siendo la sal o el sodio por las hierbas y las diferentes especies con las que podemos cocinar. Y uno de los patrones que estamos viendo es que aquí también es una meta poder comer de 7 a 10 porciones de vegetales y frutas al día.
We're going to try to, for those of you who like it, fish and seafood twice a week, poultry, eggs, low-fat dairy foods in moderate amounts, so they're fine. And we're going to use olive oil instead of butter, margarine, or lard. You want to do that, or do you want me to?
Yes, I was trying to translate one of the words. Poultry viene siendo aves de corral, puede ser huevos, queso y leche baja en grasa, low fat, yogur bajos en grasas, y tienen que ser porciones moderadas. También el aceite de olivo se usa mucho en vez de lo que es la mantequilla, la margarina o cualquier otro tipo de aceites. Podemos usar el aceite de olivo.
We want to cut back on the added sugars, so the desserts, the sweetened beverages, and if wine is consumed, it should be done in moderation.
Queremos cortar lo que viene siendo las azúcares. No queremos comer tanta azúcar ni tanta cosa dulce como lo son las bebidas, los refrescos. Todo eso tiene mucha azúcar. Los alimentos, las carnes que son procesadas.
And so we're not going to go through all of this, but there's some really interesting research about the Mediterranean diet and its impact on cognitive health. And there's been a lot of studies out there, and they study cognitive health by having people do these tests, cognitive tests to see, hey, if I give you this diet over a period of time, do you improve your score on these very specific cognitive tests? And what they're finding is in some populations, there's actually an association between people who follow a Mediterranean style diet and they do better on these cognitive tests. And so there are people, there are researchers out there that are saying that if you follow this Mediterranean diet, your risk may be reduced because, again, we're eating healthier diets. And in one study that was published not even 2 years ago found that people who followed a Mediterranean diet did reduce their risk for not only mild cognitive impairment, but also Alzheimer's disease.
Lo que han demostrado estos estudios es, en un grupo de personas se han hecho diferentes exámenes, les dan un examen cognitivo y les dan este examen a estas personas que ya han hecho este tipo de dieta y conforme pasa el tiempo les vuelven a hacer a la misma persona diferente, ese mismo examen en diferentes tiempos que ha pasado el tiempo haciendo este tipo llevando este tipo de alimentación y han visto que sí hay diferencia, han visto que sí sus scores o el nivel ha subido según pasa el tiempo que ellos han tomado esta dieta y han mejorado y han visto que su riesgo para llegar al Alzheimer's ha reducido en una gran manera.
So again, like the DASH diet, think about some components of a Mediterranean diet that you might want to incorporate in place of maybe some less healthier foods.
Podemos usar alguno de los componentes de la dieta DASH o de la dieta mediterránea que podemos cambiar o suplementar con alguna de las cosas que ya comemos, quitar, no sé, nuestro desayuno o nuestra cena y poner algo de este tipo de componentes.
The last diet here is the MIND diet. I love this name, MIND diet, and it stands for Mediterranean Dash Intervention for Neurodegenerative Delay. Basically, this is a combination of the DASH diet and the Mediterranean diet.
Más que nada esto viene siendo, esta dieta se llama Mind, pero viene siendo un componente que ya se juntaron las dos dietas. La primera que vimos, la segunda ya están compuestas y se han combinado y han puesto de las dos y las han balanceado en esta dieta.
The emphasis in this way of eating is, as you can imagine, whole grains, leafy vegetables, nuts, and berries. And this diet first came on the scene in 2015, and what happened was this researcher at Rush University had a group of, I'm just going to call them senior citizens. They were living in a senior citizen community. She followed them, gosh, it was like 10 years. And what she found was those who ate this way of eating most often or most heavily had as much as a 35% reduction in their risk for Alzheimer's.
Okay, hubo una persona, estos estudios, esta también se enfatiza mucho en lo que vienen siendo como cereales integrales, verduras, lo que viene siendo nueces y bayas, berries, y hubo una persona que estaba haciendo los estudios, estuvo siguiendo un grupo de personas, de adultos mayores, y estuvo viendo cómo los que comían más, los que tenían una dieta más apegada a los que tenían una dieta normal, una comida regular, hubo un 35% que disminuyó su riesgo de contraer Alzheimer's, el 35% de cambio.
This diet has also been linked or associated with a decreased risk for depression. And remember, depression can increase your risk for dementia and Alzheimer's. So there's multiple benefits.
Esta dieta también la han asociado con what was the word? It decreases, what was it, depression? Mm-hmm. Depresión, la han asociado con la depresión, que ha ayudado a reducir la depresión en personas, y recuerden que la depresión también es un factor para el Alzheimer's. Entonces, si podemos controlar la depresión y esta dieta ayuda para no tener depresión, también va a ayudar para el no contraer Alzheimer's.
So this is what the Mind diet looks like. There are certain foods that they suggest that we eat every day, and some that we eat per week. Every day, at least 3 servings of whole grains, a serving of dark leafy greens. So this, we're not talking iceberg lettuce here. This is romaine, this is spinach, the dark greens, because that's where your most nutrients are. At least a serving of any other type of vegetable, preferably a red or orange, because they're high in those nutrients, those phytonutrients. So think about squash, broccoli, cauliflower. Extra virgin olive oil is what we're using instead of other saturated fats. No more than a tablespoon of butter or margarine, no more per day. So if you like butter and margarine, you might have to pull that back. And again, if you want a glass of wine, that's fine. That is part of the Mediterranean diet, but it's optional. You don't have to have the wine. But look at what's per week. 1/2 cup servings of berries, blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, fresh, frozen. They're both fine. So sometimes we can't find fresh berries, and honestly, sometimes the frozen tastes better, and that's good. At least a serving of fish per week, a couple servings of poultry, 3 servings of beans per week, and a serving is only 1/2 cup. So we're not talking about a lot. Yes? haven't heard that the color of the bottle makes the difference. It keeps it fresher. It keeps it from going rancid, going rancid. And so I can see that. I think there's maybe some less expensive versions out there. And you know, the extra virgin, that's the first pressing of the olive oil, so of the olive. So that's why that's the most expensive. So what I always tell people is if you use olive oil, you know, you don't use a whole bottle, you know, but if it takes you a long time to use up a bottle of a particular size, just buy a smaller bottle. And you know, you may have to buy more bottles during the year, but buy smaller amounts.
And I know, you know, the only thing that I wanted to see is the comparison of why is the same, so the buying darker, you know, container instead of the clear one, which the darker is more expensive for now.
Yeah, I think it's to keep it fresher so it doesn't go rancid. And you're seeing more olive oil in those colored, even if it's not green, it might be other colors. Up to 3 servings of red meat per week. This is Texas, and so you can have your red meat and still be on the MIND diet. Cheese up to 2 ounces. That might be a little tough. Again, we're trying to cut back on that saturated fat. No more than 4 servings of sweets. And then no more than 1 serving of fried or fast food. So what we're talking about here with the MIND diet, it is really, it's close to a whole foods diet that is very rich in vegetables and fruits and nuts and seeds with a big emphasis on berries.
Ok, aquí tenemos la dieta MIND y está como se puede usar para un día y lo que es toda la semana. Y un día viene siendo 3 porciones de cereales integrales, 1 porción de verduras con verde oscuro que vienen siendo como la lechuga romana o las espinacas. Pueden usar otro tipo de vegetales también, pero sería como el coliflor, sería como la calabaza. Pueden usar 2 cucharaditas de aceite virgen de olivo y pueden usar 1 cucharada de mantequilla si así lo desean, pero recomiendan que sea el aceite de olivo mejor. Y si es necesario, pero no lo recomendamos, pueden tomar un vaso de alcohol o vino. Y por semana del otro lado están las porciones que se deberían de comer o se sugiere que se puedan comer por semana y serían de 5 y media tazas porciones de lo que son fresas, frambuesas, moras, y quiero poner ahí algo, que la porción viene siendo algo pequeño, ¿ok? Entonces no es mucho la porción, no es como, dependiendo, no van a agarrar un plato lleno y esta es mi porción, no, es diferente, las porciones son pequeñas. Una vez por semana que podamos comer pescado, a los que le gustan el pescado, 2 veces por semana de los que vienen siendo aves que dije poultry, que vienen siendo aves de corral, 3 porciones de frijol, y lo que viene, 1 porción es igual a media taza, que media taza es 1 porción. 5 porciones de nueces, la nuez viene siendo, o los granos vienen siendo 1 onza, es equivalente a 1 porción. Hasta 3 porciones de carnes rojas, estamos en Texas, queremos una carnita asada, pero por semana son 3 porciones y también 1 porción de carnes pequeña, no son 3, 4, 5 costillas. Hasta 2 onzas de queso por semana, eso sí va a estar un poquito difícil, y no más de 4 porciones de dulce, puede ser en cualquier presentación lo dulce, y 1 porción por semana de comida procesada o McDonald's, de las comidas de los restaurantes que conocemos.
And that might be hard.
Bien triste.
So again, we're not going to read all this,
No vamos a leer todo.
but what they're finding is, as they study these diets more and more, we're seeing that for many populations, following this way of eating, especially this MIND diet, is being shown to reduce the risk for Alzheimer's as we get older. You know, the better we adhere to components of this diet, the more benefits we get. But even what we're seeing is, even if you do a little bit, it may be beneficial. This diet hasn't been out there for a long time, so we have more studies that are coming. In some populations, the diet has been shown to be beneficial. In others, not as much. We do know that, you know, it's better to start following these diets before you start to see the mild cognitive impairment or before you get diagnosed. But I think it's going to be very interesting to see what more research comes, because they are doing a lot of research on especially the MIND diet.
Esta dieta MIND es una de las más nuevas y todavía están recaudando la información, todavía está entrando información acerca de diferentes estudios que se han hecho en diferentes grupos de personas y de diferente población, esa es la palabra, población, en diferentes poblaciones, qué es lo que funciona, porque ella sí dijo algo muy importante. En una población sí funcionó y sí hubo menos, pero en otras poblaciones no está funcionando. Entonces eso también hay algo que tenemos que tomar en cuenta, pero una cosa que sí dijo es como no hay que tratar de prevenir lo más que podamos antes de que ya seamos diagnosticados con algún tipo de enfermedad con nuestra mente, nuestra cabeza. Entonces, sí tratar de incorporar estas opciones de dieta, estas opciones de comida en nuestra dieta para ver si esto nos funciona. Y claro que sabemos que entre más natural comamos, tiene que haber un beneficio positivo a nuestra salud y a nuestra mente. Entonces, aún todavía, como es una dieta muy nueva, todavía está entrando estadísticas de cómo ha funcionado a en diferentes tipos de grupos de personas.
And so, you know, there's a lot of, and I will say that one study that was published last year with the MIND diet, they didn't find any benefit. But what they did was they had a group of people that they said, follow the MIND diet, and they had another group of people, and they said, eat fewer calories. And these folks over here that were told to eat fewer calories were given access to a dietitian to help them do that. And they followed these individuals with, they actually did MRIs of their brains, and they did cognitive tests. And what they found at the end of the 3-year period, there wasn't any difference. And so people are like, well, I guess that MIND diet doesn't work. But guess what? The people who were told to lower their calorie intake and the people who were told, who were given access to a dietitian, guess what happened to their diets? They got healthier. And so they were eating patterns that were on par, not exactly, but that were getting close to the MIND diet. So they really didn't have a good study design, but what they found, what they concluded was, you know what? Even the people who didn't follow the prescribed MIND diet, because they lowered their calorie level and because they improved the overall healthfulness of their diet that was on track to being like the MIND diet, they got some benefit too.
Unos estudios que no hubo cambios, no hubo ningún tipo de cambio, entonces los mandaron con un, ni si sé cómo se llama, porque he ido, pero es el doctor, con un nutriólogo, con alguien que le dio una dieta estricta y a otras personas les dijeron bajar las calorías y todos hicieron diferente tipo de dieta y al final algunos no tuvieron ningún tipo de cambio, pero sí estaban más saludables. Entonces, al final del día, cuando hay un tipo de cambio y hay un balance en todo y podemos incorporar lo que viene siendo las frutas, los vegetales, sí va a haber cambio en tu nutrición, sí vas a estar más saludable, sí va a haber cambio. Entonces, eso es lo que vieron. Unos les cortaron las calorías, entonces a lo mejor quizás estaban haciendo la dieta, pero la porción estaba, en vez de una porción, a lo mejor comía un poquito más, entonces le cortaron las calorías y sí miraron que hubo el cambio.
So even though there's a lot of research out there on these different diets, you know, there are some limitations. You know, it's hard to measure what people eat. Nobody likes to keep food records. You know, in animal studies, researchers put them in cages and they control what they eat. We can't do that with people. That's kind of a no-no. And so it's hard to assess somebody's diet. Not everybody wants their brains scanned. What we're finding is these diets may work in some populations, but not others. But it also depends on what other conditions, you know, everything else that's going on.
Estas dietas sí ayudan y todavía están haciendo estudios, pero a veces las poblaciones son diferentes y lo que funciona para unas no funciona para otras. Las personas que recaudan estas estadísticas, cuando quieren ver una diferencia en un animal, ponen al animalito en una jaula y pues le dan la comida medida. Es muy difícil que nosotros los humanos, las personas, podamos medir y llevar un récord, un historial de exactamente las medidas que comemos o lo que comemos día con día para poder tener exactamente un resultado, ¿verdad? No es muy fácil tener diferentes personas, tomar MRIs de su cabeza, estar tratando de hacer estudios, ¿verdad? No es tan fácil. Entonces sí, las estadísticas y los estudios constantemente están cambiando, constantemente están entrando diferentes estadísticas, pero sí también depende mucho de las poblaciones, qué es lo que se come en una población o de dónde lo está consumiendo, porque yo pienso que también, lo que ella está diciendo por las poblaciones puede ser lo que es muy rico en una vitamina en un lugar, en una área, quizás no lo vaya a hacer en otra área, por el clima, por la tierra, hay muchos factores.
Almost done here. So where do we start? We want to feed our brain, we want to feed our bodies, we want to increase our vegetable and fruit intake.
Queremos consumir un poco más de fruta, de vegetales, que esto nos va a ayudar a cuidar nuestra mente y nuestro cuerpo.
Try to include dark red, orange, and green veggies. Remember the leafy greens, dark leafy greens. We're talking spinach and romaine lettuce and kale, you know, citrus. Include berries. Try to get 5 servings of berries a week. You know, if nothing else, start incorporating berries in place of one not so healthy food in your everyday eating.
Vamos a tratar de incorporar los verdes oscuros en nuestras dietas, los vegetales con estos colores fuertes que viene siendo la espinaca, la lechuga romana, también lo que vienen siendo vegetales que sean dark red, rojos, y que naranjas, como lo que también viene siendo calabazas, coliflor, este tipo de vegetales.
So, one lady asked about a smoothie. So if you want to incorporate berries in a smoothie, that is great. Just make sure you don't put a lot of sugar, because, you know, added sugar is not really healthy here. But
podemos tomarlo también en smoothie, en licuado, tipo licuado, quizás si la compran congelada, pero no agregar azúcar. Tratar de, si es congelado, lo hacemos en un batido, no lo tomamos, pero no queremos usar ningún tipo de endulzante. Sí, ya había comentado anteriormente que es el mismo beneficio si es congelada o es fresca. De hecho, it's the same benefit, right? If it's frozen or it's
yes, and sometimes the frozen fruit tastes better than the fresh.
A veces sabe mejor la que está congelada que la que es fresca, and we rather have frozen food than canned.
If it's canned in its own juice or water, that's fine. But if it is in syrup, That's those added sugars that we're trying to get out of our diet.
Sí, sí, es mejor que sea ya congelada a que sea que esté en bote enlatada, porque la enlatada tiene como que más azúcar, sodio o mieles. Can she use almond milk, like maybe for the smoothie or fruit smoothie?
Yeah, just look at how much, make sure it's not a lot of added sugar. Some of these plant milks may have added sugar.
Este tipo de leches a veces tienen mucho azúcar. Si tienes que checar, la única razón que te digo es porque mi mamá toma leche de almendra, pero no la de 60, usa la que tiene más baja de 30 y que no tenga saborizante, que no sea de vainilla, que no sea de algo que sea natural, pero la numeración más baja.
And you know, if you're used to having something sweet at the end of a meal, why not have some berries? I mean, berries are sweet. So you can incorporate some, fruit with berries as your dessert instead of that ice cream or that piece of cake.
Estamos acostumbrados a comer algo dulce después de la comida, hay que tratar de incorporar lo que son las fresas, las bayas, como cerezas, frambuesas, moras, todo eso, con otra fruta, no nada más ellas solitas, pero puedes poner otra fruta y también poner lo que son las fresas y esto. Tratar, ¿verdad? Eso va a ser lo difícil, ¿verdad? Porque nuestra cultura sí somos de pan dulce, pastel, cheesecake, todo esto. Entonces, tratar de cambiar uno por otro.
She's telling you all the foods not to eat, so don't be mad at her, not me.
Yo estoy traduciendo todo lo que no pueden comer, ¿eh?
So we want healthy fats instead of saturated fat. And we want to choose those highly processed, those refined carbohydrates less often. And what do I mean by a highly processed carbohydrate? We're looking at a lot of cookies, crackers, white bread.
Híjole, ya no les voy a... No. Entonces estamos que cambiar las grasas saludables más que por las grasas saturadas que vienen siendo las galletas. Las galletas ya sean dulces o galletas saladas son alimentos procesados, muy refinados, también lo que es el pan blanco, las barras de pan, todo esto, sí hay que...
Less often.
Menos.
Less often.
Vamos a tratar de, porque es difícil quitarlo todo de un golpe, ¿estamos de acuerdo? Entonces tratar de, si no me comía 4 rebanadas, pues ahora me como 2.5, tratar de ir disminuyendo de estas comidas que nos hacen tanto daño.
And then I want you to remember it's about progress, not perfection.
Y hay que recordar una cosa, hay que ver un progreso, no perfección. Entonces, si ya un día, una semana ya cambiamos una cosa y vimos el progreso en eso, está bien, no tenemos que hacerlo al pie del cañón que sea perfecto.
You know, changing your diet can be very difficult because food is part of who we are, it's our culture, and there's so many things that shape our food habits. So what I always tell people is, think about your diet, think about your eating habits, and if there's one thing you'd like to change, and confession is good for the soul, so I eat too many tortilla chips. I am trying to eat fewer tortilla chips, so, that is what, when we go to the grocery store, I tell my husband, nope, we cannot put them in the basket this week because I ate chips, last week, or I had my bag and I ate them up by Wednesday, I can't have any more. Pick one thing and maybe start to incorporate parts of that Mind diet or Mediterranean or the DASH diet. But don't think you got to wake up tomorrow and do a complete makeover because you're almost setting yourself up for failure. And we want you to have success. So start with making one change. And when that one change becomes a habit, then say to yourself, okay, now what's next can I work?
Ella entiende que nuestros hábitos alimenticios son diferentes debido a nuestra cultura, a cómo hemos crecido, cómo nos han educado, entonces es difícil cambiar todo de un día para otro. Queremos que ustedes tengan éxito cuando cambian algo en su dieta. Entonces, el éxito va a ser progresivo, poco a poco van a ir cambiando una cosa por otra. Ella dice que a ella le gustan mucho los totopos, entonces cuando está en la tienda y quiere llevarse una bolsota, le dice a su esposo, no, ya no, porque ya era para toda la semana y me la acabé la semana pasada el miércoles. Entonces ella entiende que es difícil a veces hacer un cambio muy drástico. Entonces cuando ustedes hacen un cambio drástico de un día para otro, van a fallar. ¿Por qué? Porque no es fácil. Entonces te vas a cansar, te vas a hartar y vas a regresar a tus hábitos, porque esto es un hábito, es algo que hemos hecho por tanto tiempo que ya es un hábito. Entonces hay que ir cambiando nuestros hábitos, nuestro estilo de vida poco a poco para que podamos tener éxito.
And then don't wait till you're older to get started. We know that Alzheimer's can develop years before we even start to see the symptoms. So don't wake up when you're 65 and say, oh, I better start taking care of myself. We got to start now because of all the other chronic diseases that can play a role in the development.
Okay, una cosa muy importante, no hay que pensar, no, pues ya que sea más grande, me empiezo a cuidar, ¿verdad? No, el tiempo es ahora, porque acuérdense que las enfermedades crónicas, ellas también juegan un gran factor en lo que es el Alzheimer's. Entonces queremos controlar esas enfermedades crónicas como la diabetes, la hipertensión, cuidando nuestra alimentación. Entonces lo más pronto que podamos empezar a cambiar nuestros hábitos para poder disminuir el riesgo de tener Alzheimer's.
And then just to finish up, it's not just your diet, it's your overall health. So we want to be active. Be physically active. Again, you don't have to be a runner. Just get out, walk. Think about flexibility. Do some strength training. If you smoke, please don't or stop, because we know smoking increases your risk for hypertension, heart disease, stroke. That can also increase your risk for cognitive decline. I mentioned before, you want to use your brain. So learn a new language, think about the brain games. I have a friend who retired and she's taken up the violin because she's going to learn how to play a new instrument, because that's going to challenge her brain. If you have diabetes, hypertension, or you're not at your healthiest weight, let's work on that, because all of those are in one way, shape, or form a risk factor for that cognitive decline or Alzheimer's as we get older. So let's get those under control. And then last but not least, everybody should have a social network. You know, face-to-face, I always think is better, but if you have a family member, a neighbor that is isolated, check in on them, call them. We know that having a core social group is very beneficial, not only to help prevent mild cognitive impairment, maybe Alzheimer's, but definitely depression. And so get that social network in place.
Algunas de las cosas que esta alimentación también tiene que ir acompañada de actividades físicas, ejercicio, caminar, estirarse, tener un tipo de actividad física para que ayude a esta nueva alimentación que vamos a estar incorporando en nuestras dietas. El no fumar, eso si fuman, tienen que ya parar de fumar. Úsala o piérdela. Nuestra mente, nuestro cerebro hay que usarlo. Podemos aprender un nuevo idioma, poder jugar juegos que sean para a poner a nuestro cerebro a trabajar o aprender un instrumento, ¿verdad? Una amiga de ella está aprendiendo, ya está retirada y está aprendiendo a tocar el violín, y esto está poniendo a su cerebro a trabajar y que esté en continua acción. Y si tenemos diabetes, hipertensión o obesidad, hay que controlarla, porque acuérdense que estas son enfermedades crónicas que también son un factor para este tipo de enfermedades de demencia o Alzheimer's. Y también la depresión, checar la depresión, ver que no estemos en depresión o que estemos aislados, que estemos solitos. Entonces ahí en la última parte donde dice que tener un network, social network, socializar. Aquí estamos nosotros los Parent Liaisons, se van a las escuelas, Se van a las escuelas de voluntarias y eso les va a ayudar. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre hay algo que hacer, siempre nuestra mente está ocupada. Ayuda tanto para esto, pero también ayuda como para la depresión, para la ansiedad, para no estar pensando, a veces estamos continuamente pensando en el mismo problema, pero ya cuando ustedes se vienen con nosotros, ya no las dejamos ni pensar. Entonces eso también ayuda para el estrés. No les queremos poner estrés ni poner en depresión, sino que ustedes también puedan, este podría ser su tiempo de socializar y ayudarles también con la depresión, que la depresión también es un factor para la demencia o el Alzheimer's.
And so this is a quote from an Irish poet or playwright named Oscar Wilde, and he said, "Memory is the diary that we all carry about with us." And I love that because our memory is really a diary of everything that we've gone through, thoughts, memories. And so I hope that as I get older, I want my diary, I want my memory to be full. I know there's going to be things that we forget as we get older, but I want my diary to be as full as possible. And so by taking care of yourself and eating healthy, hopefully, we can have a good memory as we get older.
Este escritor dice, la memoria es el diario que cargamos con nosotros y con el paso del tiempo queremos que nuestro diario esté lleno y esas memorias se queden con nosotros. Entonces, conforme pasa el tiempo hay que cuidar de eso para que tengamos nuestras memorias con nosotros lo más que podamos.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos.
I think we have time for a couple of questions. If there's...
Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta adicional que quiera hacer, que...
Yes.
What would be games that she could use that would help her brain? What games did you suggest? Are they?
Puzzles, board games, things that make you think. Yeah, Scrabble's good. What is it called with an S? Sudoku or... Yeah, those are great.
Como cualquier juegos como de mesa o rompecabezas, si te gusta tejer también, el tejer cosas que te pongan a pensar, que tengas que estar pensando y haciendo, eso son cosas, actividades que te pueden ayudar.
Yes, the thing with the tuna, we always, if you can do the albacore, the traditional, the white tuna sometimes that you get in the can, there's concern about mercury and some heavy metals, so that is the one fish that you do want to kind of temper how much you eat it. It's fine as long as you eat it in moderation, but absolutely, you want your tuna, if you're going to get tuna in a can, in water, not oil, because that's extra calories too.
Aquí tenían una pregunta de qué tipo de pescado o marisco se podía tomar, porque hablamos del salmón y el atún. Y si va a ser, usualmente no quieren que coman mucho atún enlatado por el mercurio, pero si van a ser enlatado, que sea moderado el consumo del atún, y si es que sea en agua y no en aceite, porque pues también ya ahí va a haber sodio. Entonces sí hay que también tratar de, nada más la porción que es, no tampoco comer de más.
Coffee? I think coffee is fine. It's what we put in it. It's kind of like eggs. Eggs kind of went through a period where everybody said don't eat eggs, and now they've swung back and said, hey, eggs are okay for most people, but it also comes down to what are we putting in it. So, a cup of black coffee is great. If a little sweetener is probably okay, but if you're having a little coffee with your sweetener, you know what I mean? Like this much sweetener and this much coffee, you're not really getting the benefits. And that could be because of the caffeine. And so that's where, for most people, caffeine is not a problem, but if their doctor tells them to cut back, then they do need to listen to their doctor. Again, if they have an underlying condition, so if that's where they do need to listen to their healthcare provider. But for the average person in this room, otherwise healthy, coffee is fine. It's just what we put in our coffee that.
Ella preguntaba acerca del café, entonces el café está bien si usted se va a tomar una taza de café negro. Pero nosotros no nos vamos a tomar una taza de café negro, le vamos a echar endulzante y luego si vamos a Starbucks, pues hasta el creamer arriba, ¿verdad? Con espuma, le echas la mitad del creamer y luego la espuma arriba, pues ya ni sabe a café. Pero una taza de café está bien. Ahora, estaban hablando de la cafeína, porque tiene mucha cafeína, pues sí, pero entonces volvemos a lo mismo. Si tiene una condición donde la cafeína le hace mal o no debe de consumir una cierta cantidad de cafeína, bueno, entonces eso ya regresamos otra vez a que depende de su doctor de cabecera, qué es lo que él recomendó del consumo del café.
So let me just throw this out there. If you like coffee, or anybody in here likes sweet tea, and I mean like sweet tea with sugar, the full stuff. My mother would call it the leaded version. If you like to put a lot of sugar in your coffee or you like sweet tea, start cutting back. And so what that may mean is instead of drinking, a full cup of sweet tea, I'm going to do for the next week 3/4 sweet tea and 1/4 unsweet tea. And I'm going to get used to how that tastes, and then gradually I'm going to increase the unsweet tea and decrease the sweet tea, and over a period of time, my taste buds are going to get used to not having all that sugar.
Entonces a los que les gusta lo que es el café y el té dulce, hay que cambiar, ¿verdad? Si te tomas un vaso de té dulce, bueno, tratar de poner menos té dulce y luego el té regular, unsweet, el que no tiene dulce, el que no tiene azúcar, para ir contrarrestando el sabor, y una vez que ya te acostumbres al sabor de no tener tanto dulce en tu boca, poco a poco vas a ir cambiando tu hábito. Entonces no es como que hoy sí tomo dulce y luego ya mañana unsweet, pues no, nos vas a ver mal, pero tratar de ir quitando, si es 1/3 del vaso le echamos del que no tiene dulce, y así ir gradualmente bajándole al azúcar. Gracias, muchísimas gracias. Viene Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe.
Lo que estaba hablando la profesora es mucho la verdad. Yo en un tiempo era diabético y yo pesaba casi 420 libras. Y me dijo mi doctor, si no te vas a cuidar, en 10 años te vas a morir. Mi mamá tenía Alzheimer y de eso se murió mi mamá. Y mi papá tenía diabetes y de eso se murió mi papá, le mocharon las piernas. Y yo dije, mira, yo no quiero tener que mis hijos me tengan que cuidar porque yo solo no me cuidé. Eso es importante lo que le están diciendo. Tenemos que hacer cambios chiquitos. Y el orgullo que tengo es que en la casa comenzó a verme mi hijo cuando estuve caminando, porque tengo 62 años. Y me vio que estuve batallando moviéndome y me regañó. Digo, ¿qué tienes? Digo, ¿qué pasó? Así como dijo papá, es la bola de años. Dijo, no, es que te estás sentando mucho y no te estás moviendo. Te tienes que mover. Dije, sí, es lo que dice, sí. Pues por eso yo traigo que mi hijo es el que me estaba regañando. Me da mucho orgullo porque él es el producto de Laredo. Fue a la escuela Texas A&M, graduó de Texas A&M y después fue a la University Mary Hart Baylor y ahora es un doctor de Physical Therapy. Y me da mucho orgullo introducir a mi hijo, doctor Jorge Alejandro Gutiérrez.
Okay, we're good. Good morning. My name's Alex. I'm a physical therapist at Laredo Medical Center. Like my dad said, I graduated from the University of Mary Hart Baylor with my doctorate in physical therapy. And ever since May 2023, I've been working as a physical therapist there at Laredo Medical Center in the acute care setting.
Él se graduó de Texas A&M, como dijo su papá, y él tiene un doctorado en Physical Therapy, terapia física, y está trabajando en el Laredo Medical Center. ¿Y qué tal si hago promoción, que es el otro hospital? No, Laredo Medical Center.
So today I just kind of want to make a quick outline of what I'll be talking about today. What is physical therapy, some of the benefits, or my role as a physical therapist in the hospital. There are different types of physical therapy setting, what is health and wellness, and my role in influencing health and wellness for my patients. And additionally, how physical activity can affect and benefit your functional abilities.
Rápidamente él nos va a hablar el día de hoy lo que él hace en su trabajo y cómo él hace su función y que hay diferentes tipos de terapia física y la que él trabaja, en la que él ejerce en ese hospital y cómo ayuda y cómo beneficia, cuáles son los beneficios y cuáles son los no beneficios de las diferentes terapia física. La tengo que decir en inglés en mi cabeza para traducirla en español.
So who here has been to physical therapy
¿Quién ha ido
before?
a terapia física?
We got a couple hands. Okay. So the main setting that y'all may be aware of is outpatient physical therapy. That's where the patient's going to the clinic, and it could be a variety of diagnoses, whether that be, they just got a knee replacement, or they have low back pain, or they're having balance issues. So that's where someone's going to a clinic where they're seeing a physical therapist, and they're providing them with exercises and stuff like that.
Entonces, la que yo creo que todos conocemos es la terapia física donde tuviste algún reemplazo de tu rodilla, te están ayudando con ejercicio para tu rodilla, tienes dolor en tu espalda, entonces ahí te dan diferentes ejercicios para que tú puedas ir cambiando y quizás esa es la que más conocemos todos, ese tipo de terapia física.
So in general physical therapy, my role as a physical therapist is to basically, in simple terms, is to get you back to what your goal is, right? Whether that be, being able to carry your grandchildren, being able to go back to golf, being able to go play tennis, being able to, walk around at the mall, whatever that may be. I set up long-term and short-term goals for you and an exercise plan, so that way you can get back to what you want to do and what you need to do, and also for work as well.
Su rol en la terapia física viene siendo más que nada que regresemos a nuestras actividades físicas, ya sea cargar a tu nieto, ir al mall, caminar, jugar golf, es que regresemos a nuestra normalidad después de la terapia física.
So my role as an acute care physical therapist, like I said, I work at Laredo Medical Center, which is a hospital, right? So people are coming in, maybe the emergency room, or coming in for knee replacements, or they've had a fall, or just generalized illnesses, right? Or if they're diabetic, or if they're sick with the flu, right? But my role as a physical therapist there is to basically assess a patient's functional mobility. What that means is the basic activities we do day to day, right? Getting out of bed, being able to stand up, being able to walk. If you have stairs at the house, are you able to go up and down stairs? I'll be assessing also balance. Are you able to hold yourself? Are you at risk for falls if you do go home? Also mainly the strength in the lower extremities and a number of other things like coordination, sensation as well.
Okay, su rol en el hospital, como es un hospital, tenemos todo tipo de enfermos que entran, personas que se cayeron, personas que le ayudaron o tuvieron cirugía en sus rodillas, personas con el flu simplemente o de diferente diabetes o diferente tipo de enfermedades, porque sí es un hospital, entonces entra todo tipo de paciente. Su trabajo es ver que estas personas puedan tener movilidad en sus extremidades bajas, que vienen siendo las piernas, que tengan buena coordinación, que puedan hacer cosas simples como subir escalones, bajar escalones, bajarse de la cama, subirse a la cama, son cosas que usualmente hacen.
And one of the benefits with working in a hospital as a physical therapist is that I'm surrounded by medical professionals, whether that be doctors, nurses, occupational therapists, speech language pathologists. In general, I'm surrounded by a whole team that's willing to get you out of the hospital and back to doing what you need and want to do.
Entonces, uno de los beneficios grandes de trabajar en un hospital es que están rodeados por otro tipo de especialistas, ya sean doctores, ya pueden ser de terapia vocacional o diferente, ya sean enfermeras, de todo tipo de doctores y profesionales que también te van a ayudar a que podamos, los pacientes puedan regresar a su vida normal.
So, what is health and wellness? Health is defined as a state of complete physical and mental and social well-being, and not merely the presence of disease or infirmity. So, that being said, health is one of your greatest resources that we have as human beings, right? If you're healthy, you're able to participate in community life, right? If you wanted to go out to the recreational center, you could do that. You could participate in family life. It could give you the freedom to, go to work an 8-hour day, whatever that may be. Your health is your greatest resource that you have as a human being.
La salud y el bienestar viene siendo que estemos bien como personas, ¿verdad? Que podamos ir al trabajo, que podamos estar con nuestra familia, que podamos hacer las actividades físicas que hacemos cotidianamente, cada día tras día, ¿verdad? Que vamos al trabajo, que hacemos los quehaceres de la casa. Ese es tener salud y bienestar.
With wellness is a holistic integration of physical, mental, and also spiritual well-being.
El bienestar no solamente se compone de 3 cosas que viene siendo nuestro bienestar físico, mental y espiritual.
So with my role basically as a physical therapist, one of the main things that I can influence is your participation in physical activity.
Mi rol es ayudarlos a que ustedes puedan participar en actividades físicas.
Does everyone here, I guess, who here understands that physical exercise, whether that be walking, working out, is beneficial to them?
Todos sabemos, ¿verdad?, que cualquier actividad física, ya sea solamente caminar, es de beneficio para nuestra salud, ¿verdad? Sí.
Yeah, okay. So, maybe more influence to participate in physical activity are the numerous amounts of benefits, right? I heard someone once say it was like if physical exercise or just participation in exercise alone was given in a pill, everyone would be taking it.
Si nos pudiéramos tomar el ejercicio como una pastillita, yo creo que todos estuviéramos haciendo ejercicio y tomándonos la pastillita del ejercicio, ¿verdad? Hacer algún tipo de ejercicio, alguna actividad física, caminar, zumba, aerobics, si dijeran, este es el bote de la zumba, me da 2, por favor.
But right, I mean, participating in physical activity has barriers, right? One of the main ones that I see on a daily basis, and I experience too, is time. Being able to have the time to participate in physical exercise.
Alguna de las cosas que impide que a veces tengamos actividad física es el tiempo.
So what I tell my patients on a daily basis is that even a little bit goes a long way, right? Any exercise, whether that be 10, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, doing something, is better than doing nothing at all.
Lo que constantemente le dice a sus pacientes que poquito te puede ayudar mucho, ya sea de 5 o 10 minutos, hacer algo de ejercicio te va a ayudar.
as long as you're staying consistent with it, you will reap the benefits of physical exercise.
Lo más importante aquí es la consistencia y la perseverancia. Si ustedes continuamente hacen los 10 minutos cada día, entonces va a haber un cambio.
So, some of the benefits of physical activity participating is that you reduce the risk of coronary artery disease, diabetes, stroke, colon and breast cancer, hip fractures, and reducing your risk for falls.
Muchos de los beneficios, algunos de los muchos beneficios por tener actividad física puede ser que te ayuda a prevenir caídas, te ayuda a prevenir lo que es el cáncer de mama y de cáncer de colon, te ayuda también a prevenir lo que es diabetes y otras enfermedades crónicas.
Additionally, can help with weight loss and reducing your blood pressure, help maintain your muscle strength, bone density, and improve your quality of life.
Lo que también te puede ayudar es para bajar de peso. Uno de los beneficios también va a ser bajar de peso. Can you repeat the other one?
Blood pressure.
La alta presión.
And improve quality of life.
Y tener una mejor calidad de vida.
And last but not least, physical activity, regular physical activity has proven to reduce anxiety, depression, and stress as well.
Y una cosa que han demostrado los estudios es que la actividad física ayuda a reducir lo que es el estrés, la ansiedad y la depresión.
So, as an acute care physical therapist, one of the things that was brought back to mind when I went through physical therapy school was this chart right here. On this chart, it shows a dotted line right here, and it separates from someone who would be independent, like I said, getting out of bed by themselves, standing up, walking, doing everything by themselves. And then below it is someone who needs assistance with that, right? So someone who needs help doing all the activities of daily living.
Conforme él estudió terapia física, una de las cosas que él miró primero fue este diagrama donde las líneas, los puntitos, las líneas, abajo es una persona que depende de alguien y arriba es una persona independiente. ¿Para qué? Para levantarse de la cama. Tú puedes ser independiente para levantarte de cama, subir las escaleras, pero hay personas que dependen de alguien que los ayude a levantarse de la cama.
And basically, if we had these two individuals, right, one in the green line and one on the red line, both the same age, but the only difference is that the green individual participated in physical exercises, managed their weight, while the other individual did the opposite, didn't do that, was sedentary, didn't manage their weight correctly. The main difference you see is if we have a hiccup, right, no one plans for anything, a fall, an illness, the flu, no one plans for that. But if they do have it, the person who is physically active, physically moving around, has a less decrease in their independence.
Estas son dos personas, está la persona en el nivel verde y la persona que estaba checándose en el nivel rojo, pero una persona en verde, usualmente a veces tenemos una enfermedad o nos enfermamos de alguna cosa, es una persona que tiene actividad física, que está en constante movimiento, va recto, tiene esa enfermedad, cae en esa cama por cuestiones de salud, pero puede volver a subir y regresar a estar normal o regresar a su estado anterior.
And so this is something I tell my patients all the time, and it's when I ask them, you know, before you came to the hospital, were you exercising? Were you participating? Were you walking, you know, 5 or 3 times a week? Whatever it may be. And usually the patients who tell me, yes, I was doing that, have a less difficult time getting out of bed, being able to walk around. And the sickness, whether that be a hip fracture, a knee replacement, or anything like that, doesn't bring them down as much as far as their dependence-wise.
Tan pronto alguien entra y es su paciente, él les hace la pregunta si tienen actividad física, si hace algún tipo de ejercicio, y las personas que han dicho que sí lo hacen, aunque hayan llegado con una fractura de la cintura o con que le hayan operado su rodilla, más rápido se recuperan y regresan a su estilo de vida que las personas que no habían hecho ningún tipo de ejercicio o actividad física anteriormente.
So the main overall point is that physical activity gives you a reserve. It gives you a little bit more fuel in the fuel tank if something does go wrong. If it's something you don't have planned happening, it gives you a little bit more of a reserve, and that your body is able to handle the stress that whatever it may be.
Entonces, la actividad física o el ejercicio, el ejercitarnos, nos ayuda a tener una reserva una reserva de fuel como gasolina, una reserva de energía, para que cuando nosotros caemos en este tipo de enfermedad o accidente, tenemos esa reserva que nos va a ayudar a que nos podamos recuperar más pronto y por volver a regresar a nuestra vida.
Okay. The last thing I have are exercise recommendations. So,
las últimas cosas que él va a mostrar son recomendaciones de diferentes ejercicios que podemos hacer.
So if y'all want to participate in this, you can. So one of the most simple things that I have patients do is a sit to stand. So you're working your glutes, everything on the posterior side, on the back side of your legs, you're working, right? So you can modify this. You don't need much equipment at the house or wherever you're doing it, right? You can even do it at work, maybe 2 or 3 times a day, but literally just up and standing.
Todos pueden participar en este ejercicio. Este ejercicio ayuda mucho a los glúteos y a la parte lateral de la pierna y no tiene que usar muchas herramientas ni muchas cosas para hacer este ejercicio. Lo podemos hacer hasta en la oficina, lo podemos hacer en el trabajo, entonces podemos seguir los pasos del doctor.
So yeah, this can be modified in many ways, right?
Se puede modificar también.
If it's too hard for you, you can put maybe like a surface down this way, where then now I get a little bit of a boost, right? I'm able to stand up a little bit easier, come back down, stand up, come back down. It's a little easier for me.
Se puede modificar el ejercicio si tenemos problemas hacer esto muy rápido desde la silla. Podemos poner algún tipo de cojín o algún otro tipo de caja arriba de la silla para que nos ayude a levantarnos un poco más rápido y hacer el ejercicio.
And you can make it more challenging as well. Let's say if you have a backpack at home or anything, you can have it weighted for you, right? So now I have weight against me. The other thing you can do is now you do it one-legged, right? So there's so many ways that you can modify this exercise to where it's challenging for you and it's simple. You don't need...
Okay, lo podemos modificar, se puede hacer con peso si tiene una mochila que tenga cosas, la abraza, se levanta con ella, esto es poniendo peso a este ejercicio. De igual manera lo pueden hacer con una pierna, sentarse y levantarse con una pierna o con la otra, lo pueden modificar para que ayude a la actividad física.
So yeah, real simple exercise and you don't need a lot of equipment. It's stuff that you can have around the house. The next one that I have...
Este es el otro, pongan atención porque le vamos a hacer un examen.
The last one are called farmer carries, okay? So this is a whole body workout or exercise. So you're going to work your arms, your legs, your core, everything.
Se llama el granjero carga y usas tus brazos, tus piernas, tu abdomen, todo tu cuerpo. Es un ejercicio completo, ¿eh?
So you don't need, like I said, much equipment at all for this. You can use grocery bags, you can use gallons of milk, canned food, whatever, it's going to challenge you, right? So for me, we got 2 backpacks and it's just walking with the backpacks. So I'm working my core, moving back and forth. If I'm tired, I can set them down and return back to where I started, right? So whether that weight is too heavy for you, too light, it just needs to challenge you enough where you can kind of work your arms, your core, your legs, and everything.
Este tipo de ejercicio lo podemos hacer con galones de leche o cuando bajamos las bolsas de la comida del mandado. Y yo le digo a mi hijo, hijo, ya llegué, baja las bolsas. No, ahora las voy a bajar yo. Entonces lo único que conlleva este ejercicio es caminar de un lado a otro con las bolsas, es recto nada más para que trabaje todo nuestro cuerpo, nuestros brazos, nuestras piernas y nuestro abdomen.
So yeah, very easy exercise, and if you do a heavy weight, or I mean, even if it's a light weight and you go for distance, it's still going to challenge you, right? So you can modify it any other way. You can do heavier grocery bags or lighter grocery bags, and you go farther.
Este lo puede modificar, si va a ir a una distancia más larga, aunque sea poco peso, usted puede decir, no es poco peso, de igual manera va a haber un cambio, vas a sentir que estás haciendo esta actividad, o le puedes poner más peso, dependiendo de cómo tú sientas, en las bolsas o el galón de leche, en vez de galón usan un medio galón, dependiendo de la distancia, van a ver la diferencia.
So the last one is calf.
Este es el último,
Calf raises, right? So there on the screen we have, so it's working our calves, right? The gastrocs, the muscle that help us push our foot down, up into the floor. So all we're gonna do, you can use the chair for balance at home, and you're just raising your feet up off the floor, your heels up off the floor, and then come back down. Like I said, with these exercises, you can modify them. If that's too easy for you, you can do one leg at a time, right? Or no hands at all, right? So if you do need help, you can use the assistance of the chair to help push yourself up and then slowly lower back down. Or if that's even too hard, you can kind of do it while you're sitting down and just move the foot up and down, okay?
Este ejercicio nos ayuda en lo que viene siendo la parte del chamorro. Se pueden detener de la silla, de la parte de atrás de la silla y levantar. Si lo pueden modificar, lo pueden hacer con una pierna, con la otra pierna, sin agarrarse de la silla. Y si se les hace difícil cualquiera de estos modos, también se pueden tomar asiento en la silla, levantar el pie y solamente flexionar su pie hacia adelante y hacia atrás para que vaya haciendo el trabajo en el chamorro.
Those are all the exercises. They're very simple. Like I said, they're just 3 of them, but if you do them daily, you will reap the benefits of it. And the biggest resource I think y'all have, if you have access to it, is internet, right? Look up online, simple exercises that you can do. There's a numerous amounts of accounts out there that can provide you with exercises.
Ahorita algunos de los beneficios que tenemos y acceso que tenemos es al internet. Entonces, cuando nosotros tenemos acceso al internet, podemos buscar ejercicios fáciles y ahí hay diferentes tipos de cuentas que están teniendo este tipo de videos. Ms. Martínez tiene una pregunta.
Yeah, any exercise is going to be beneficial for that individual. It just really depends on, there's a lot of variables, right? If someone needs a little bit more help, but they can all be modified, right? And at the end of the day, if that individual needed a physical therapy evaluation or even a personal trainer, you could get them there as well.
Ms. Itzel?
So, back pain is very, very complex. There's very different things. There won't be one exercise in general that'll cure the pain. But in general, movement, walking will be good for you. Mobility-wise, you can kind of move around as much as you can.
Para quitar el dolor completamente no hay ningún ejercicio que te va a ayudar porque sí hay muchas variantes por qué puede estar el dolor, pero lo más sería que tengas mucho movimiento y caminar, tratar de caminar.
Yeah, any strengthening for arthritis is good, right? Because if you have support around the joint, the joint's gonna be a little bit more secure. That's actually one of the treatments we give to patients who have arthritis is strengthening, right? You want to strengthen the joint as much as you can. within your limits. If it's painful, you want to kind of back off maybe a little bit, but you still want to be able to, you still want to participate in the activity. That you can't bend? Okay. I mean, there's some additional exercises that you can do, like with range of motion. So you could, if you were, let's say, laying down in bed, and you
En la cama, no se vayan a tirar al piso.
So if you, yeah, exactly. If you were laying down in bed and you wanted to get more range out of your leg, and this, just bending it back and forth, if it's a little hard for you, then you can get a towel to wrap around and just try to move it as much as you can. Both sides as well. With arthritis too, you want to kind of keep your range of motion, being able to move the knee as much as you can back and within tolerance, right? So if this is painful, then go like right here before the pain starts, and then slowly kind of try to help get more of the range.
Su pregunta era porque tiene en sus rodillas y por la artritis, ¿verdad? Entonces, ¿qué tipo de ejercicio le puede ayudar? Porque ella tiene dificultad doblando sus rodillas. Entonces, él le mencionaba que acostadita en la cama puede tratar de hacer flexiones con sus rodillas, pero si siente que no puede agarrar una toalla, la pone en su pie, en la base de su pie, y le ayuda a doblar. Si la está doblando mucho, pues obviamente no doblarla tanto, pero sí seguir en movimiento las rodillas para que le siga ayudando, para que no pierda la movilidad. Aquí. The posture to do the exercise have to be straight, right? Like
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be picture perfect. With the exercise, I think sometimes people get overwhelmed with it has to be a perfect form. It just, if it's not causing you pain and you can do it within a decent, form, then but there's no picture perfect.
No hay una perfección en la postura, y si no le lastima, no le causa ningún tipo de dolor o que le lastime o incomodidad, y usted dice, es una postura lo más cercano, ¿verdad? A veces a lo mejor quizás podemos estar tan derechas por alguna razón, pero si es poquito y no le lastima, no le afecta, puede hacer el ejercicio. Muchas personas sí se quedan que tiene que ser la forma perfecta, pero a veces por alguna otra razón no se puede tener esa forma. Mientras que no le cause ningún inconveniente o lastime, puede.
She can use a mirror to look at her form, if you have a mirror at home or a phone.
En espejo, si hay un espejo, se puede ver el espejo si la forma está lo más acercada a lo que debe de ser, eso está bien. More questions?
Lo que les di, sí les digo que tengan paciencia. No va a cambiar de un día al otro. Pero lo que sí cambia es cuando lo estás haciendo seguido, van a notar. Y lo que no me gusta es cuando vivo en la casa con él, no me da chance de hacer nada. Si me ves en Del Mar caminando con un perro a las 10:30 de la noche es porque me fuerza a ir. Yo le doy gracias a Dios que sí voy, porque si me veo en fotos antes, ya me estoy haciendo así, porque pues me canso más rápido, pero no me dejó, y a mi señora también. Por eso tienen que tener paciencia. Lo que yo hice en el binder folder que tienen son estos ejercicios. Y yo les digo que los pongan con un imán en la refrigeradora o el freezer, y cada vez en cuando hacerlo. Y yo lo que hago cuando yo estoy cocinando, porque yo cocino en la casa, hago los squats, los lunges. Cuando estoy cocinando, lo hago ahí en la casa, cuando estoy cocinando, para tener más tiempo de ver televisión. Cuando están viendo la novela, quitan el pie que tienen las piernas, and just do the exercises cuando están sentados viendo la novela. Levántense con las manos cruzadas and go down. Lo que sí que les recomiendo es the City of Laredo Health Department. Tiene programas that they do exercise and diet and everything. También the City of Laredo Parks and Recreation tienen los centros comunitarios and the rec centers that they do special programs para gente grandes. Don't do any more, nunca hagan más que lo que se siente confortable, pero van a notar, comienzan con 10, la semana que entra dice voy a hacer 15, la semana después de eso va a ser 20, mientras que se siente confortable. So, yo les digo que sí les conviene, y ha cambiado a mí la vida, porque a mí ¿quién es la que le dolía la espalda? ¿A usted? los ejercicios. Aquí no lo aguantaba. But I started doing exercises and all these things that are right here, y despacito, despacito, se comienzan a aliviar y estás haciendo más fuerte los músculos. So, lo que les pido que sí lo hagan, and then you got this right here, que lo hagan ahí en la casa. And then lo que vamos a hacer ahorita, Julie, 15 minutes? 10 minutes, un 10-minute break de 10 minutos. You can stand up and walk around, todos hands crossed and get out of the chair, así. En 10 minutos los hablamos y comienzan los estudiantes de Job Corps que prepararon la comida a darles de comer.
Ok, sí, vamos a tener un 10-minute break, vamos a tener un descanso de 10 minutos. Si no han visitado los mesitas de aquí de afuera, pueden pasar si tienen que ir al baño, si tienen que caminar acá afuera, ahí hay espacio, no tienen que salir hasta afuera. Pero sí les pedimos que nos den 10 minutitos. Una vez que pasen los 10 minutos, vamos a regresar, ya va a estar la comida y vamos a hacer fila para recoger nuestros alimentos.
Before preparing our delicious Mediterranean dessert, we will begin with cleaning our kitchen workspace and washing our hands. Next, we rinse the berries under cool running water and let them air dry. Did you know berries are an important part of a healthy eating plan? They're high in fiber, which helps in reducing the risk of heart disease and digestive issues. After the berries are dry, we begin with slicing the berries and put them aside. Now we combine 1/3 cup balsamic vinegar, 3 tablespoons brown sugar, and lastly 2 teaspoons vanilla. After that, we mix them and set it aside. In another bowl, gently mix 1½ cup sliced strawberries, 1½ cup blueberries, and lastly 1½ cup raspberries. Did you know berries help with weight and diabetes management? Berries are also full of antioxidants that have potential cancer-fighting properties. Drizzle balsamic vinegar mixture and refrigerate. Refrigerating berries will allow flavors to combine. We're gonna serve the fruit into cups. Before serving, add 1 tablespoon whipped topping to each serving.
Okay, so before starting our next recipe, we will make sure our kitchen workspace is clean and as well to wash our hands. Next, we preheat oven to 425 Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, the oven preheats. Rinse the asparagus under cool running water and let dry. Did you know, when choosing asparagus, look for stalks that are firm and not limp. Check that the tips are not crushed or slimy, but don't forget to cut it off through the woody ends. So next step, you need to separate 3 large bowls. One to measure the flour. The other one to measure the egg whites. And to the last one, we will make the delicious breadcrumb mixture. Okay. For one, to measure the flour. The egg whites. And to the last bowl, we combine 1 cup plain breadcrumbs, 1/3 cup grated Parmesan cheese, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon pepper, 1/4 teaspoon garlic powder, and 1/2 teaspoon oregano. And mix ingredients. We will set the breadcrumb mixture aside. To prepare the asparagus fries, roll lightly coated asparagus in flour. Now, deep flour asparagus in egg white. Then press asparagus in crumb mixture to coat and place the baking sheet. To make sure asparagus cooks evenly, lay them in a single layer in a baking sheet. Now that the asparagus are ready, put the baking sheet to place in the oven for 10 minutes. Did you know asparagus is a great source of vitamin K, which helps produce healthy bone-building tissue, and also provides vitamin A, iron, folate, and fiber. After broiling for 2 and 3 minutes, we take out the asparagus. And as you can see, this asparagus, it has to be golden and crispy. After they take out of the oven, we put them to serve. And there you have it, a healthy and easy recipe for all the family to enjoy.
As we continue to prepare our delicious Mediterranean main dish, lemon basil shrimp, we start with cleaning the workspace and washing our hands. We start the main dish by cooking pasta according to the package directions. We make sure not to add salt. Whole grains, such as whole wheat pasta, can help reduce risk of heart disease, diabetes, and some cancers. Did you know this recipe contains potassium, which may help maintain a normal blood pressure, iron, which helps carry oxygen in the red blood cells throughout the body, and calcium for bone health. Drain pasta and return pasta back in the pan. To the pan, we add 3/4 pound ready-to-eat shrimp. We stir 1/4 cup chopped basil, 8 chopped green olives, 2 tablespoons olive oil, and 1 teaspoon lemon zest. We mix all together. To a plate, we add half a cup of spinach, and top it with 1/4 of the pasta mixture. If you prefer spinach that is more wilted, cook the spinach with the pasta during the last 2 minutes of cooking time. Our delicious and nutritious Mediterranean dinner is ready to enjoy. Voila.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
One in 10 high school students experience physical violence from a dating partner.
Love shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 teens knows a friend or a peer that has been physically hurt by a partner.
Let's help stop domestic violence.
1 in 4 dating teens are abused, harassed online, or through text by their partners.
Be the change. Dating abuse can have negative effects on health throughout life.
Prevention works. Support efforts in your school and community to help stop domestic violence.
Let's stop domestic violence.
Vaping and smoking have devastating effects on a person's health, and it shows on your face. Vaping is strictly prohibited on all LISD properties, and if you are under 21 years old, it is against the law. Make a wise decision. Don't vape.
As our students head back to school, we want to take this opportunity to share how parents and staff can play a vital role in keeping our students safe.
First and foremost, we must obey all posted speed limits in our school zones.
We ask you to stay alert and drive slowly.
Remember to stop for school buses. Red light flashing means students are loading or unloading. Please be vigilant.
I want to assure our LISD family that safety is our top priority, and we are always working to ensure that your children are safe while attending our campuses.
I like the way that I look in your eyes, and I like the place.
Laredo ISD is extremely proud of all the work that has been put into place to create this opportunity and achievement for our Laredo ISD schools. Farias Elementary School, as well as the Garcia Early College High School, have truly earned the distinction of being named as a National Blue Ribbon School. And this is actually an affirmation of all of the great work that is being done at our district, all the way from the campus level, which would include all of our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and students, as well as parents as collaborators in this great initiative, but also at the levels from central office and, of course, our Board of Trustees. The state of Texas chooses 26 top schools in the state of Texas. So this is not only an accolade for Laredo ISD, it is an accolade for the state of Texas. The other thing that we are so proud of is that this work and this award really exemplifies that grit, that determination, that perseverance, and of course, all of the essential elements in being able to not only provide opportunities for our students, but to make sure that we have an excellent staff providing those opportunities to our children. So when you think about these awards that have been earned by Laredo ISD, we are talking about 10 nationally recognized blue ribbon schools over the span of 7 years. What is amazing is that it's not just about one part of Laredo ISD, but it's about the entire district. So we are extremely proud of our 2 schools that were named this year, now bringing the amount to 10 nationally recognized blue ribbon schools for Laredo ISD, which no other school district in this part of Texas or even in Texas itself have earned over the last 7 years. Congratulations, Farias Elementary, and congratulations, Hector J. Garcia Early College High School. Thank you for again creating the opportunity for Laredo ISD students to shine.
With immense pride and joy, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School. We are thrilled to announce that our schools have been honored with the National Blue Ribbon Award. This recognition is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and collaboration of our students, teachers, staff, and parents. Achieving the National Blue Ribbon status is no small feat. It reflects an exceptional commitment to academic excellence and nurturing a positive learning environment. We want to express our gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success, the teachers who inspire and guide our students, the parents who partner with us in their children's education, and the students who bring enthusiasm and curiosity to the classroom daily. Once again, congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School for earning the National Blue Ribbon Award. Your dedication to education has truly made a lasting impact.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
El vaping y el fumar tienen efectos terribles en la salud de las personas y también te afecta la cara. El vaping está prohibido en todas las propiedades de LISD y si tienes menos de 21 años de edad es contra la ley. Sean inteligentes y no hagan vape.
October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we want to help you spot the warning signs of domestic violence.
Ask yourself honestly, is my partner controlling? Does he or she check my phone, email, or social media without my permission?
Does your partner decide what you wear, eat, or how you spend your money? Does he or she try to keep you from your family and friends? Has that person hurt you physically or threatened violence against you?
If the answers to these questions are yes, then you might be in an abusive relationship. Domestic abuse can happen to anyone, little by little until you're in a very dangerous situation.
Please don't stay silent. Seek help. We are here to support you, and we are dedicated to putting a stop to domestic violence. But it starts with you speaking up.
If you're experiencing signs of domestic violence or know someone that is, dial 911 or dial the domestic violence hotline at 712-9591.
Let's all stop domestic violence.
Come make a difference at Laredo ISD.
With more than 30 campuses and departments that support our students,
there are plenty of opportunities to begin your career at Laredo ISD.
We offer competitive salaries and benefits.
Our core area teachers in STAR-tested areas have an opportunity to secure a performance-based incentive for up to 5 years.
Being one of the largest employers in Webb County.
At Laredo ISD, you become a member of our family.
We are looking to hire you at Laredo ISD.
Here at LISD, we want to remind you of our See Something, Say Something campaign. To all students, parents, and staff, please report any suspicious activity to 956-225-5454. This is an anonymous tip line working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you see something, say something.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
One in 10 high school students experience physical violence from a dating partner.
Love shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 teens knows a friend or a peer that has been physically hurt by a partner.
Let's help stop domestic violence.
1 in 4 dating teens are abused, harassed online, or through text by their partners.
Be the change.
Dating abuse can have negative effects on health throughout life.
Prevention works. Support efforts in your school and community to help stop domestic violence.
Let's stop domestic violence.
Vaping and smoking have devastating effects on a person's health, and it shows on your face. Vaping is strictly prohibited on all LISD properties, and if you are under 21 years old, it is against the law. Make a wise decision. Don't vape.
As our students head back to school, we want to take this opportunity to share how parents and staff can play a vital role in keeping our students safe.
First and foremost, we must obey all posted speed limits in our school zones.
We ask you to stay alert and drive slowly.
Remember to stop for school buses. Red light flashing means students are loading or unloading. Please be vigilant.
I want to assure our LISD family that safety is our top priority, and we are always working to ensure that your children are safe while attending our campuses.
I like the way that I look in your eyes, and I like the place.
Laredo ISD is extremely proud of all the work that has been put into place to create this opportunity and achievement for our Laredo ISD schools. Farias Elementary School, as well as the Garcia Early College High School, have truly earned the distinction of being named as a National Blue Ribbon School. And this is actually an affirmation of all of the great work that is being done at our district, all the way from the campus level, which would include all of our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and students, as well as parents as collaborators in this great initiative, but also at the levels from central office and, of course, our Board of Trustees. The state of Texas chooses 26 top schools in the state of Texas. So this is not only an accolade for Laredo ISD, it is an accolade for the state of Texas. The other thing that we are so proud of is that this work and this award really exemplifies that grit, that determination, that perseverance, and of course, all of the essential elements in being able to not only provide opportunities for our students, but to make sure that we have an excellent staff providing those opportunities to our children. So when you think about these awards that have been earned by Laredo ISD, we are talking about 10 nationally recognized Blue Ribbon schools over the span of 7 years. What is amazing is that it's not just about one part of Laredo ISD, but it's about the entire district. So we are extremely proud of our 2 schools that were named this year, now bringing the amount to 10 nationally recognized Blue Ribbon schools for Laredo ISD, which no other school district in this part of Texas or even in Texas itself have earned over the last 7 years. Congratulations, Farias Elementary, and congratulations, Hector J. Garcia Early College High School. Thank you for again creating the opportunity for Laredo ISD students to shine.
With immense pride and joy, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School. We are thrilled to announce that our schools have been honored with the National Blue Ribbon Award. This recognition is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and collaboration of our students, teachers, staff, and parents. Achieving the National Blue Ribbon status is no small feat. It reflects an exceptional commitment to academic excellence and nurturing a positive learning environment. We want to express our gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success, the teachers who inspire and guide our students, the parents who partner with us in their children's education, and the students who bring enthusiasm and curiosity to the classroom daily. Once again, congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School for earning the National Blue Ribbon Award. Your dedication to education has truly made a lasting impact.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
El vaping y el fumar tienen efectos terribles en la salud de las personas y también te afecta la cara. El vaping está prohibido en todas las propiedades de LISD y si tienes menos de 21 años de edad, es contra la ley. Sean inteligentes y no hagan vape.
October is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we want to help you spot the warning signs of domestic violence.
Ask yourself honestly, is my partner controlling? Does he or she check my phone, email, or social media without my permission?
Does your partner decide what you wear, eat, or how you spend your money? Does he or she try to keep you from your family and friends? Has that person hurt you physically or threatened violence against you?
If the answers to these questions are yes, then you might be in an abusive relationship. Domestic abuse can happen to anyone, little by little until you're in a very dangerous situation.
Please don't stay silent. Seek help. We are here to support you, and we are dedicated to putting a stop to domestic violence. But it starts with you speaking up.
If you're experiencing signs of domestic violence or know someone that is, dial 911 or dial the domestic violence hotline at 712-9591.
Let's all stop domestic violence.
Come make a difference at Laredo ISD.
With more than 30 campuses and departments that support our students,
There are plenty of opportunities to begin your career at Laredo ISD.
We offer competitive salaries and benefits.
Our core area teachers in STAR-tested areas have an opportunity to secure a performance-based incentive for up to 5 years. Being one of the largest employers in Webb County,
At Laredo ISD, you become a member of our family.
We are looking to hire you at Laredo ISD.
Here at LISD, we want to remind you of our See Something, Say Something campaign. To all students, parents, and staff, please report any suspicious activity to 956-225-5454. This is an anonymous tip line working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you see something, say something.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of our vibrant community right from the comfort of your own home. It's never been easier to access our engaging content. Simply visit our YouTube channel, Laredo ISD ITV, and hit that subscribe button. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know about our live streams, special events, and heartwarming stories. Stay connected and engaged with all the amazing things happening in our district. Search Laredo ISD ITV, your gateway to live stream events and inspiring stories. Laredo ISD ITV. Watch, listen, and learn.
in 10 high school students experience physical violence from a dating partner.
Love shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 teens knows a friend or a peer that has been physically hurt by a partner.
Let's help stop domestic violence.
1 in 4 dating teens are abused, harassed online, or through text by their partners.
Be the change.
Dating abuse can have negative effects on health throughout life.
Prevention works. Support efforts in your school and community to help stop domestic violence.
Let's stop domestic violence.
Vaping and smoking have devastating effects on a person's health, and it shows on your face. Vaping is strictly prohibited on all LISD properties, and if you are under 21 years old, it is against the law. Make a wise decision. Don't vape.
As our students head back to school, we want to take this opportunity to share how parents and staff can play a vital role in keeping our students safe.
First and foremost, we must obey all posted speed limits in our school zones.
We ask you to stay alert and drive slowly.
Remember to stop for school buses. Red light flashing means students are loading or unloading. Please be vigilant.
I want to assure our LISD family that safety is our top priority, and we are always working to ensure that your children are safe while attending our campuses.
I like the way that I look in your eyes, and I like the place.
Laredo ISD is extremely proud of all the work that has been put into place to create this opportunity and achievement for our Laredo ISD schools. Farias Elementary School, as well as the Garcia Early College High School, have truly earned the distinction of being named as a National Blue Ribbon School. And this is actually an affirmation of all of the great work that is being done at our district, all the way from the campus level, which would include all of our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and students, as well as parents as collaborators in this great initiative, but also at the levels from central office and, of course, our Board of Trustees. The state of Texas chooses 26 top schools in the state of Texas. So this is not only an accolade for Laredo ISD, it is an accolade for the state of Texas. The other thing that we are so proud of is that this work and this award really exemplifies that grit, that determination, that perseverance, and of course, all of the essential elements in being able to not only provide opportunities for our students, but to make sure that we have an excellent staff providing those opportunities to our children. So when you think about these awards that have been earned by Laredo ISD, we are talking about 10 nationally recognized Blue Ribbon schools over the span of 7 years. What is amazing is that it's not just about one part of Laredo ISD, but it's about the entire district. So we are extremely proud of our 2 schools that were named this year, now bringing the amount to 10 nationally recognized Blue Ribbon schools for Laredo ISD, which no other school district in this part of Texas or even in Texas itself have earned over the last 7 years. Congratulations, Farias Elementary, and congratulations, Hector J. Garcia Early College High School. Thank you for, again, creating the opportunity for Laredo ISD students to shine.
With immense pride and joy, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School. We are thrilled to announce that our schools have been honored with a National Blue Ribbon Award. This recognition is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and collaboration of our students, teachers, staff, and parents. Achieving the National Blue Ribbon status is no small feat. It reflects an exceptional commitment to academic excellence and nurturing a positive learning environment. We want to express our gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success, the teachers who inspire and guide our students, the parents who partner with us in their children's education, and the students who bring enthusiasm and curiosity to the classroom daily. Once again, congratulations to Farias Elementary School and Garcia Early College High School for earning the National Blue Ribbon Award. Your dedication to education has truly made a lasting impact.
Here at the Laredo Independent School District, learning comes alive. You can be a part of
And why they did it, porque this is a healthy meal. Para mí no, pero porque no está mi hijo, por eso digo eso.
¿Qué pensaron de la comida? ¿Algo totalmente diferente? Dr. Anding habló de las diferentes dietas de hoy en día, DASH diet, Mediterranean diet, Mind diet, ¿verdad? ¿Se acuerdan de lo que habló? Y una de las cosas que dijo era que había más importancia en consumir frutas y vegetales, ¿verdad? Y lo que comieron hoy es el lemon basil shrimp, es el menú, pero lo tuvimos que cambiar a pollo simplemente por si acaso alguien tenía alergias, ¿verdad? So, tenemos que cambiar eso de lo que están consumiendo. No es shrimp, pero es pollo, ¿verdad? Entonces, esa es una de las partes, pollo. La pasta es integral y las espinacas, que fue lo que ella estuvo hablando, ¿verdad? El otro es asparagus fries, ¿verdad? El espárrago. Pero el espárrago lo hicieron en el horno, no están fritas, ¿verdad? So, igualmente es algo saludable. Y lo último que me imagino, ¿a quién les gustó el dessert? ¿Todos? Okay. El dessert es balsamic infused berry, so tiene vinagre. Es el vinagre que le da el diferente, ¿verdad? Que quizás no lo conocemos, quizás sí lo conocemos, pero eso es parte de todo lo que habló de la dieta mediterránea, es lo que acaban de comer, menos lo que están consumiendo que le agregaron extra, ¿verdad? Pero el plato que les dimos es un plato total, ¿verdad? Ya viene todo, ya viene la fruta, la verdura, la proteína, dairy, porque se le agregó Parmesan cheese también a los fries, tiene huevo para los espárragos, pero vamos a poner un video que va a enseñar lo que acaban de consumir por medio del Job Corps, que cocinaron toda la comida de hoy en día.
Before preparing our delicious Mediterranean dessert, we will begin with cleaning our kitchen workspace and washing our hands. Next, we rinse the berries under cold running water and let them air dry. Did you know berries are an important part of a healthy eating plan? They're high in fiber, which helps in reducing the risk of heart disease and digestive issues. After the berries are dry, we begin with slicing the berries and put them aside. Now we combine 1/3 cup balsamic vinegar, 3 tablespoons brown sugar, and lastly 2 teaspoons vanilla. After that, we mix them and set it aside. In another bowl, gently mix 1½ cup sliced strawberries, 1½ cup blueberries, and lastly 1½ cup raspberries. Did you know berries help with weight and diabetes management? Berries are also full of antioxidants that have potential cancer-fighting properties. Drizzle balsamic vinegar mixture and refrigerate. Refrigerating berries will allow flavors to combine. We're gonna serve the fruit into cups. Before serving, add 1 tablespoon wheat topping to each serving.
Okay, so before starting our next recipe, we will make sure kitchen workspace is clean and as well to wash our hands. Next, we preheat oven to 425 Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, the oven preheats. Rinse the asparagus under cool running water and let dry. Did you know, when choosing asparagus, look for stalks that are firm and not limp. Check that the tips are not crushed or slimy, but don't forget to cut it off through the woody ends. So next step, you need to separate 3 large bowls. 1 to measure the flour. The other one to measure the egg whites. And to the last one, we will make the delicious breadcrumb mixture. Okay. For 1, to measure the flour. The egg whites. And to the last bowl, we combine 1 cup plain breadcrumbs, 1/3 cup grated Parmesan cheese, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon pepper, 1/4 teaspoon garlic powder, and 1/2 teaspoon oregano. And mix ingredients. We will set the breadcrumb mixture aside. To prepare the asparagus fries, roll lightly coated asparagus in flour. Now, deep flour asparagus in egg white. Then press asparagus in crumb mixture to coat and place the baking sheet. To make sure asparagus cooks evenly, lay them in a single layer in a baking sheet. Now that the asparagus are ready, put the baking sheet to place in the oven for 10 minutes. Did you know asparagus is a great source of vitamin K, which helps produce healthy bone-building tissue and also provides vitamin A, iron, folate, and fiber. After broiling for 2 and 3 minutes, we take out the asparagus. And as you can see, this asparagus, it has to be golden and crispy. After they take out of the oven, we put them to serve. And there you have it, a healthy and easy recipe for all the family to enjoy.
As we continue to prepare our delicious Mediterranean main dish, lemon basil shrimp, we start with cleaning the workspace and washing our hands. We start the main dish by cooking pasta according to the package directions. We make sure not to add salt. Whole grains, such as whole wheat pasta, can help reduce risk of heart disease, diabetes, and some cancers. Did you know this recipe contains potassium, which may help maintain a normal blood pressure, iron, which helps carry oxygen in the red blood cells throughout the body, and calcium for bone health. Drain pasta and return pasta back in the pan. To the pan, we add 3/4 pound ready-to-eat shrimp. We stir 1/4 cup chopped basil, 8 chopped green olives, 2 tablespoons olive oil, and 1 teaspoon lemon zest. We mix all together. To a plate, we add 1/2 cup of spinach, and top it with 1/4 of the pasta mixture. If you prefer spinach that is more wilted, cook the spinach with the pasta during the last 2 minutes of cooking time. Our delicious and nutritious Mediterranean dinner is ready to enjoy. Voila.
Laredo Job Corps. Representing Laredo Job Corps, we have Rachel Lopez, and she's going to be talking about Laredo Job Corps and the culinary program.
Thank you, Julie. ¿Cómo están todos? Muy buenas tardes y muchas gracias por recibirnos aquí en esta facilidad muy nueva que no parece el Civic Center que yo conocía. Pero qué bueno que les han dado este nuevo edificio para tener estas conferencias tan importantes. Le damos gracias a Miss Julie y a Pad por haber patrocinado esta comida. Estamos muy orgullosos de nuestros estudiantes y de nuestra maestra y nuestra manager. Nuestra manager aquí está Miss Mirta Ibarra, nuestra instructora Miss Jenny Luna. Y estos estudiantes solo es una porción de estudiantes que tenemos. Al momento tenemos como 40 estudiantes que están estudiando, preparándose para entrar al mundo de cocina. Estamos orgullosos de que Job Corps, tal vez no hayan oído ustedes de nuestros programas, pero sí somos un secretito escondidito, pero queremos que sepan de Job Corps. Somos una escuela estamos recibiendo estudiantes que ya hayan terminado high school o que no hayan terminado high school y quieren recibir su diploma o GED, mientras que están estudiando una carrera técnica o vocacional. Los estudiantes ahorita tenemos varias carreras, una de ellas es Culinary Arts. Y como ven, estamos orgullosos porque ellos han sido invitados en varias ocasiones en la comunidad para servir a la comunidad en diferentes ocasiones. Ahorita estamos trabajando con Disney porque han sido también invitados a que ellos participen y compitan para trabajos en Disney en Florida. Así es que vamos a enviar 3 estudiantes de aquí de Laredo que estamos con muchas, ¿cómo se dice? Tienen muy buena oportunidad de irse a trabajar a los parques de Disney, a los cruceros de Disney y a los resorts de Disney. Así es que vamos a representar a Laredo muy bueno y muy bonito. Así es que Les invito a que vengan a conocer a Job Corps. Si sus hijos o hijas algún tiempo no quieren seguir el colegio, está bien. Pueden ellos seguir una carrera técnica vocacional con nosotros, aparte de Culinary Arts, y ellos se van a preparar en una serie de meses, como de 6 a 8 meses. Ellos practican, aparte de lo académico, también practican en la cocina. Ellos practican la temperatura, diferentes materias que tienen que ellos terminar y tienen que sacar una certificación, no nada más de food handlers, pero más allá. Ellos tienen que pasar toda la materia y salen con una certificación como para manager, entrar y correr una cocina. Cada ocasión que tenemos como esta para presentarles los talentos de los muchachos, les da a ellos también una oportunidad para servir a la comunidad y también desarrollar sus habilidades de participar en la comunidad, ser buenos citizens y también dar para atrás de lo que ellos reciben. En Job Corps, los muchachos pueden entrar de 16 a 24 años de edad. Si los muchachos están recibiendo alguna ayuda como de workforce, califican para entrar con nosotros en Job Corps. La reclutación es constante. El año escolar no es debido al año del distrito. Nosotros constantemente estamos recibiendo estudiantes. Las carreras que tenemos son de la cocina, Culinary Arts, tenemos de electricidad, tenemos welding, soldadura, tenemos de mantenimiento de facilidades, tenemos de protecciones como para hacer seguridad. Y en seguridad son diferentes niveles. Pueden hacer de seguridad de lo que ven lo usual, puede ser seguridad de segundo nivel y hasta tercer nivel pueden calificar para cargar pistola, siempre y cuando sean capacitados. La otra vocación que tenemos también es de enfermería, pueden hacer CNAs. En esta particular carrera, el estudiante se lleva de 6 a 8 meses de preparación, también debido a lo que se tarda para sacar su GED o High School Diploma. No se les cobra nada. Me gusta decir que los estudiantes, nosotros nos encargamos de ellos de pies a cabeza, porque todo les ejercemos a los muchachos de cuidados médicos, lentes, se les hace chequeo de todo. Pueden quedarse ahí a dormir con nosotros o pueden ser que vivan en sus casas y pueden ir y venir. El programa es de 8 de la mañana a 4 de la tarde, de lunes a jueves. Ya para el viernes, para las 3 más o menos ya se van a sus casas. Los muchachos reciben pago también. Ellos, como nos pagan a nosotros, ellos son empleados también del Departamento de Labor, porque nosotros estamos bajo la umbrella del Departamento de Labor. Así es que ellos se van preparando, los tratamos como empleados, porque los estamos preparando para el mundo de labor. Así es que si quieren saber más de Job Corps, denos una llamada. Tuvimos una mesa allá afuera. Ojalá y pudieran ustedes hablar con las muchachas de reclutación, pero siempre estamos reclutando para que sus muchachos estén preparados. Algunas veces no quieren ir a estudiar más allá, pero déjenme decirles, sí quieren estudiar más allá. Ahorita tenemos también un programa que tenemos ahorita 5 estudiantes que han terminado su carrera con Job Corps y le siguieron a Laredo College, todavía viviendo ahí con nosotros. Nosotros les estamos pagando todo también. Les damos el transporte y les damos dinero para comer. Así es que no pierdan la oportunidad, es muy buena oportunidad. Llevo ahí 1 año y medio y es otro mundo, ladies and gentlemen. siempre que llegan los muchachos, porque tenemos muchachos de todos lados, no nada más de Laredo. Tenemos a un muchacho, unos varios de otras ciudades y de otros estados. Pero cuando llegan los muchachos les digo, ¿dónde están mis Martin Tigers? ¿Dónde están mis Martin Tigers? Aquí les voy a preguntar también, ¿dónde están mis Martin Tigers? All right. So, les digo, tenemos concurso, ¿de dónde vienen los muchachos? Así es que, como yo soy Tiger, pues les digo, vénganse para acá los Tigers. Si algunos tienen alguna pregunta, los invito a que nos pregunten a Miss Jenny, Miss Ibarra, yo también. Nos van a perdonar, pero como ya es viernes y los muchachos tienen que retirarse, nos vamos a salir en unos momentitos, pero muchas gracias por darnos la oportunidad de servirles y estamos orgullosos de estar aquí para enseñarles nuestro programa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Job Corps, and I hope you enjoyed the meal. Our next presenter is Mr. Adrian Zapata. He is a business development executive for PAD Specialist and is the chairman of the board of the Laredo Chamber of Commerce. With 18 clinics across Texas and Arkansas, PAD is the nation's leading provider for PAD diagnosis and treatment. Adrian is passionate about the community development, specifically focusing on health, education, and economic development. Today, he will be speaking about peripheral artery disease. Mr. Adrian Zapata.
I was going to ask you that, yeah. Yeah, go for it. I was going to do double mic.
Hello? Hello. Ok. Antes de que empecemos con nuestro siguiente presentador, vamos a hacer 3 rifas, así que si tienen su boletito, pónganlo ahí listo. Vamos a hacer 3. Ok, ahí va a la 1, a las 2, a las 3. El primer ganador es el 216. 216. Pásale, sir. 216. Pásale. Ya tenemos al primer ganador. Fuerte aplauso.
I was just wondering if there was a double. Oh, there we go. Is this one working?
Aquí viene el segundo.
Can I use both?
Ahí va a la 1, a las 2, a las 3. 148. 148. Pásale, vean. 148. Y el tercero. A la 1, a las 2, a las 3. 215. 215. Pásale. Ok, y ahí vamos a dejarlo en suspenso para al final de nuestra conferencia. Así que ahora sí le dejamos el lugar a nuestro presentador y ahí seguimos con la traducción. Ahí me hacen señas si no me entendieron la traducción.
Thank you so much. Testing. Okay, this does work. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adrian Zapata. Yo no hablo mucho español, so I have our operations manager, Claudia, over here is going to help me con translating. I don't know if you want to just turn the mic on, make sure it works.
1, 2, 3. Yes, it works.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So, can we turn that one off? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We got everybody? Okay. So welcome to the second half, the afternoon session for the diabetes, the healthy awareness conference today. Thank you very much to Job Corps students. Thank you very much, y'all, for the food. The food was excellent. We enjoyed it very much. Thank you very much to Texas A&M for inviting us here today. And thank you very much to Laredo Independent School District for allowing us to be here today to be able to talk about peripheral arterial disease and what it is. So let's see, by the raise of hands, does anybody know what peripheral arterial disease is? No? No? In Spanish, how do we say peripheral arterial disease in Spanish?
Es la enfermedad de las arterias que son debajo de las piernas.
Huh?
Periférica.
Okay. I'm going to teach you guys a little bit about what we do, what peripheral arterial disease is. So PAD, peripheral arterial disease, and then, so Christina over here, so Christina, you want to raise your hand? Christina's a nurse with us. She's passing out some information for you guys. And also Michelle is also passing out some information from us as well. So peripheral arterial disease is when there's a buildup and there's a blockage of in your arteries going down to your legs. So just like somebody has in their heart that causes heart attacks because of arteries being clogged up, the same thing can happen in somebody's legs and somebody's feet. So what happens in peripheral arterial disease, and we're going to get more into exactly what it is here, but what at its worst case is they might be walking and their feet hurt. And they think, oh, well, my feet hurt because of, I'm older, or my feet hurt because I've been walking all day. Well, a lot of the times people's feet hurt because their arteries are clogged and they're not getting enough circulation down to their feet. So now their feet start to hurt, and that causes pain for them. Or somebody might have a cut on their toe or a cut on their foot, and it won't heal. And somebody's like, why won't it heal? Why won't it heal? Why won't it heal? It's because there's not blood flow going down there, because the cut needs some white blood cells to go down to the foot to be able to heal the foot there, heal the cut there. So that's on the basic what PAD is. So Claudia?
Okay. En corto, lo que acaba de explicar de la enfermedad arterial periférica es cuando se tapan las arterias de las piernas, okay, como las que se nos tapan en el corazón, pero nosotros nada más lidiamos con las de las piernas, se tapan y entonces no hay flujo de sangre hacia abajo y hacia arriba, porque la sangre fluye, ¿verdad? Y entonces usted puede decir, me duelen mucho las piernas, estoy muy cansado, y puede ser que a lo mejor tenga la enfermedad arterial y pues se le tiene que checar, especialmente como por ejemplo los pacientes que tienen diabetes, hipertensión y que a lo mejor se cortan el pie y nunca se les sana, ¿verdad? Esos son los pacientes en realidad que vemos más. Son los pacientes que no se les ha sanado una cortada o que tienen alguna úlcera en los pies y que no se les sana en mucho tiempo, es porque a lo mejor tienen sus arterias tapadas, y eso es lo que nosotros hacemos en la oficina. Nosotros hacemos una evaluación de los pacientes para ver si tienen la enfermedad arterial.
Thank you very much, Claudia. So I want to talk about the disease, but I want to bring a fact up for everybody here to know. Laredo in Webb County in the border has one of the highest rates of amputation in the whole United States. So for everybody people who have diabetes, for patients with diabetes, for every 100,000 people that have diabetes, 42 people have to get an amputation because of the diabetes. 42 people per 100,000. This is significantly higher than anywhere else in the United States, pretty much, except for the Brownsville area as well. The national average is 30 for every 100,000. So it's a big problem in Laredo. And just for some other facts, because I want everybody to understand how serious this is that when there's an amputation on somebody's legs, feet, toes, the average cost for the amputation here in Webb County is $214,300. It's a lot of money compared to the state average of $123,000. So we're talking about $90,000 more that it costs somebody here in Laredo because they have an amputation. And the reason for this is because Laredo in Webb County, we're an underserved area. We're an underserved place. We don't have a lot of doctors. There's not a lot of people in our area that specialize in these type of things. PADS, what we do, we're the only one in Laredo that specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of peripheral arterial disease. There's nobody else that does this and this only. So this is all we do. We don't work with the heart. We don't work with anything else. All we do is working with the arteries of the lower extremities. So we got that, everybody? Yeah. Okay. So I want to talk about how we get to the point of having PAD. How to identify it? How do we know if somebody has it or not? Because that's really important, because maybe you might not have it, but maybe you have a parent that has it. Maybe you might have a grandparent that has it. Maybe you know somebody at work that might have some of these symptoms out there. So the number one thing, and you can see here, the healthy patient is the best patient, because a healthy person doesn't cost anything for society. It's something, people keep themselves healthy, and that's good. So the number one thing, the best way to stay healthy is to go to your doctor. Prevention. Prevention is the number one way to do things. Go to your doctor regularly, get checked up, get a checkup. That's very important. About 1% though of the population out there so for every 30 patients in Laredo that are over 50, so the numbers come out to Laredo that they have some disease significant enough that they need some sort of treatment involved. 10 years ago, pre of this type of technology, 90% of people, so it says 70% here, but in Laredo, 90% of people who had PAD got a surgical bypass. So a bypass is when you actually open up your leg and your artery, and you're cutting a piece of the artery off and you're tapping them together. So, you want to explain what a bypass is?
Can you go to the previous?
I will.
Thank you. Ok, nada más para traducirles un poco sobre lo que habló Adrián, y yo creo que estas cifras son muy importantes de ver, y por la razón por la que CAD Specialist está haciendo este servicio en Laredo. La mayoría de los pacientes que le amputan las piernas nunca han tenido un procedimiento como el que nosotros hacemos, que es que les abran las arterias. Entonces aquí en Webb County nosotros tenemos muchos pacientes con diabetes, hipertensión, 42 pacientes de cada 100,000 personas en la población, ¿okay? Les amputan las piernas. Laredo, de todo el estado de Texas, es uno de los que más tiene amputaciones. Entonces, por eso queremos hablar con la comunidad y platicarles sobre lo que nosotros hacemos, porque estas cifras pues son muy alarmantes. Aparte de que al sistema pues le cuesta $214,300 tratar a un paciente que le amputan una pierna, un pie, y entonces de eso es lo que se estaba refiriendo a Adrián. Sobre lo... Can you pass to the other slide? Okay. Y luego pues hablamos, ¿verdad?, de que la mayoría de los pacientes que les amputaron sus piernas nunca tuvieron un procedimiento donde le pudieron abrir las arterias para que pudieran tener ese flujo en las piernas. Entonces, como dice Adrián, hace muchos, o sea, antes de que tuviéramos esta tecnología que ahora tenemos, era 90% de los pacientes que se iban a cirugía, ¿ok? Y entonces la cirugía del bypass es como la cirugía que les hacen el corazón, pero nosotros nada más tratamos las piernas, ¿verdad? Es donde abren la arteria y la conectan, ¿verdad?, hacia la otra arteria para que pueda haber flujo de sangre. Perdón, Siri me está contestando. Y entonces la mayoría de los pacientes no tenían la oportunidad de que les hicieran lo que se le llama un bypass.
Thank you. So, and I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys think about this all the time, but every year, it seems like insurance rates keep going up. We pay more and more for health insurance. And the reason why we do that, and the reason why health insurance goes up is because we're unhealthy. We're getting more and more unhealthy as a population, as a society. So because of this, because of an unhealthy society, an unhealthy United States, our insurance rates have gone up. And the way insurance works is they're going to look at the area that you're in, and they're going to determine your insurance rate by the area that you're in, by the factors that are there. So because we're in Laredo, we have a higher insurance rate than we would pay somewhere else. So I think that's an interesting fact for everybody to know as well. So let's talk about PAD, and in terms of PAD compared to CAD. The number one referral that when you go to a doctor, the number one referral is to a cardiologist. Because I'm sure that you've seen before where when you go to a doctor, you have high blood pressure, you might have high blood pressure, you might have a family member that had blood pressure. The first thing the doctor is going to do is tell you, or that person, okay, you need to go see the cardiologist to get something called a stress test done. And this is the most popular, common referral in the United States. So CAD, so coronary artery disease, is the most popular, and it has the highest awareness out there because we're always worried about our heart, and rightfully so. So we're worried about the heart. But in terms of prevalence, and if it's out there, PAD is actually more common than CAD. So.
Para empezar, lo que nos explicaba Adrián es que entre más la población, por ejemplo, la población de Laredo, entre más tenemos más enfermedades y entre las enfermedades está la diabetes y todo, entonces nuestros costos de seguro pues se incrementan. Laredo tiene un costo de seguro bastante alto. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos una población que tiene, predomina la diabetes y la hipertensión y el colesterol. Y entonces, aquí en esto lo que nos está diciendo es que la mayoría de los pacientes cuando vamos al doctor, ¿verdad? El doctor nos manda con un cardiólogo y usualmente siempre estamos preocupados por el corazón, por las arterias del corazón, y uno de los exámenes que más hacen es lo que se le llama el stress test, es cuando te suben a la caminadora para ver cuánto tu corazón aguanta el estrés de estar haciendo ejercicio y de pompear, ¿verdad?, sangre y todo eso. Casi nadie, o ahora que ya estamos, ¿verdad?, creando más, que la gente se dé cuenta, no se hacía tanto que se le checaran lo que es las arterias de las piernas, ¿verdad? Entonces, hay más casos de pacientes que tienen enfermedad periférica que pacientes que tienen enfermedad cardíaca. Por eso es muy importante lo que les estamos diciendo. Y también que la mayoría de los pacientes, como les digo, cuando les amputan una pierna, 60% de esos pacientes nunca les hicieron una revascularización. O sea, nunca les abrieron las arterias para ver cómo estaba el flujo de sangre. Entonces...
And a fact for everybody to know, 95% of amputations that are caused by circulation issues can be prevented. 95% can be prevented. But the number one way to prevent an amputation is through getting your arteries revascularized. So clearing out the arteries and getting the blood flow is the number one way to prevent an amputation. And only 60% don't even get a revascularization attempted at all. So you have 6 out of 10 people out there who are getting amputated that they've never even getting the opportunity to get a revascularization. So it's something that it's the reason why Laredo has a high amputation rate is because we're not getting the service that we need right away when this happens. So that's very, very important so that these amputations can be prevented. You want to go ahead.
Una de las cosas alarmantes también es que el 95% de las amputaciones se pueden, o sea, prevenir si los pacientes tienen una revascularización. Quiere decir que 6 de cada 10 pacientes que les hicieron una amputación nunca fueron revascularizados y que les checaran las arterias de las piernas.
So those are a very alarming numbers for our city. And I recently read the Laredo released a health assessment of our city. So the city did an assessment and they said, this is what's happening in our city. This is what's going on. And amputations was one of the things that was brought to our attention because they said, hey, it's very, very important that we start to address this because it's a big issue in our city. So let's talk about the risk factors and how do we even get to that point. So there's 6 risk factors that I think are the most important risk factors. Diabetes is number 1. Smoking. So if you guys have your trifolds, it's in the middle, there's a wheel. So diabetes, smoking, or former smokers, somebody that's 55 or 50 years or older, heart disease, so like high blood pressure, kidney disease. Those are the risk factors right there, the signs and symptoms. So what happens is if somebody has 2 or 3 of these risk factors, let's say somebody has diabetes, and tell me if you know somebody like this, somebody that has diabetes, that's over 50, and they used to smoke. Do anybody know somebody like that? So it's very common here in Laredo. So when people have diabetes, they used to smoke, and they're over 50, or maybe they have diabetes, they have high blood pressure, and they're former smokers, or they're over 50, they have diabetes, and they have heart disease. These are the risk factors. So when somebody has those 3 risk factors, the way they can determine if they have the symptoms for PAD is if they take their socks off and their shoes off, and if they look and do they have any wounds on their foot? Is there any wounds? Or do they have any leg pain or foot pain? So if somebody has any pain when walking, maybe somebody used to go check the mail. They used to go to the mailbox every morning and check the mail and come back. But now they don't go as much, and you ask them, and they're like, how come you don't go check the mail as much anymore? Me duele mis pies. And they tell you that it hurts, and they think that it's common because they're getting older. They think, oh well, it's a common thing, but it's not necessarily that common. It's because there's a disease there.
Aquí en medio de los folletos que les presentamos, nosotros, si tienes más de 3 de estos factores de riesgo, les recomendamos que platiquen con su médico. Es diabetes, fumar o haber sido alguien que fumaba antes, las enfermedades del riñón, tener más de 50 años, enfermedades del corazón. Si tienes más de 3 de estos factores, que son 6, entonces recomendamos que pues hables con tu médico para ver qué piensa. Sobre todo, por ejemplo, los pacientes que, como les comentábamos, ¿verdad? Que se quitan el calcetín y traen una cortada que tiene 3, 4 meses que no ha cerrado y que no cierra por la diabetes o sea, que ya no tienen buen flujo en sus piernas. Sobre todo esos pacientes. También los pacientes que, vamos a decir, tú antes podías caminar de aquí, o sea, todas las mañanas ibas al correo y ahora, ¿verdad? Ya no puedes caminar hasta el correo porque te duelen mucho las piernas y cuando caminas te tienes que parar y, o sea, ya estás teniendo más problemas de circulación. Entonces, es bueno platicar con su médico para que les platiquen sobre los riesgos, sobre todo, como les digo, los pacientes que tienen alguna úlcera o que no tienen alguna cortada en los pies que les haya cerrado antes.
Thank you. So if somebody has these risk factors and if they feel that they have wounds or leg pain, then they need to come see us or their doctor. They need to ask about this. And let me tell you what we do at PAD Specialists on how we identify this and how we decide if somebody needs further treatment or not. So if somebody has those risk factors and they have wounds or leg pain, then they come and see us and we do something called a 7-point evaluation. So we're going to go through someone's history and physical. We're going to learn all about them. We're going to take photographs of their feet because we have some good technology to be able to help us out in identifying that. We do a walking impairment questionnaire where we're going to ask you, a whole set of questions talking about how you walk. We're going to do something called a handheld Doppler. We're going to do a Doppler. We're going to check for the pedal pulse. We're going to do a pedal pulse test. And then we're going to do an ABI, or what we call a QuantaFlow. And then if our number one way that we identify this is we do an ultrasound of the lower extremities. So we get to see, by doing the ultrasound, that gives us a clear picture of what we're dealing with. And based off of the 7-point evaluation, when somebody has those risk factors, plus wounds or leg pain, after they go through the 7-point evaluation, then about 35% of the time, so not even a lot, about 35% of the time, those people need more help. So they need treatment to be able to fix the issue at hand that they're having right now. So.
Durante su primera visita con nosotros hacemos un examen de 7 puntos, ¿verdad? Primero checamos el historial médico, luego tomamos fotografías de los pies y de las piernas. También les preguntamos sobre cuánto pueden caminar, cómo sienten dolor, porque también acuérdense que si son pacientes que tienen diabetes, hipertensión, a lo mejor tienen neuropatía o tienen problemas de venas, esos nosotros no los tratamos, no tratamos ni venas ni pacientes con neuropatía. Nosotros nada más, lo único que nos especializamos es en la enfermedad arterial, ¿ok? Entonces eso es importante saber. Hacemos también un monitoreo con una máquina que nosotros llamamos Doppler, donde se les checan la presión en los pies y los pulsos en los pies. Y hacemos un ultrasonido en las piernas para ver el flujo y todo eso. Entonces, solamente 35% de los pacientes que van a checarse son pacientes que necesitan un procedimiento. Así es que no crean que porque ya fueron, ya le van a hacer un procedimiento. No, solamente 35% de los pacientes y tienen que haber pasado por estos 7 puntos y tener cierta cantidad de sus arterias que estén tapadas. Tampoco, si su arteria nada más está tapada al 30%, tampoco a lo mejor es candidato para que le hagan la cirugía, pero lo que les pueden recomendar al 30% es que a lo mejor tienen que tener una mejor dieta, caminar o hacer prevención, ¿verdad? Entonces, esas son las cosas que hacemos en la oficina nosotros.
Thank you very much. And So so let's say somebody does have significant disease and they need to get treatment for it. One of the great things about technology, right, about the living in these times, is that technology has gotten so much better than it has 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So, previously there was when somebody had this disease, previously a lot of people, the treatment was a bypass. So they get a surgical bypass where they have to go and get surgery done, and a bypass is very invasive. You're getting cut open. You're gonna be in a hospital. You have to stay overnight in a hospital, and this is what happens with a bypass. Well, because of technology and because we're specialists, we have something called an office-based lab where we can treat this in person. We can treat it in person at the facility in one day, or over one time. Because what we do is we do something called it's a procedure, and we do an intervention where we don't do a bypass, but what we do is we go in there and we clear out the artery. So the devices that we use are as wide as a piece of rice. So a piece of rice is tiny. So we use that device to go in there and clear the arteries out. When we go in through the arteries, we're going to go in through 3 different areas. We're either going to go in through the groin, we're going to go in through the bottom of the foot, or we're going to go in through the wrist. And when we go and clear someone's arteries out, we do several different things. One, we could do an angioplasty. So it's the first one here, the angioplasty. What's an angioplasty? An angioplasty is when we go in to the artery and we put a balloon. We put a balloon in there, we open up the artery. So we put a small balloon that opens up the artery, that way the blood can flow. This procedure, it takes about 45 minutes, and then patients recover in about an hour to 2 hours, and they go home that same day. Then we also do something called an atherectomy. An atherectomy, the best way I can explain it is it's like an electric pipe cleaner. You know those pipe cleaners you use, you go in, you clean out the pipes and kind of those science projects? It's an electric pipe cleaner essentially, and we're cutting away of the plaque in the artery, and we're taking it out at the same time. So we go in there, that takes about an hour, and recovery is about 2 hours on that one. Occasionally, if the disease is more advanced, then we go in there and put a stent in there. And a stent is very common in the heart area, but a stent, we can also do that in the legs as well. So those are the different variations of the procedure we could do. And if you can see over here, the level of skill that it takes, and so when an artery is above the knee, it's about 7 millimeters in diameter. So it's a thicker artery. So it's kind of a routine thing for doctors. They go in there, they do it. It's something very routine for them. If it's below the knee, the arteries are smaller. They're like 4 millimeters there. So they're tiny arteries there. So it takes a more advanced doctor to be able to do that. Somebody who has more experience doing this. And if you go below the ankle, so in the feet, there's arteries in the feet. And I don't know if you've ever seen or you ever heard or you ever had any family members who get, their toe turns black, or sometimes they might have to get an amputation just on their toe only. This happens because their arteries in their feet are clogged. So what we do, we have a specialist. So since this is all we do day in and day out, we're specialists that we can go into the very tippy toes of the feet and we can clear these arteries out because we're specialists. And that takes an expert to do. And really there's only one person in Laredo that can do that. And we have him here at our clinic, Dr. Dane Grunenbaum. I don't know if you want to go explain that part.
Pues primero que nada les quiero explicar que lo que nos estaba platicando Adrián es que la mayoría de los procedimientos se hacían antes, eran procedimientos de cirugía, se hacía un bypass, tenías que ir al hospital y es un procedimiento más invasivo, ¿verdad? Nosotros lo que hacemos en Pet Specialist, y porque ahora pues la tecnología ha avanzado y tenemos mucho más maquinaria y cosas que hacen son mucho más innovadoras, nosotros hacemos el procedimiento en la oficina. Entonces los procedimientos no te tienes que quedarte en la noche ni nada así, o sea, entras en la mañana y usualmente te tardas como de 4 a 6 horas y ya estás en tu casa. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos nosotros? Si van a la consulta y la nurse practitioner, el doctor siente que sí, usted o su mamá o su familiar es un buen candidato para lo que es el procedimiento, lo que se hace es que, dependiendo de cuánta placa tenga en las arterias, se puede hacer una angioplastía. Una angioplastía, lo que hacemos es que entramos a la arteria y se pone un globito, y entonces el globito abre la arteria y entonces deja pasar lo que es el sarro, o lo que está bloqueando, ¿verdad? Si a lo mejor tiene más, si vamos a decir por qué, dependiendo, ¿verdad? También está más tapada, está lo que es la arteria más bloqueada y está más duro, entonces metemos lo que se hace una aterectomía. Este es un aparatito que es mecánico y entonces mueve la placa y también abre la arteria. O, ¿verdad? Ya tenemos mucho más tiempo con las arterias tapadas y entonces lo que hace el doctor es poner lo que se le llama un stent, que es una mallita que mantiene la arteria abierta, ¿verdad? Para que continúe el flujo. También una cosa muy importante de ser especialistas en esta enfermedad es que nosotros tenemos al doctor Grunebaum, que viene de Corpus y está aquí en Laredo para nosotros, y que es todo lo que hace. Él solo se especializa en la enfermedad de PAD. Entonces, no hace ninguna otra cosa más que esto. Entonces, tiene mucha experiencia. También, como decía Adrián, las arterias que están arriba de la rodilla son más grandes, entonces es más fácil poderlas destapar. Pero ya cuando te vas a las arterias que tenemos debajo de la rodilla, son arterias más chiquitas, entonces necesitan más, un trabajo más especializado. Vamos a decir que el paciente trae su pie casi negro, se lo van a amputar, ¿verdad? Nosotros somos, uno de los únicos que podemos irnos hasta abajo de las arterias de los pies, de abajo del pie, para destapar, para poder que haya ese flujo sanguíneo en las piernas.
Thank you. So we were talking earlier on about at PADS we do not treat venous. We don't do veins. We don't treat veins. We focus on the arteries and only the arteries. So the arteries take the blood down, veins take the blood up right there. So let's talk about the difference in when you're examining a foot, what the difference is in artery and then venous. We notice that the wounds that are more arterial based are going to be on the toes and on the bottom of the feet. So if you ever see somebody, or if you know somebody or a family member that has their feet have ulcers on them, it's highly likely that it's an arterial issue. But if their feet are swollen, or if their feet have their legs have wounds above their ankle, that's probably a venous issue, and we don't treat the venous here, but they do treat the venous issues at the hospital. But the arteries, we're worried about the arteries because the arteries are the ones that take the blood and that we are going to do the healing if there's a cut on the foot there. So that's the difference between an arterial and venous.
Ok, como les explicaba, ¿verdad? Nosotros nada más vemos pacientes con problemas arteriales. Nosotros no vemos pacientes ni con neuropatía ni con problemas de venas. Y aquí nos explica muy bien cuál es la diferencia, ¿verdad? La diferencia entre tener problemas arteriales es que tienes problemas para caminar, te duelen las piernas, no tienes edema, o sea, tu pierna no está inflamada, tu pulso en tus pies es muy, muy bajito, casi no lo puedes oír. Nosotros tenemos pulso aquí, tenemos pulso en los pies, entonces casi no se oye el pulso en los pies. Te pueden salir las úlceras, son redonditas, son más redonditas cuando tienes problemas arteriales. No tienes ni pus ni círculos negros. Y en cuestión de vena, ¿verdad? Pues es un dolor como más como de pulso, te dan como punzadas en los pies, tienes las piernas más inflamadas y casi siempre las tienes inflamadas, es un problema más de venas. Y ya me quitó los pulsos están presentes, y las heridas son irregulares. Ella es nuestra enfermera, ella pudo haberles hecho la presentación aquí muy bien, pero me tienen a mí traduciendo. Esas son las diferencias que son como más visibles para las personas, para que cuando chequen sus piernas o chequen las piernas de sus familiares, más o menos puedan saber un poquito la diferencia entre una cosa y otra, o porque a lo mejor ustedes le dicen al doctor, yo tengo todo lo que es arterial, y el doctor dice, no, tu problema es de vena, es por estas razones.
So thank you. So just to wrap things up, I hope this was an informative presentation for you guys on PAD and what it is. I want to just talk to you about why PAD, why what we do, and why we think that we're the best option in Laredo and in South Texas in general. I think that one of the most important things is that we're fast. If you need something, if you need to get an appointment fast, we're fast. We're not going to make you wait 3 weeks like other places would. We're going to see you probably within the week. We specialize in this. This is all we do day in and day out. We don't do anything else. If you have heart issues, you go to your cardiologist. If you have issues of your feet and your circulation in your feet and your legs, you come to pads. So I would say that's one thing is you don't want to go somewhere that they're not an expert. So that's one big thing that's very important, because there's some places that say, oh, we can do everything, but we want to make sure that we're specialists and this is all we do and this only. We're also, because we're not a hospital, we're less expensive. So we only, for Medicare or for regular insurance, it's only usually about $50. So it's less expensive. It's not like a big deductible like the hospital would be. And then if somebody cannot make it, let's say somebody needs to come to see us for an appointment, but they can't make it, they don't have reliable transportation, we've asked them, and they don't have reliable transportation, we can send somebody to pick them up, and a third party will pick them up and bring them to the appointment for us. We've gone to Zapata, we've gone to Bruni, we've gone to other places that we can provide that transportation. So I think that's it's a very disease it's a disease that's very prevalent in our society. So we hope that we can answer any questions that y'all have out there, and we hope that we can be a good service to the community. You guys have some information there from us, so thank you very much for the opportunity. And the number one question I get is, do we take insurance? We take just about every insurance there is. I think we take 95% of the insurances here in Laredo. So if you have insurance and maybe you're wondering, do you take it? We take it. Just call us up and set the appointment, and we'll get that. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that. No, they would have to come to the hospital. So the question was, if let's say they're a family member and they're in the hospital, and the doctor in the hospital says, hey, all you have left is an amputation. But if the patient wants to get a second opinion, they can come to PADS for a second opinion. They're going to have to come over here to PADS. We can't take a person out of a hospital, but we can definitely give a second opinion. And many times, this has happened, and we've taken care of people, and we've saved an amputation. We're in the business of saving legs. That's what we do. So thank you very much. I don't know if you wanted to wrap up with the last why. I'll go back.
Solamente les queremos dar las gracias por darnos la oportunidad de informarles lo que hacemos, ¿verdad? Para que ustedes estén informados y puedan tomar mejores decisiones. Las cosas que son muy beneficiarias que hacemos nosotros es que es muy rápido que nosotros les demos una cita. Usualmente, si el doctor los refiere o si ustedes quieren que evaluemos a algún familiar o a ustedes, usualmente me van a pasar a mí la llamada y yo voy a hablarles y voy a hacerles preguntas y entonces basado en esas preguntas, entonces ya les hacemos una cita, pero la cita usualmente puede ser al día siguiente o en 2 días, nunca va a ser un proceso de 5 o 7 días o algo así, es muy rápido, entonces eso es algo muy conveniente. También nosotros, como les dijimos, nada más nos especializamos en lo que es la enfermedad de PAD, no nos especializamos en nada más, eso es todo lo que hacemos todos los días. Entonces, pues eso es algo muy importante. También, pues, el doctor que nosotros tenemos, el cirujano, él solamente hace lo que es las intervenciones con nosotros, que es él. Y pues que si tienen alguna duda, alguna pregunta o lo que sea, pues nos pueden llamar o preguntarle a su doctor. Una de las cosas que él enseñó es que nosotros tomamos casi todos los seguros que ustedes tengan, casi todos los tomamos, si no, creo que la visita son $50, es el deducible también para las intervenciones. Entonces, o sea, cuando lo haces en el hospital puede ser que tu costo sea mucho más grande que cuando lo haces en lo que nosotros lo hacemos en la oficina, igual. Una pregunta que fue muy, muy buena, que nos hicieron allá, no sé si en español, si al paciente llega al hospital y le dicen que le van a amputar la pierna y el paciente quiere una segunda opinión, ¿nosotros le podemos dar una segunda opinión? Claro que sí. Nosotros no podemos ir al hospital para darle la segunda opinión en el hospital, pero si pueden llamar a la oficina, decir, ¿verdad?, que la recomendación fue una amputación y en la oficina los doctores de nosotros pueden evaluar eso. Y pues sí nos ha tocado que hacemos una revascularización y el paciente mejora y ya no le tienen que cortar el dedo, ¿verdad? También puede ser que ya sea demasiado tarde y aunque le abramos, ¿verdad?, pues no es garantizado tampoco que le vayamos a salvar el dedo, pero pues siempre una segunda opinión, ¿verdad?, o la oportunidad de podernos salvar las piernas o los dedos de los pies, pues es algo importante. Como dice Adrián, nosotros nada más lo único que queremos es poder salvar piernas y poder bajar ese número que tenemos tan grande en Laredo de amputaciones, ¿verdad? Eso es algo pues muy alarmante en nuestra comunidad, entonces estamos aquí para ayudar para que ese número vaya bajando cada vez más.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Texas A&M. Thank you to Job Corps. Thank you to LISD. And thank you to everybody here for listening to our presentation today. So thank you. Y'all have a great day.
We're almost there. Ya estamos al último. All right. The next presenter, she has a master's degree in nutritional science from Texas Women's University in Houston, and is a registered dietitian and certified diabetes care and education specialist. She recently completed her certification in obesity and weight management for adults and pediatrics, para los adultos y para los jóvenes. Marisa has worked over 25 years in the field of nutrition in various work settings, including hospitals, outpatients, and pharmaceutical sales. She is currently a freelance consultant, que hora es consultar, vas a consultar a la gente. She's also in charge of Big Bob's trophies with her husband. She has 3 children and has enjoyed working in digital education, graphic, and abstract painting. So I would like to introduce Marisa Benavides. Marisa?
Hello. Bienvenidos. I'm going to try to do this in English and Spanglish, okay, para puede pasar el tiempo un poquito más recio y podemos comunicar toda la información. Y por favor, discúlpame porque mi español no está perfecto, pero you guys can help me out if there's words that I'm saying wrong. I learn from giving presentations in Spanish, and so my Spanish gets better every time. So, thank you. And I have some cheat sheets here in Spanish in case I get stuck on some words. So, okay, welcome. Wait, before we get started, you guys have been sitting a lot today, right? Okay. Stand up, let's take a little stretch. Let's kind of work out the shoulders a little bit because I know I can't sit for long periods of time, Let's do a little high knees, stretch the arms a little bit. Let's get the blood flowing. Okay, because that helps. I can't sit for long periods. I don't think it's good for anybody to sit for long periods. We're supposed to take sitting breaks every hour. Yeah, stretch. Okay, a little twist, neck roll. Shoulders. Okay, feel better? More awake? Yes? Okay. All right, we'll get started then. Let's see. Antes que empezamos, primero me quiero hablar un poquito de mi historia y cómo llegó por este tipo de trabajo. And I want you to know that growing up I had very conflicting messages about food and nutrition at home. Los mensajes en la casa de la comida, la nutrición, son drástico diferentes. Y mi papá, él siempre piensa, he had the mentality, or his opinion, la opinión de mi papá es, si le gusta, cómelo. Más es mejor. Y la única cosa mejor de más es gratis. Okay, so that's my dad's opinion on food. And in esta photo, this is me when I was 9 years old. No sé cómo, pero mi papá, he was very charming. He could be very convincing if he put his mind to it. But somehow he had convinced the people at the donut shop to give him the day-old donuts instead of throwing them away in the trash. So, estas donuts es para la basura, son un día de antes. Y usted puede ver en esta foto, cuando yo soy chiquita, no tengo ningún problema para comer donuts en una bolsa de basura, ¿verdad? So, I'm sorry, I had no problems eating this. I can look very happy. I'm enjoying the sugar and I'm enjoying the donuts. Now, my mom, on the other hand, had a very different message about food and nutrition growing up. La mensaje de mi mamá es, el azúcar es mal. Tiene que cuidar su cuerpo y su salud y tiene que comer vegetales. And so I was a very smart kid. Obviously, I was very intelligent and I listened to my mother. Well, eventually I did. So when I was a kid, I didn't like the message my mom was telling me. I liked my dad's message. Los mensajes de mi papá son mucho más fácil, mucho más feliz, y me gustó esos mensajes. Todo mi dinero es para comprar dulces y galletas y, walking to the Prontos to buy candies on the weekends with my pocket change. And my mom's messages were kind of boring and annoying. No me gustó los mensajes de mi mamá. Pero poco a poco me puedo ver las consecuencias de estas decisiones y estos mensajes. And so, shortly after this picture was taken, my dad was diagnosed with diabetes. And I remember when he came home from the doctor's office and he said, the doctor said I can't drink Cokes anymore. And in our house, we switched from buying the 3-liter bottles of Coke. Does anybody, maybe I'm aging myself, does anybody remember 3-liter bottles of Coke? Yes, okay. All right, I'm not the only old person up here. Okay, we switched from buying the 3-liter bottles of Coke to buying 3-liter bottles of Diet Coke. Okay, so I remember that. And no mucho tiempo después de eso me recuerdo cuando él empezó tomando insulina. Y yo me tenía una oportunidad especial para ver las consecuencias de las decisiones que pasa en la vida de mi papá. And so my father now, he has retinopathy, neuropathy, dementia, and Alzheimer's as a result of his diabetes. And my mom still works. She's actually managing Big Bob's for me. Next week, she and her sister are driving to New Mexico to go on vacation and has a very wonderful quality of life still. And so me puedo ver la diferencia. I can see it personally, how it affected them. And I think that really is what made me go into nutrition in the first place. Because a lot of people that I grew up with didn't understand that there was a difference, that there is a different message. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? Vamos a platicar, los objetivos son la epidemia de obesidad, que obesidad es una enfermedad compleja, las causas ambientales, am I saying that right? Thank you. Vamos a enfocar en intervenciones y medidas de acción. Hopefully I said that correctly. So this is the results of the latest community needs assessment. What do you guys think of that? Any thoughts? This is Laredo's obesity rate. Are we surprised that we're worse than the rest of the nation, than the rest of Texas? We're not surprised, right? Okay, entonces podemos ver que Laredo tiene un poquito más grande, how do you say, datos? No, stats. How do you say stats? Tasas? Estadísticas de obesidad en Laredo de Texas y Estados Unidos. Y estos son números antes de la pandemia, no de Laredo, pero de niños y jóvenes. Y podemos ver muy fácil que los latinos, la cantidad de, o la chance, la prevalence, I don't know how to say prevalence. Anybody? Prevalence? Let's see. No sé cómo decir esa palabra. The prevalence of obesity in kids, especially Hispanic children, es mucho más grande en los latinas y latinos de los personas de piel blanco o negro o, how do you say, Asian, asiáticos. Thank you, I'm learning. I appreciate your help. Okay, so we're not going to spend too much time on that, but I just wanted to share that we do have a problem in our community and within our culture. We do have higher rates of obesity in this community and in our culture. So obesity is complex. Me recuerdo cuando estoy estudiando la problema de sobrepeso en colegio, que no es algo fácil. No es solamente la comida, es mucho más complicada y sí hay problemas genéticos que puede causar obesidad y no es la culpa de nadie. Okay, and so there are rare forms of obesity. They're rare, they're not common, but they're out there, and it's important that we diagnose people correctly and we don't judge or make them feel bad, because sometimes this is not anything that they can control. We want to make sure that they get the right care and treatment that they need. Tenemos que ayudar personas que tienen problemas genéticos o endocrinólogos. Okay, and so there's different things like, you probably never heard of them, maybe you have, Prader-Willi syndrome, BDNF regulation, leptin deficiency. These are kind of unusual diseases, and again, very rare genetic disorders. También tenemos problemas de factores ambientales, okay, especialmente ahorita en este tiempo tenemos mucha comida ultra procesado, la calidad de la comida no es igual, tenemos comida que se llama hyperpalatable, 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 Okay. Y son comidas que son muy fácil para comer, no tiene que masticar mucho, se entra muy recio. Y miramos que esta es parte del problema. Ya no tenemos que mover. Todo el trabajo del mundo ya es con máquinas. Tenemos que lavar ropa, and nada más, we just push a button. Okay. We turn on a faucet. Todo es muy fácil, ya no tenemos que mover y esta es parte del problema. We've outsmarted our bodies. We have engineered work out of our lives. We really don't have to move anymore. And technology is amazing, it's improved our lives, but it's also had some negative consequences as well. And our circadian rhythm is off. Let's see if I can say that in Spanish. El ritmo circadiano? Is that right? Say that again? Yes. I'm not even going to try to say that again. So we have lights on 24/7. It throws off our ability to fall asleep and stay asleep, and that also affects our weight as well. La luz que siempre está aprendido afecta la habilidad para controlar el peso también. Y when I was taking the course on obesity and weight management, there was a really amazing study talking about fetal programming. And maybe somebody wants to help me translate this because I know I'm not going to be able to do this justice. But fetal programming, if a woman is overweight and obese while she's pregnant, guess what? Their child is already at a higher rate of being obese. I know, it's so sad. It's not fair, but there's developmental changes happening to the fetus before they're even born. Yes, you're going to help me translate some words. Okay, so. Yes. Yeah. So there is research on fetal programming. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but there was research on women who had had bariatric surgery. And basically, they had children before the bariatric surgery, and these same women had children after the bariatric surgery. And so when they were overweight, the children that they had while they were overweight were at higher rate of obesities. And the children that they had after they had lost the weight were healthier weight. Or I shouldn't say healthier, because healthy and weight don't go hand in hand. And I have to correct myself as I go. But they were at a lower weight. Okay, and so this is what fetal programming is saying. There's changes going on in the fetus, and there is research to prove that this is happening. And so it's really important that we pay attention to the care of mothers as well as children.
Así que una persona que tuvo una cirugía bariátrica, tuvo hijos antes de tener esta cirugía bariátrica. La cirugía bariátrica te ayuda a bajar de peso. Entonces ellos tuvieron niños antes de esta cirugía, de este procedimiento, y estos niños sí tenían más altos índices para ser obesos. A esta misma persona con la cirugía bariátrica, después de la cirugía tuvieron niños, y estos niños sí reducieron el riesgo de sufrir de obesidad. Aunque fue lo mismo, pero sí tenía que ver, así que no solamente hay que cuidar al bebé y todo, pero hay que cuidar a la mamá para que todo lo que está pasando adentro también tiene consecuencias, también ahí cae adentro. How weird, ¿verdad? Qué raro, ¿verdad? La misma persona.
So it's complex. Basically, it's complicada. No es algo simple. Come más peso, come menos peso. No, es mucho más complicada de eso. Hay otros factores que afectan el peso de una persona, y muchas veces estas cosas empiezan antes que nacimos.
Sí, a veces son hereditarias.
No, it's not genetic. It's actually environmental in the womb.
Dura mientras que están en la gestación.
Sí,
es durante donde está la gestación, el
fetal programming.
Sí, mientras que es un feto, el bebé todavía ahí está agarrando qué es lo que va a hacer, o que en esta ocasión este bebé era antes, entonces están aprendiendo a comer todo lo que nosotros comemos y le damos puras cosas que nos llevan a la obesidad, que nos puchan hacia la obesidad.
Ok, entonces mira, me quiero que usted entienda que es complicada y no podemos hacer muchas cosas en esta área, pero la área que podemos poner atención y podemos cambiar es behavioral. La dieta, ejercicios, tiempo de dormir y la actividad en la vida. Okay, let's see. Can I get my video to start? There it is. Okay, so why do you think we're all having problems with overweight and obesity? It's very simple, right? It's not rocket science. Life has changed. Okay? What do you guys think? Is this why we're struggling with our weight? We're all struggling with our weight.
¿Creen que esta es la razón por qué estamos batallando con nuestro peso? Claro, ¿verdad?
So let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be. And going back to, me pienso los mensajes de mi mamá.
Ella regresa y piensa los consejos que le daba su mamá.
Sí, tiene que cuidar el azúcar. Tenemos que comer los vegetales y tenemos que cuidar el cuerpo, ¿ok? Y no tenemos que hacer cosas bien complicadas. Muchas personas quieren, dígame, ¿qué puedo comer? No puedo comer. Muchas veces ya sabemos que tenemos que bajar el azúcar. Tenemos que comer más vegetales. Y la verdad es algo difícil para hacer, ¿verdad? Ok, entonces tenemos que entender que cuando estamos platicando o trabajando con niños, los niños no son adultos. Y los niños, todos saben que el cerebro de los niños todavía falta de crecer. Y la parte del cerebro que está responsabilidad para pensando futuro, para planear y prevenir problemas, no termina creciendo hasta como 20, 25 años. El prefrontal cortex. Are you guys familiar with that part of the brain? Do you guys remember being kids? Anybody remember being young? And remember, oh, mom, you don't know anything, no entiende nada, y la mamá no sabe nada, y yo sabe todo. Do you remember that? Okay, that's part of being a kid. Kids don't think the way adults think, okay? And so then we get mad at our kids. Now that we're adults, we get mad at them, but we did the same thing as children, right? We didn't think about future, we thought about the moment. What makes me feel good now? Not how is this going to affect me 20 years from now? And even as adults, we struggle to think about that, right? As an adult, are you thinking about 20 when you're retiring? And if you're going to have money for retirement and what your health is going to be like in 20 years? It's hard for adults to do that. It's almost impossible for children to do that because the part of the brain hasn't finished forming.
La parte frontal del cerebro aún no se forma, usualmente llega a formarse, a terminar su madurez de 20 a los 25 años. Entonces, por eso muchas veces cuando los niños, nosotros o adolescentes, preadolescentes pensan como, no, yo sé más que mi mamá, es por esa razón, porque todavía no está completamente en crecimiento, no se ha llegado hasta su estado final, que es entre los 20 y 25 años.
Y muy importante que los niños no son adultos y los adultos son las personas que compran la comida, que hacen las reglas. Y en mi trabajo, cuando me trabajé en la clínica de Gateway antes, muchos padres tienen miedo para dejar los niños para jugar afuera solo, por buena razón, ¿verdad? Pero los niños ya no tienen la habilidad para salir y correr y montar bicicleta con los amigos porque los padres no dejan. Y solamente puede salir cuando los padres dicen o si los padres se llevan. Entonces, los niños son dependientes de los adultos y los niños no compran la comida. La comida que está en la casa es la responsabilidad de los adultos. Entonces, yo me batear mucho. Si hay donuts en la mesa y hay manzanas en la mesa, de ustedes aquí, la verdad. Si hay donuts y hay manzanas, ¿cuál come primero?
Las donas.
Ok, y los niños no están pensando el futuro. Si dejamos estas dos cosas en la mesa, los adultos van a batear con estas decisiones. Y la verdad, los niños también. Entonces, tenemos que tener comidas saludables listos, y las comidas que no son buenas, que no podemos comer regularmente, tenemos que not have in the house, no podemos tener en la casa, porque si hay en la casa, va a buscar. Okay, and so we can't blame the children because we're the ones creating this environment for them. Es la responsabilidad de los adultos para tener comidas saludables en la casa. But I'll tell you what, I'm always looking for something sweet right around, bedtime, and so I want to have that sweets there, so it's hard.
Es difícil porque dice que ella, ya a la hora de dormir dices, ay, quiero algo dulce. Entonces hasta ella, a pesar que es adulto y sabe las reglas, dijo, ando buscando algo dulce, pero si lo tiene en la casa,
I'm going to eat it too, so if I don't have it, it's hard for me to eat also, okay?
Es fácil no tenerlo en la casa.
Ok, y mira, está muy importante, me quiero que usted sabe que los niños que llegan por estatura completo, que son sobrepeso, la chance para tener mejor peso es muy difícil. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I need you to understand this. I learned this in college 25 years ago, and it was alarming. I relearned it again recently. Weight doesn't come off. It's on. Okay, so you can't say, oh, I'm gonna eat whatever I want today, and then after the vacation or the holidays, I'm going to go on a diet and lose the weight. It doesn't work that way. The fat wants to be there. And if you understand how the body works, then you understand why we're all struggling with our weight. Okay? And so children that are overweight can grow and stretch into a healthy weight, have a good chance of being a healthy weight in the future. But if they've already reached their full height, then the chances really plummet of them having a chance of being a healthy weight as an adult. Okay, and so it's really important, and I really need to emphasize how important it is that we start supporting our children to make good decisions early. And some of you are grandparents, and déjalos. There were, grandparents need to support their parents too. Okay, because that was a challenge for me with my children is, the grandparents already did their job growing the kids, and now it's like, grandma's fun. Here, have the candy. You don't need to eat lunch. Eat the candy, eat the cookie. And so we need to support each other because the decisions and the habits that they develop as children have lasting consequences.
Okay, lo que estaba diciendo y sí es muy importante es que conforme ellos van creciendo, si ellos crecen a su estatura que van a tener como adultos y tienen un peso adecuado o un peso promedio, ellos van a mantener ese peso. Pero si el niño o la niña crecieron, están ya en obesidad y ya llegaron a su tamaño de adulto y llegaron con ese sobrepeso, lamentablemente para ellos así van a seguir. ¿Por qué? Porque son los hábitos. Ahora,
pero no es más de los hábitos, es el cuerpo que no quiere perder la grasa.
I was about to translate that. Ella está diciendo que ahora cuando hubo las vacaciones, dijimos voy a comer todo y después hago ejercicio y pierdo el peso. Si aprendemos a entender el cuerpo, el peso no se quiere ir, el peso quiere estar ahí, y por eso batallamos mucho para bajar de peso, porque son muchas cosas complicadas para perder el peso. Nosotros decimos, no, ya comí, luego el otro mes hago ejercicio y lo bajo. No, es muy difícil perder el peso que tenemos.
Y me quiero explicar un poquito más, not to get too scientific, pero las células de grasa, como tiene vida de 10 años, y las células de grasa puede crecer y puede delgazar, pero ya cuando están delgados las células de grasa no son felices, son muy enojados y dejan mensajes a su cuerpo, come más, come más, come más, y por eso you all know how hard it is to lose weight, right? It's for real. It's not, es real. El cuerpo no le gusta perder. Entonces me aprendí esto en colegio años para atrás y mi meta, no me puedo subir 1 libra por vida. Ok, me subió 25 libras entre hoy y colegio, pero that was my goal. And as a dietitian, yo soy nutróloga, yo entiendo la importancia de comer saludable, me hace muchas cosas saludables, pero todavía me batallar con mi peso también. Y me necesito ayuda con medicamentos de vez en cuando y me trato. Pero si no entiende esta y no pone atención, if you're not trying to manage your weight, you will gain weight. And if you're trying, you will gain weight.
Si tratas de cuidar tu peso, vas a subir de peso. Y si no tratas, como quieras, o sea, en las dos partes van a subir. Ya sea que te cuides o que no te cuides, pero es un balance. Tiene que haber un balance.
Okay, and so I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but we need to try. Because in our environment, it's too easy to gain.
Lamentablemente, en nuestro alrededor es bien fácil. Es bien fácil subir de peso. Yo respiro y subo de peso.
Okay, so I'm going to see if I can go quickly here. So cuando estamos platicando con clientes, muchos clientes primeramente no llegan por la cita. No quiero ir para platicar con una nutróloga, right? I already know what they're going to tell me. I don't want to hear it. Okay, eso es un problema grande. Si no llega, no podemos ayudar. Pero soy nutróloga, tengo años tratando para ayudar clientes y es un balance. Tenemos que educar, pero también we have to care for them. We have to understand them too. And we have to see to their needs. Okay, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, pero también tenemos que balancear expectación.
Las expectativas, hay que balancear las expectativas.
Okay, porque muchas veces pacientes llegan, me quiero bajar 30 libras en 3 meses. Ok, mira, vamos a bajar 5% de su peso o 10% y vamos a tratar, pero mira, podemos hacer todo correcto. Y el cuerpo puede tener una diferente, how do you say it? The body might have a different thing in mind, and you might do everything right and not lose a single pound. That doesn't matter. We still do the right things. Okay? Yes. Buena pregunta. ¿Por qué? Okay, and I'm going to kind of get off track a little bit. Pero cuando baja peso, 70% del peso que perdemos es músculo. Ok, entonces el parte del cuerpo que está quemando calorías estamos perdiendo. Y la grasa no se quema calorías. La grasa es bien feliz para quedar ahí en el cuerpo. It's the relative that came and never left, right? That just stays at your house forever. Okay, so that's the fat. ¿Y qué pasa? Normalmente, pero ya no estamos mirando diferente cosa. Normalmente, hombres tienen más músculo. Normalmente. Pero ya los niños ya no se muevan. Ya no se sube a árboles, ya no se sale para montar bicicletas. Y los hombres, los jóvenes ya no tienen la misma cantidad de músculo como antes, ¿verdad? Pero hombres naturalmente producen más músculo porque ellos tienen testosterona. Y mujeres no. Y sí, la verdad, me miro mujeres que nunca, cuando está chiquita, hice bailar o ejercicios o tipo de ejercicios para crecer músculo, que llega por adulto y como no come nada y se sube, no come nada y se sube. ¿Por qué? Porque no tiene músculo para quemar calorías y la verdad, come bien poco y todavía es mucho para el cuerpo porque no estamos quemando muchas calorías. Dígame. Okay, bring it. I'm here for you guys, okay? So what do you want to learn? Come on, I don't care. ¿Ejercicio para crecer músculo o cardio? Okay, that helps. Growing muscle is painful. Anybody felt sore in their life? Yes. Yeah, and you know, I've had periods where I'm like rolling out of bed because it hurts so much to get up. All the muscles are sore. Have you ever like sat down on the toilet like, okay, my muscles are killing me, and then you're just like, ugh, you know, because it hurts so bad. Okay, that's what it takes to grow muscle. If you don't feel it, you're not growing muscle. Sorry, I know it's hard. Okay, but when we're young, we're not exercising, we're playing. Kids are supposed to play, and they grow muscle without trying to. And it's important that we start young. It really is. We don't want to wait till we're adults to grow muscle. We need to start early. It gets harder and harder because of hormonal changes. Okay, moving on. Yeah, anybody struggling with this?
Yes.
Okay. This is
¿Quién le falta tiempo?
Okay, moms have to work. Well, maybe not everybody, but if we don't work, we're still working, right? And then we're juggling more, and there's so many distractions, muchas distracciones. Yo me batallar mucho con como 3 diferentes emails, los mensajes de text, los mensajes de WhatsApp, para los niños, para mi esposo, para mis mensajes, es mucho, ¿verdad? Y la razón que estamos batallando es
por el tiempo.
This is the main reason. But there's other reasons. When I was working, you know, out in the field, aquí en Laredo tenemos extras barreras que son un poquito más difícil y los clientes y pacientes batean mucho. Toda la información que tenemos que cambiar por español. Y hay mucha información en inglés, hay mucha información en español y no siempre son igual y es muy difícil cuando estamos trabajando. I think in Laredo we definitely struggle with trying to find resources that are balanced in English and Spanish. And so that is a real struggle for healthcare professionals.
A veces, especialmente aquí en la frontera, es muy difícil que encontrar un balance en la traducción de información que sea la misma de inglés a español y de español a inglés, porque hay mucha en español, hay mucha en inglés, pero a veces no es la misma información y lamentablemente por la cuestión del lenguaje o del idioma, en este caso a veces no agarramos la información importante porque nada más está en inglés y no está en español.
Sí, aquí en Laredo tenemos 26% de las casas que no tienen suficiente dinero para pagar la renta y el luz, y esa es una barrera muy importante también. Tenemos muchos que no completa el high school, la preparatoria, y como si mueva por un país nueva, yo pienso que es una cosa muy difícil, y tenemos como casi 20% de las personas aquí en Laredo que no son de Laredo, son de
otros
otro
países.
país. Y eso es mucho estrés, ¿verdad? Para cambiar toda la vida, ¿verdad? Entonces batallamos con eso cuando estamos trabajando con clientes, porque tenemos que entender las barreras que ellos tienen, primero para ayudarlos. Okay, so we're all struggling. I think this picture says 1,000 words. Do you guys feel like this?
Yeah.
Okay, entonces cuando yo trabajar con una cliente, este es mi mensaje. ¿Qué es el elefante en el cuarto? Y no importa, no vamos a ayudar 10 diferentes cosas, vamos a enfocar primero en la cosa más grande. Entonces cada persona es diferente. Por ejemplo, tenía una paciente de 9 años que ya pesó 250 libras. Y cuando mira a este niño, no mira de niño, mira como una señora grande. Tenía 9 años, pero mira, he looked really old.
Había un niño que tenía 9 años y pesaba 250 libras, y al ver al niño, ella no lo podía ver como un niño, ella se miraba como el niño parecía un adulto por tener tanto sobrepeso, 250 libras.
Y cuando estamos platicando, hay muchos problemas en la dieta y la actividad y barreras en la casa, pero la más grande problema cuando platicamos, este niño estaba tomando como 80 a 100 onzas de jugo al día. Entonces, Empezamos primero con un cambio. ¿Qué es la cosa que podemos cambiar, que puede llegar al máximo beneficio? Entonces, cuando platicamos con pacientes, no tratamos para correctar todos los mal hábitos, porque casi todo el mundo tiene mal hábitos, yo también. Pero vamos a tratar para poner atención en el hábito que está causando la más grande problema para esta persona. Okay. Entonces, esta es mi meta. Cuando sentamos para platicar, hacemos varias preguntas. Y el proceso para evaluar. El proceso para evaluar no es algo simple. No me voy a decir, dígame qué coma. Primero platicamos cuántas horas duerme, la actividad, si comen frutas, vegetales, cuáles son los tipos de bebidas que toman. Y si hay unos mensajes que pienso que está causando problemas, vamos a empezar con poquito de educación, no mucho, porque siempre no hay tiempo para educar todo en una cita. Y vamos a empezar tratando para ver si está interesada para hacer un cambio pequeño y ojalá que podamos hacer una meta pequeña. Entonces, si el problema estamos tomando como 80 onzas de jugo al día, vamos a tratar para ver si quiere limitar o bajar primero. Y hay veces que tratamos para, dilute with water or something.
Diluir con agua el jugo, si están tomando otra cosa, tratar de diluirla con agua.
Sí, porque queremos que las personas salen y puede hacer un cambio que probablemente they're going to be successful. They probablemente puede hacer it. We do some SMART goals. If you're familiar with SMART goals, like specific, measurable goals that they can actually accomplish.
Tratan de hacer cambios que realmente estén a su nivel de alcance de hacerlos. Ella trata de tener metas que son verdaderas, realistas, porque a veces hacen una meta muy larga y realmente no la van a hacer. Entonces hay que empezar con metas pequeñas, pero que se cumplan.
Okay, so we're going to do a little, we're going to try this here. Vamos a hacer unas preguntas. Ojalá que todos quieran participar. Y esta es una, how do you say, a survey? How do you say survey?
Una encuesta.
¿Say it again?
Encuesta.
Encuesta que como tiene estudios que dice que es una buena encuesta que ayuda a los doctores y profesionales para ver la calidad de nutrición en una persona recio. Okay, and so let's do a little quick survey. En la última semana, ¿cuántas veces comió comida rápido o snack foods, levantó nieve o nachos o algo así esta semana? ¿Cuántas veces?
Yo no cuento.
¿Menos de una vez por semana? ¿Aquí alguien compró estas cosas menos? Ok, muy bien. ¿Entre 1 a 3 veces por semana? Ok, muy bien. ¿Más de 4 o más veces esta semana? Ok, entonces una oportunidad, ¿verdad? Nada más dice eso, es una oportunidad para ver si podemos hacer cambios. Esta es una pregunta que siempre me hacen en las citas y I'm worried about how people answer this question.
Está preocupada como las personas, en sus citas ella hace esta pregunta y de verdad se preocupa cuál va a ser la respuesta.
Ok, ¿cuántas veces comió fruta cada día? Aquí dice 5 porciones al día. 3 o 4 porciones al día. Y menos de 2 al día. Ok, y tengo clientes que comen fruta 2 veces por semana. Y la fruta muchas veces le gusta a todos porque es dulce, ¿verdad? Y tengo muchos pacientes que dicen, ay, la fruta tiene azúcar.
Pero está azúcar.
Okay, there's way worse things that have sugar that we want to get rid of first. Okay.
Hay otras cosas peores que llevan azúcar y esas sí son las que queremos dejar. La fruta no.
Thank you. Okay, and so this question, and it's surprising, I can't tell you how many children do not eat fruit on a daily basis that I counsel, okay? Vegetales. 5 o más veces por día. ¿Quién aquí come vegetales? Es una media porción, media taza es una porción. 5 o más veces por día? Ok. 3 o 4 veces por día? Got a few hands, good, okay. Menos de 2? Ok, y tengo muchos clientes que comen menos de 2 veces por semana también. Ok, y puede ver la razón que estamos batallando con el peso. Tenemos que poner cosas buenas adentro y en lugar estamos comiendo cosas que no ayudan al cuerpo, ¿verdad? La cantidad de sodas regulares o bebidas de azúcar, té dulce, como Kool-Aid o limonada, aguas frescas, si tiene azúcar adentro. Aquí dice 3 o más veces por semana. ¿Alguien toma bebidas? No, por día, perdón.
It's the first one.
Yeah, but I'm going to go backwards. ¿Más de 3 veces por día bebidas de azúcar? Ok. 1 o 2 veces al día bebidas de azúcar? Ok. Y menos de 1 al día. Y hay muchos que no levantó la mano. Ok, mira. Los estudios, soy educadora de diabetes certificada y miramos muchos estudios que dice 1 bebida de azúcar al día eventualmente causa diabetes. Ok, y muchas personas piensan, solamente es 1 por semana, no me preocupa, pero 1 todos los días. Y si tengo clientes que no come fruta todos los días, no come vegetales todos los días, pero ¿qué cree? Todos los días hay bebidas de dulce. Ok, entonces es un problema. Es la elefante en el cuarto, ¿verdad? Is that a direct translation or does that lose something in the translation?
Yeah, we've never heard that.
Okay, all right. I'm probably losing something in the translation. My apologies, but that's the problem. And so when we're assessing patients, before I even start educating them, I need to know what the problem is first so that we can kind of highlight it. I'm like, okay, so you're here to manage your weight, and yet your vegetable intake is here and your sugar intake is somewhere over here. Why do you think we're struggling, and why is this happening? And then we have to understand why they're struggling with these decisions. What's going on? And a lot of times we lie to ourselves. Why do we drink soda? I do have a bad habit. I drink too much Diet Coke. Again, remember I was raised on it. Why do you think we do it? Why do we do these habits?
Porque tenemos este tipo de hábitos.
Why? Why is it a habit?
Porque tenemos el hábito de tomar soda.
Por flojera? Okay. It's addicting. You get that immediate, feels good right now. Okay, and so we lie to ourselves and we say, hey, this Coke makes me feel really good, or this candy or this cookie makes me feel really good. But we're not really telling ourselves the truth. Estamos diciendo mentiras, porque muchas veces cuando tenemos los dolores o cuando ya no podemos cerrar las pantalones o cuando tenemos malas problemas de salud como alto colesterol o diabetes o alta presión, sentimos mal. Hay veces que no sentimos nada, eso es el problema. Pero como no sentimos bien con las decisiones eventualmente, pero en ese momento sentimos bien. Entonces tenemos que pensar diferente. Y es algo difícil para comunicar con pacientes, pero es el proceso y platicando con pacientes. How do you say it's the nutrition assessment component?
Es una evaluación de asesoría, es un componente de evaluación para la asesoría de los nutriólogos.
Ok, y mira, hay mucha información en el internet, por YouTube, por TikTok. Solamente come esta cosa, nunca come esta es la única cosa que necesita. It's very confusing, right? Y muchas veces como esa información, shock factor, It's just for shock factor. People don't watch things that are educational. People watch things that are entertaining. And nutrition isn't that entertaining. And that's the problem, right?
Nosotros vemos más cosas que nos entretienen y no que son cosas para enseñarnos de nutrición, ¿verdad? No nos gusta estar buscando qué es lo que debemos o no debemos de hacer.
Entonces, we can make things complicated and make lots of rigid rules. Podemos hacer cosas muy complicadas, muy difícil, pocas cosas que no es posiblemente para hacer. Or we can make it simple. Y estas son muy simples mensajes que podemos hacer para ayudar a la salud de todos los niños. Y si recuerdo estos números, 5, 2, 1, 0, plus, ¿ok? 5 porciones de frutas y vegetales al día. Para los niños también es difícil, ¿verdad? Anybody here have children that don't like to eat vegetables? The dietitian does too. Yo también me batallar con mis niños. Y recuerdo cuando yo soy niña, no me gustó vegetales tampoco. ¿Ok? Y este es un problema muy grande. Quiero que ustedes saben que no me gustó tomates hasta me llegó 24 años. No gustó, I'm saying this right, no me gustó chile morón hasta las 30. No me gustó aceitunas hasta las 40. Y yo soy nutróloga. Okay, so give yourself a break. It's okay if you're not perfect, but we have to keep trying. But now I love those foods. Okay? And your children? My kids are like me. They don't like anything healthy either. And so we have to train them. Son mensajes pequeñas poco a poco. And I'm going to share one little tip that I use at home to help you if you're struggling with kids that won't eat fruits and vegetables at home.
Nos va a dar unos puntos que le han ayudado a ella para que los niños quieran comer un poquito más de vegetales en la casa.
Okay, no podemos crecer músculos si estamos mirando la televisión todo el día. Y está cambiando la manera que, how do you say, our brains are rewired differently because of all the screen time.
Nuestro cerebro se está reiniciando, se está formando diferente porque tenemos mucho tiempo viendo la televisión, están mucho tiempo sentados.
The increase in ADD is for real, and this is part of it.
Está creciendo algo que se llama ADD y está creciendo y se está incrementando y esta es una de las razones es por esto porque están mucho tiempo frente a un televisor.
Okay, y ejercicios, necesitamos mover, los niños tienen que jugar afuera o they need to play. Muchas veces los padres vienen y quieren que yo regañar los niños. I say, just tell them, like they have to do that. They need to go and get on the treadmill. And like, I don't even like to get on a treadmill. As an adult, it's like, it's impossible for me to do that. But dads, I'll do that. Play at the park. Let's do things that are fun for kids, okay? Because, if we want them to be successful, it has to be enjoyable. So playing for an hour, and then of course we need to get rid of all the sugar-sweetened beverages, okay? It really should be something, and again, I struggle with that too at home. I don't keep it at home on purpose, because if it's there, my kids will drink it. I don't make a fuss if they go out and they order it, but I'm not going to have it at home for them to drink.
Algo que tenemos que quitar de nuestros hogares son las bebidas con azúcar, que son jugos, cocas, todo lo que tiene azúcar. Porque si está en la casa los niños lo van a tomar. Entonces ella en lo personal, si sus niños ya cuando salen lo ordenan afuera, bueno, es afuera, ¿verdad? Pero en la casa que no estén al alcance de los niños.
Y los niños necesitan 9 horas para dormir. Y muchos niños, yo voy a batallar con esta, son en la televisión antes que está tiempo de dormir, me tengo que quitar el teléfono y poner en otro cuartito. Kids need sleep. Okay, let's see. Okay, entonces estos son los pasos. No es algo difícil. Don't make it harder than it needs to be, but it is work. ¿Y quién va a tener, how do you say this in Spanish? ¿Quién va a tener suficiente amor para sus niños para hacer este trabajo? Nobody's going to love your kids enough to do this. It is hard work getting kids to be healthy. My mom struggled with me, and I struggle with my children, and I love them. I'm driving in the car, and they're like, Mom, pick up McDonald's. I want Burger King. I want Whataburger. And I'm like, no, I love you. I'm cooking at home today. Okay? And it's a battle every day. It is a battle every day, but if I don't do it, nobody's going to love them enough to do it.
Nadie va a querer más a nuestros hijos que nosotros mismos. Así que nosotros, ella tiene esa misma lucha, que mientras que va a su casa, los niños quieren Burger King, quieren McDonald's, quieren Whataburger, pero ella dice, no, te quiero mucho, vamos a la casa, yo voy a cocinar, y nadie nos va a querer más que nosotros, así que nosotros tenemos que ayudarlos a que ellos puedan crecer saludables.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm not going to go into too much science, pero si no comemos fibra, el cuerpo no puede producir unas hormonas importantes que ayuda. Estamos inyectando medicamentos para bajar peso, no sé si sabe, medicamentos que se llama Ozempic, Victoza, Mounjaro, Trulicity, que todo el mundo quiere tomar porque se va adelgaza. Ok, esta hormona su cuerpo produce naturalmente, pero si no come fibra, su cuerpo no puede producir. Entonces, más plantas, por favor, frijoles, semillas, granos de trigo integral. También miramos que si no comemos suficiente fibra, el cuerpo no produce suficiente, hay una reacción que protectar el cuerpo de infecciones. No, how do you say? Okay, let me try this in English. The fiber creates a chain reaction that creates a barrier in your intestines that protects your body from negative bacteria and pathogens that can enter that cause inflammation. So we have to eat fruits and vegetables every single day.
Las fibras hacen una barrera, crean una barrera en nuestro intestino que no deja que las bacterias malas entren y nos inflamen. Entonces las fibras nos ayudan a cuidar eso. Es una paredcita que ellas hacen y no dejan que las bacterias malas entren a nuestro intestino y tengamos el intestino inflamado.
So, I didn't want to go into too much science, but it's there. There is research that shows why we have to eat our fruits and vegetables. And then when we're working with kids, keep it fun. It's all about loving our children. It's not about, hey, you need to eat your fruits and vegetables. No, it's like, hey, let me show you, let me set a good example for you. Let me show you how it's done, and I want you to try them. I'm not going to go into this because we're out of time. We did create, or I put together this healthy eating and recreation for optimal start in life. It's a very kid-friendly, the acronym is HEROES, teaching kids how to eat right. It's in English and in Spanish. We have very visually colorful graphics, trying to get kids to eat more fruits and vegetables, and pictures say 1,000 words. And this is my tip for all the parents that are struggling, the 3-bite rule. Es mi consejo para todos los padres que están sufriendo. Esta es mi plato en mi casa. Primero, yo come vegetales todos los días y mis niños tienen que tratarlos. 3 mordidas. No me gusta, no importa, tiene que probar. No me gusta, no importa, tiene que probar. Okay, so first and foremost, parents, if you're not eating them, your kids do not have a chance. No hay chance si los adultos no comen, no hacerlos en la casa. Y la regla, y ojalá que los otros adultos en la casa están ofreciendo soporte, porque es importante que los papás, los abuelitos también están diciendo estos mensajes también. Y si ponemos una porción bien grande en el plato, híjole, it's good. Small wins. Let's start with small bites. 3 bites, okay? When I was growing up, that was the rule my mom had for me, and that's the rule I have for my kids. My daughter, she moved to Austin. She called me, hey Mom, can you send me the recipe for the Brussels sprouts and mango that you make? You're cooking vegetables? Yeah, Mom, I gotta take care of my health and my body. What do you think? Oh my God, seriously? Okay, years. I never thought the message was gonna get through. It finally went through. So they are listening. But you just have to be persistent and consistent. And I think I will stop with that. Okay.
Recuerden, aquí lo que gana es la persistencia y la consistencia. Así que los vegetales, ahora sí, todo el día nos dijeron comer vegetales y frutas. Frutas, coma frutas y verduras.
Muchas frutas y verduras. Thank you, Marisa. Appreciate everything. Julie, ¿qué más? The surveys. Los door prizes. You can come do them. Y'all do them. Miss Banda, ¿dónde andas? Ven para acá. This is your baby. Tú estás encargada porque no está Miss Campos. Thank you for coming. Ojalá que les ayudó la información y si quieren hablar más con Miss Benavides, aquí está. Pero comiendo bien, sí le cambia la vida. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You do it. It's all yours.
Buenas suertes a todos.